Chapter 1700. A romantic air permeated the tasseled bed behind the red curtains with Li Jie and Bu Lianxiang tenderly embracing each other. After a long time he spoke softly. I'll leave behind a few treasures for you. There are some treasuries I left hidden around the 9 worlds. You can open them later when needed. After her decision to stay, Li Jie instantly left her many things, such as the Declivity Mountain Bell, the small wooden coffin, and other artifacts. My Bu clan has many treasures. You don't need to worry about me. You'll need more resources up above. She gently responded. She wasn't just boasting. Her clan and the Middle Continent Kingdom used to be one of the strongest lineages during the ancient Ming era. It stood strong for so long before finally being destroyed by immortal Emperor Tian Tuesday. No one can have too many treasures. Li Jie smiled and said, "This is just preparation for the future. These treasures are different from imperial life and true treasures. For example, the mountain bell is similar to your yin-yang mirror. Even if the time changes, it will still be unsuppressed. That small coffin is even more extraordinary. Its evil affinity could scare god fiends. Just open it and see." That's the last resort though. Li Jie sighed. Who knows how the world will change later? Maybe another race will rise or the laws of the heaven and earth will be different. It's better to play it safe by preparing ahead of time. She agreed and nodded. That's fine. The clan had left behind a secret location. In case of a complete change, I might hide and live in seclusion until everything calms down. That's another choice. It's not a bad one. Li Jie said. I will also leave the myriad age tree for you in case you want to live for another generation. She wanted to speak but he pressed his finger against her lips and said solemnly. It is decided. I know that it is not easy for anyone to live another generation. Even emperors have to suffer endless torment. Like that guy in the dry stone courtyard. He endured for generations just to live again. But sometimes, we have to make a hard choice. I'm leaving this tree behind not to force you to do so. This is only a possible path. Another choice. It is safer this way in case of the unexpected, and the tree might be useful later. She acquiesced and said, Don't worry, just keep treading onward. I survived the ancient Ming era, so how bad can the future be? I'll just hide in the clan's hidden location. According to our progenitor, this place could hide from all calamities. The only reason our dynasty ended back then was because my father and the elders were too confident. If they ran to this place earlier, they could have escaped. I believe it. Li Jie confirmed. If your progenitor had said this, it proves just how amazing this secret location must be. It might not be comparable to existences like the 12 burial grounds and the 6 ancestral earths. It should be one of the few places that can hide from the heaven. It sounds like you know our progenitor very well? This prompted her to ask. There were very few records of their progenitor, only a few sentences from their inheritance writings. Their descendants didn't know where they came from. It seemed that their progenitor had appeared out of thin air. Such a character capable of starting this clan and laying down its great foundation couldn't have been a nameless person. But strange enough, even the 9 worlds had virtually nothing written about their progenitor. In her speculation, their progenitor was no lesser than immortal emperors. It was strange that such a powerful being was so unknown. A little bit. Li Jie said, but I'm not too certain about a few things. They stop at being mere guesses without evidence. Unless he is alive to reveal it himself, there's no way to confirm. After all, it is a true separation. I'm the only one who can really travel and find information between the 2 worlds. So our clan is from the 10th world. She concluded. This was one of the theories about her clan's origin. Yes. Li Jie nodded. This is something I'm sure of. However, your progenitor has erased many things in the past. He didn't want the world and his descendants to know about it. Above the 9 heavens, she was slightly dazed. After a while, she asked, Why did the progenitor bring our clan down to the 9 worlds? He's the only one who knows the reason. In my opinion, he might be hiding, hoping that his descendants can quietly flourish instead of competing for hegemony. Unfortunately, they have let him down. Li Jie mused. Was it to avoid the enemy? Bu Lianxiang wondered. I don't think it's that simple. At his particular level, all enemies should be crushed by him. Li Jie shook his head. Not more than 10 people would be able to take their descendants down from the 10th world. Plus, few among them are still alive right now, probably around 5. What's the reason then? She was startled. having been aware of her progenitor's strength but didn't expect it to be at that level. Hard to say, he might be the only one who knows. I think it is to avoid a heavenly calamity. Your secret location might not be created by him either. It must be from an ancient era, created by the heaven and earth. It is an ultimate treasure to avoid heavenly calamities. Such a treasure ground would be fought over up in the 10th world. After all, their descendants would at least have a spot to hide. Few in the 9 worlds should be aware of this type of places. Even immortal emperors who were aware wouldn't use them to stay in the 9 worlds. Because of this, no one tried to seize your place, outside of maybe the ancient Ming. Li Qie stated. Bu Lianxiang nodded. After destroying her kingdom, the ancient Ming searched everywhere. It wasn't just for simple treasures. I'm aware of immortal emperors going to the 10th world. It is unavoidable after obtaining the heaven's will. But why are there so few people who have descended? The 10th world is the realm of the gods and emperors, so there should be many unstoppable beings. They should be capable of this. She became curious. Li Qie replied. The price is immense even if they are capable of descending. Like I have said, not more than 10 beings can rely on their own strength to come down while paying the price. For example, your progenitor is certainly strong enough. Bringing your clan down from up there must have been tremendously difficult. His death would have been the simplest payment. So our progenitor died because of this. She was startled. You can put it that way. Li Qie nodded. That's why no one who is capable of this feat wants to do it. It's like being a tycoon having everything they want suddenly becoming a beggar without arms and legs. Would you want to do it? Stunned she was with this question. Indeed, no one would be willing to do so, but her progenitor did for some unknown reasons. Looks like we have let him down. She gently sighed. The Bu clan was still annihilated in the end. Their fate was sealed the moment they became allies with the ancient Ming. The ancestors can't control everything. Even though they are always hopeful about their descendants, some of these children will be less than acceptable. Li Qie chuckled. If their descendants are always virtuous, then no imperial lineages would ever fall in this world. How can the smaller sects ever rise then? She could only nod and accept the words of consolation. Chapter 1701. After a while, Li Qie concluded, what will come shall come. There is no escaping no matter how much you try. There's only facing it directly. She hugged him and spoke softly. The emperors going to the 10th world are also facing their destiny instead of running away. They gamble their lives to fight for their future. Indeed. That's also another type of choice. It is the result of certain laws, impossible to escape unless they were willing to pay up. Li Qie nodded. They must go up there? She asked inquisitively. In theory, yes. Li Qie answered. What is the heaven's will? It is the gathering of the 9 worlds' myriad Tao, only one in each generation. It required the gestation from the worlds themselves. Think about it, if the heavens will continue to stay in the 9 worlds, no juniors would ever be able to rise. Moreover, the 9 worlds would be drained by the many wills and the myriad races will wither. More importantly, it doesn't have the same condition as the 10th world. Any emperor who stays here would have to face the heavenly tribulation too. That's why when the time was right, all emperors chose to ascend. Even when the heavens will reach a particular level up there, the emperors will have to hide or they will have to face heavenly execution. The stronger they are, the stronger the execution. That's why for the emperors and gods, obtaining the heaven's will is only the beginning. It is a long path with no end, unless they were to fall along the way. Bu Lianxiang contemplated in a hush. Others could only see the emperors at their highest peak, capable of sweeping through the 9 worlds. They became envious and felt reverence towards these beings. However, emperors had their struggles and time of helplessness as well. People didn't see this painful side of them. You said that the ancient Ming still have emperors in the 9 worlds? This was her next question. Li Qie nodded. Yes, they still have some emperors there, but they are different from the other old geezers since they have the corporeal zone, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures. It allows them to hide from the laws of the heaven and earth as well as the punishment from the villainous heaven. Back then, this race was pushed to the edge by the emperors and gods for 2 reasons. First, their own way of life, and second, who wouldn't want to obtain their amazing treasure? The Void Gate is one of the 9 that also has spatial manipulation property. She commented. It's a bit different since each has a unique usage. But the void gate is also about to come out. Li Qie replied. She could tell that everything was within his calculation, judging by his expression. The ancient Ming was able to run down here due to the corporeal zone? She asked. Li Qie nodded. That's right. Even if one didn't have the same power of your progenitor, the 9 heavenly treasures would allow them to run down from up there. Nevertheless, I'm sure the ancient Ming emperor still had to pay a great price while using it to avoid the laws of the worlds. There's no escaping this. Without this limitation, just imagine the emperors they left in the 9 worlds. Who would be able to stop a full counterattack? Even with the corporeal zone allowing them to stay behind, there are still restraints imposed upon them. He smiled and said, why didn't their overlords come out of the corporeal zone when I destroyed their dynasty back then? It was precisely due to these limitations on top of them being wounded after the battle with the immortal demon grotto. But that's not to say they couldn't come out of the treasure. It was that they would certainly face a terrible tribulation. Just think about it, several emperors appearing at the same time, the resulting tribulation would be unfathomable. They could have been killed by it. Having said that, he sighed and said, these overlords didn't do anything while I was destroying Soaring Immortal. The same reasonings as the past applied. Of course, they weren't certain of capturing me either, not sure of what I have up my sleeve. They were aware that if they couldn't kill me in one blow, their corporeal zone would be exposed. That would be my time to counterattack. Not to mention their lives, even the zone might not be able to handle it. These are some crafty foxes. They are so patient since they have waited for so long already. He felt a tinge of regret since he had made full preparations during the previous battle. The Black Dragon King's first body was searching in the sky while he had an ultimate attack ready. As long as the corporeal zone appeared, he would have delivered a fatal blow, killing the ancient Ming and seizing the zone. Alas, it was not successful. The overlords from the ancient Ming maintained their composure and didn't risk anything for Soaring Immortal. They were aware that the corporeal zone was of the utmost importance. Losing it would signal the demise of their race. Bu Lianxiang sighed as well. She knew that this race was always a threat in his mind. She also wanted to share his burden, but no one could really help him. It wasn't so easy to completely annihilate the ancient Ming. Are you using the same method as the past to go to the 10th world? She asked with a concerned expression. No. Li Qie shook his head. That's not usable anymore since I'm not going up alone but with an army. That's why I have to use a completely unique method this time. Li Qie had traveled between the 2 worlds more than just once. It can be said that he was the only one capable of this task in the world. This was the most heaven-defying thing about him. It was related to a great secret that few knew about. Is it safe? She asked. Safety doesn't exist when traveling between the 9 worlds and the 10th. It is a risky endeavor. He explained. Of course, going up is much easier than going down. The punishment from the villainous heaven is much weaker for the latter. Going down is the most torturous task. It must have been bone-crushing, she said with sadness. Even their progenitor died after bringing his descendants down to the 9 worlds. Anyone else would be obliterated during the process. Bone-crushing is not enough to describe it. The whole process is very painful. If one has a secret path, it will be a bit better, but not by much. If one isn't at the level as your progenitor, it is virtually impossible to even go down. The ancient Ming was only able to do it due to the corporeal zone. Li Qie stated. Li Qie's first descent brought him an unimaginable amount of pain. If it wasn't for his immortality, he would have died 1,000,000,000 times over. Later on, he met Su'er. She was different from someone else due to her peerless constitution. They worked together and found a gap in the villainous heaven's plan. This allowed Li Qie to travel between worlds in a more comfortable manner. Nevertheless, the pain he endured through this unique method was still unbearable if it wasn't for his immortality. All of the conditions above allowed for him to be the only traveler between the 2 worlds throughout history. Coming from the 9 worlds isn't the hard part for emperors. When they're up there, that's when the real test of their power begins. The people above won't let them off so easily and will start the hunt. Think about it. Killing an emperor is a very lucrative business. Just their blood and heavens will are coveted by all. Having said that, he chuckled and added, plus, the ones above aren't happy to see the emperors from the 9 worlds competing for their territory and resources. When an emperor ascends, if they're lucky, they would only meet 1 or 2 immortal monarchs. If they're unlucky, they could see a dozen hunters. This is up to their own fortune. Chapter 1702. Hunting? Even Bu Lianxiang was shocked after hearing this. The strongest people above hunt emperors from the 9 worlds? Li Qie smiled and said, "Yes, it's nothing new up there. This tradition had existed since a long time ago. The emperors from the 9 worlds are considered the best praised by the people in the 10th world. So the emperors from our world truly suffer after ascending?" She worriedly said. It was quite frightening that these invincible beings were being hunted. Not too bad. This only makes them grow stronger. Li Qie said calmly. Plus, they're not the only ones hunting, we also can do the same. Back then, Emperor Hunt was started by the 9 worlds members, a never-before-seen war against the inhabitants up there. The 10th world trembled during this hunt. Even the self-proclaimed amazing divine race was afraid. His eyes flashed amusingly. Suddenly, it was as if he was gazing at the cruel war again. Emperor Hunt. How did this war end? She could imagine the scale of this war just by hearing its name. Li Qie recalled his memories before smiling. Casualties everywhere. We have emperors dying on our side. They had immortal monarchs falling too. In the end, their side was forced to sign an agreement with certain provisions. Bu Lianxiang was very interested in this topic. The incredible masters up there were still forced to sign an agreement. This was indeed an amazing achievement from the emperors of the 9 worlds. You were in charge of Emperor Hunt. She understood from seeing her lover's expression. The Dark Crow has not always been in the 9 worlds. He would disappear a few generations every once in a while. That was the reason why some emperors in the 9 worlds had nothing to do with this imperial teacher. Li Qie sketched it in a light shade. You can put it that way. Back then, I utilized my relations with all the emperors and started a plan in the shadow. The start was very difficult. If it wasn't for Qi Zhan answering my call right away at first, that war would have lasted much longer. Even though Li Qie spoke in such a trivial manner, she was aware of the scale of the war. These immortal emperors managed to survive even after ascension. It must have been difficult for them to cooperate. Only a character like the Dark Crow would be able to convince these emperors to sit and talk in an amicable manner. Gathering these emperors is easier said than done, especially without you, she said softly. It was for everyone's sake. After all, humans and golems, charming spirits, blood race. If they want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine and heavenly race, they would need their predecessors like us to work hard and open a path. He became slightly touched at this point. Those who can become emperors are visionary with some love for their race. Back in the 9 worlds, Min Ran and I ended in a conflict, but he immediately sided with me during Emperor Hunt and offered his utmost support. It was related to the prosperity of our races. Personal feuds were left to the side. You always think too much for the human race regardless of the time and location, but how many humans are actually aware of your effort? She sighed gently and caressed his face. All he got for quietly paying price to safeguard the 9 worlds and humans were curses and scorn. What else can I do? The human blood flows through my veins. Li Qie laughed freely. Since I'm a human, I must contribute for the sake of the race. That's all. He didn't care whether the people in the 9 worlds remember his contribution or understand his actions at all. You will have many enemies in the 10th world then. I'm afraid they will not let go of this opportunity and will try to hunt you instantly. She became worried again. Yes. Li Qie didn't share the same sentiment. He chuckled and said, It's one thing for the other immortal monarchs, but Geezer Qian will be the first to hunt me. He will never give up until he flays my flesh. That's the only thing that can wash away his fury. What did you do to make him hate you so much? Even though she didn't know who this geezer was, an existence that could hate the Dark Crow wasn't simple at all. Not much. I only took his daughter to the 9 worlds. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. He once said that no one will be able to protect me. Any emperor who wants to do so would become his enemy. He smirked happily at this point and felt pretty good while imagining the angry appearance of the geezer. Bu Lianxiang didn't expect this answer at all. In the beginning, she thought the hate would be relating to a treasure or a racial prejudice, not because of a woman. Can't you play nice for a little bit? She pouted. Picking up girls still in the 10th worlds, bringing the innocent lady down to the 9 worlds, away from her home. How can you be so cruel? No, she is very different. Li Qie shook his head. The Qian clan of Essence Continent is quite frightening. She didn't want to stay at her clan and definitely not with the geezer. Such a unique girl. He gently sighed while recalling the unwanted past. But she's still someone's daughter. Bu Lianxiang said. Li Qi'er explained. Yes, but she agreed to follow me to the 9 worlds. I didn't force her. It was just that she didn't wish to stay with her father. This was why the old geezer was so angry. He thought that I tricked and seduced his daughter with some devious art. That's why he vowed that if I were to appear in the 13 continents, he would flay me to death. It wasn't his first time feuding with the old geezer, but this matter pleased him the most because there was nothing the old geezer could do except gritting his teeth. Is he strong? She asked. Li Qi'er nodded. Very, a top 10 emperor in the 10th world with few peers. He had presided over the matters in the 10th world several times too. Quite an amazing person. She became quiet and worried for her lover. After all, the 10th world was even more merciless than the 9. Even emperors have died there. Don't worry, it's not my first time. I can't die that easily. He stroked her soft hair and comforted. If they dare to stop my path, I'll flatten them all eventually. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. She could only hug him tighter by the neck. There was nothing she could do about this even if she were to go to the 10th world with him. Perhaps she would even become a burden. I want to go to the immortal demon grotto. After a long embrace, he eventually revealed. You want to go there? She blurted out in shock. Others weren't aware of this location but she did. This was the origin of the Dark Crow. Even emperors might not be able to survive after a trip there. Yes, tomorrow. It's time to tie up all loose ends. After doing this, I will have nothing else to worry about. No need to look back again during my ultimate battle. Right, but this is the immortal demon grotto, a powerful foe of yours. How about we gather everyone to go with you? She asked. No need, it's not the same as before. The grotto is weaker now after the choice back then. Plus, I have 4 grand completion physiques at the moment. How many people can actually take me on in this world? Even if the grotto was still as strong as before, I can definitely still escape alive. This is our personal feud. He smiled and said. She wasn't in a position to say anything else after seeing his determination and had to acquiesce. Chapter 1703. The immortal demon grotto was not famous in the 9 worlds. Few even knew of its existence. The ones who were aware of it had, more or less, something to do with Li Qi'er. In fact, even the privileged few couldn't find it for a visit. The reason was very simple. After escaping the grotto's control, Li Qi'er and an emperor worked together to banish the spatial location of the grotto. Thus, even if people managed to find the entrance, they would come to find that it was a dead end. The grotto's area was banished into deep space. Unless one was able to find the exact coordinates from Li Qi'er, it was impossible to enter. In fact, ever since the banishment, there had only been 2 instances of people arriving. The first was the ancient Ming, tricked by Li Qi'er with the story of Gong Yang. The ancient Ming didn't only use several overlords to make their way in. They even directly drove their corporeal zone inside, wishing to suppress the grotto. Li Qi'er was the one who purposely leaked the coordinates to the ancient Ming. Unfortunately for the ancient Ming, they weren't ready for the existence they found inside. The confident overlords didn't prepare enough and only got away with grievous injuries due to the corporeal zone. This artifact suffered damage as well. The second intruder was immortal Emperor Ta Kong, tricked by Gu Zun. He was the leaker of the coordinates this time. The Emperor's expedition alarmed the Black Dragon King's group. Meanwhile, Li Qi'er, as the Dark Crow, was very unstable at the time. The Black Dragon King waged war furiously against the Emperor before leading his legion inside. He had unstoppable generals accompanying him. This allowed for him to seize Li Qi'er's body from the grotto. However, they paid a grave price as well. The third body of the king fell in this battle along with his generals. The entire legion was virtually annihilated. This once amazing legion from heaven suppression was in name only henceforth. It wasn't so easy to steal Li Qi'er's body. It required sacrificing the heaven's will of immortal Emperor Ta Kong before obtaining a complete body. Otherwise, his souls and true fate would have been stuck in the crow forever. In fact, Jian Wenxin exhausted her means to come up with a different method to obtain a complete body without sacrificing the heaven's will. Empress Hong Tian also agreed with this plan and felt that she could kill her own way inside. Alas, Li Qi'er rejected this method. He stood before the grotto with old memories resurfacing and stirring his emotions. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. His youthful self entering this place by accident has changed his whole life and the 9 worlds. The river of time had shifted due to this event. In the end, he smiled wryly while shaking his head, then stepped inside the entrance. It was an empty crater, a scene of destruction. This was the result of the spatial banishment. The grotto was indeed in front of him. If one didn't have the exact coordinates, they would never be able to enter even if they were to destroy this whole location. Whoosh! Lichia raised his finger. A spatial disk emerged instantly with innumerable coordinates that stretched out as wide as an ocean. Finding a banished set of coordinates was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Lichia quickly locked onto a coordinate and activated his method. With a buzz, he was teleported to a different sphere. The grotto wasn't actually a type of cave. It was an independent world that was quite large with its own celestials. Continents and oceans could be found here. Lichia was too familiar with this place because he had involuntarily flown back several times as the Dark Crow. He knew the place like the palm of his hand. However, it was a different scene now with no semblance of the past. The world had collapsed along with the stars above. Continents and oceans were ravaged, leaving behind a huge void with broken debris floating about. Among the broken geography were many corpses. He gently sighed at this brutal sight and could easily imagine the battle back then. He walked across this void zone in silence. He suddenly stopped along the way and stomped down on a broken continent. It cracked and a corpse was revealed. It was completely different from everyone else since it was as black as ink. Ancient Ming. His eyes turned cold. Despite knowing what had happened from the memories of the Black Dragon King, the atmosphere still changed completely when he saw one. He scowled and threw away the corpse like trash before continuing. A broken river was before him with water still running down. It was washing a gigantic carapace of a snail. It remained immovable by this river as if nothing could affect it. Lichia's heart fluttered at this sight and quickened his pace. It only took a flash before he was next to it. He couldn't be more familiar with the patterns on this particular carapace. He patted the shell and murmured, "Such a struggle. This battle had drawn in so many generals and old followers." This was the Calamity God from Cleansing Incense, a once invincible existence, praised as the 2 gods of Mortal Emperor along with the Realm God from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Everyone in this world believed that it was a true deity. The truth was that this god disappeared before the fight between the Dragon King and Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. It meant that after he became unstable, the Dragon King and the others have already planned on attacking the grotto. The attack led by the Dragon King also had old followers of the Dark Crow, characters on the same level as the Calamity God. The Emperor was only the catalyst to start everything early. His one misstep resulted in his death. In the end, he put away the carapace while lamenting within. He went on his way and saw the broken ruins everywhere. One place had countless craters. Another was destroyed back to the origin in the form of primordial chaos. This was quite a frightening sight. Nevertheless, no one should be surprised by this. It was a war between the Dragon King and his awesome allies, the Ancient Ming, and the grotto itself. He eventually made his way to the deepest location. A once supreme peak towered there. It was finished now with great cracks, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. At the pinnacle was a divine throne, broken as well, only half of it remained. Nevertheless, it was still exuding divinity, showing that it was an amazing artifact. His eyes didn't linger on this throne but a flower terrace in front of it. The border was made from peerless heavenly immortal jades with an ancient style. The soil inside was surely the finest in this world. Alas, it was completely empty without a single leaf or flower, not even dead ones on the ground. I think in the past, my Ra or the author mistyped snail as calamity, versus. I suspected this a little bit but the error went on for a bit. Calamity God sounds cooler anyway. Chapter 1704. The empty flower terrace left Lichia shocked as he jumped closer. He instantly opened his heavenly gaze while picking up a handful of soil. When the soil fell down the gap of his fingers, he felt the tangible sensation of touch. This was no illusion. He confirmed that this terrace was completely empty. There was no hidden and vision-obscuring arts. No way! His expression darkened with confusion at this unfavorable development. While looking at the memories of the Black Dragon King, Li Qie saw the sudden appearance of the ancient Ming while the Black Dragon King's group was attacking the grotto. They wanted to take advantage of the situation, but there was no memory of the result. However, Li Qie guessed that all three sides suffered losses. Moreover, he believed that it was impossible for the ancient Ming to kill the being in the grotto. It was someone of a monstrous level. But this geyser and the were nowhere to be found. This grass was one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, granting absolute immortality. The endless time, destruction, and attacks from enemies were useless before the owner of this treasure. In other words, this was the only thing in the world that could directly grant immortality, allowing one to last as long as the villainous heaven. Because of this grass, the grotto was able to create the indestructible dark crow. The grass itself wasn't only growing on the terrace but also the master of the grotto and Li Qie's body. It connected the grotto, its master, and Li Qie together. Thus, as long as Li Qie's body and souls were intact, the dark crow outside could suffer any damage and destruction. The powerful master possessing them made it too difficult to steal Li Qie's body back. Li Qie was also aware that obtaining the grass was impossible as well. Even though the old geezer couldn't leave this place, he was simply untouchable even for emperors. The grass growing on his body made him even more impervious. For generations, Li Qie had schemed for this grass. Alas, he couldn't find the right opportunity. Such a chance would only come once. Failure meant losing the grass forever. But now, the old geezer and the grass were nowhere to be found. All kind of possibilities popped up in Li Qie's head and made him quite anxious. Even an eternal existence like him felt a sense of dread. The worst-case scenario was that the ancient Ming had obtained the grass. If this was true, the consequence would be unimaginable. Not only would the 9 worlds tremble, the 10th world wouldn't be spared either. This race already had the corporeal zone. If it had the 2, it would be too much to handle because no one has ever gotten 2 heavenly treasures at the same time. Plus, these 2 were different since they could be used as personal artifacts as well. If someone or a race were to obtain 1 treasure, then they would be infinitely close to being unbeatable, if not that already. Possessing 2 at the same time would be impossible to describe with words. Just the corporeal zone stopped Li Qie and the full force of the 9 worlds from killing the ancient Ming. If they had the as well, the myriad races were doomed in the future. Nevertheless, Li Qie was still the ruler of the 9 worlds, the eternal dark hand. He quickly took a composing breath and became determined to find out whether the ancient Ming had really gotten the treasure or not. He opened his eyes and released all of his energy. His eyes became brilliant and swept through the entire grotto without missing a single clue. Finally, he focused on the cliff below this peak and carefully gazed downward with lightning speed. After the careful search, he placed his palm on the throne. Buzz! Light spewed out of the broken throne. With cracking noises, the broken pieces came together again to form a perfect throne. Creak! After Li Qie fixed the throne, a body slowly rose from the mud. It was completely dried with bones showing in many places. Plus, the bones were broken, evident of the terrible fight it experienced before death. Geezer! Li Qie was shocked and quickly held the body up from the mud. He poured a boundless amount of energy into the body. It was an old man. Judging from the corpse, he used to be quite burly and muscular. Alas, after dying from the grave injuries, his body shrunk quite a bit. I'm still alive, after a long time, a feeble voice sounded. The old man struggled to open his eyes. When he opened his mouth to speak, there were 3 leaves inside that have lost their life force. Ah, brat. You're finally here. I knew you wouldn't give up. He kept on stuttering. Li Qie continued to pour energy into the old man's body so he could speak. Your enemies are still alive. He pointed at Li Qie and stammered. They're still alive and well, I know. Li Qie calmly said, if you didn't let them run back then, this wouldn't have happened. You were the one who left yourself this future trouble. With his muddled eyes the old man smiled. Ah, you're talking about back then, brat. So what if I tried to kill them back then? They had the corporeal zone, The price required to kill them is too heavy. Plus, wouldn't it be exactly to your wish? Brat. I knew what you were planning. You wanted both the corporeal zone and the... Where is the grass? Li Qie didn't want to waste time. However, the old man didn't answer him. I have lost completely with no chance of rising again. Ah, brat. I didn't lose to the ancient Ming or you. I I lost because of the damned villainous heaven. I just want to know if the grass has fallen to the ancient Ming's hands. Li Qie repeated with a serious tone. This was the thing he wanted to know the most. No rush, no rush. I will let you know. The dying old man was much calmer than Li Qie. He said, I'm about to die anyway, spare this time for me. What else could Li Qie do after hearing this? Brat, no need to begrudge me. You should feel gratitude instead. Even though those bastards ancient Ming have killed me, they're not much better right now, even with the corporeal zone. They will need to rest for a long time. I'm no slouch, not that easy to beat me, he said weakly. Li Qie only stared quietly at the old man. The old man continued, Brat, I want to know, are you thinking about going all out? Chapter 1705. Li Qie remained stoic. Tell me about the longevity grass and I will tell you my real thoughts. Haggling with me? That's just like me. Fine, it's okay to tell you. The bastards didn't get the longevity grass. It's impossible to take the longevity grass, unless I allow it. The old man's chest was rising up and down from laughing, but this made it harder for him to breathe. Li Qie heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a devastating blow if the ancient Ming had obtained that heavenly treasure. Now he could finally relax. However, Brat, don't be excited just yet. The ancient Ming bastards are nothing compared to what you will face in the future, the villainous heaven. They're only ants and lackeys. If you really want to go for it, you still have a long way to go. I'll always head for the finishing line no matter how long it is. Li Qie said flatly. I do like your tenacity, just like when I was younger, the stubbornness and fearlessness. The old man still laughed heartily despite being on his last leg. Li Qie waited for him to regain his breath before speaking. You are you and I am me, simply enemies. That's fine too, enemy or family. Plus, even if we are enemies, where else can you find one that has lasted for several tens of million years? The old man smiled. Li Qie didn't answer. After a long while the old man pointed his quivering finger at Li Qie and said, Brat, if you want to win, you have to find that item, or you will never win. This is my conclusion after the endless years. You don't know how many epochs have passed. All methods have been exhausted, including refining an entire world, the 9 heavenly scriptures, shouldering even more heaven's wills, using the heavenly treasures. But no one has been successful. He gasped for breath after the long sentence. Li Qie sent more energy and said, No need for you to worry. I have found it and have an even deeper understanding of it than you. Brat, no need to brag. Though I have never seen it and only heard of its legends, but I didn't waste my life for nothing. The old man was unhappy. Li Qie chuckled without bothering to explain himself. Brat, I might not be able to witness your triumphant return, but if there is hell in this world, I'll be smiling down there. That villainous and wretched heaven. Someone will kill it eventually. His last sentence was sonorous and powerful despite his current struggle. Talk about the longevity grass now. Li Qie changed the topic. Brat, I know you have always wanted it. The old man laughed. Don't worry, it is still in my possession, in this world. I am the only one who knows where it is. Since you are about to die, reveal its location. Li Qie said slowly. The old man eventually replied. Brat, I can give you the grass. Just ask and it will be yours. Of course, you have conditions. Li Qie understood. Right. The old man laughed. I have 2 conditions. 1, you will accept me as your father. 2nd, find a girl to have several sons. One of them must take my last name. Agree with these 2 things and I will tell you where the grass is. Li Qie immediately rejected and said flatly, That's impossible. I will not acknowledge an enemy as a father. Brat, we're more alike than you think. I have done many bad things but the same applies to you. The old man chuckled. Other things are negotiable, not this. Li Qie said. Change it and I shall do it regardless of the difficulty. Brat, you think I can have any other wishes? After living for so long, I have seen everything there is to see. These are the only 2 things I want and it's not hard for you at all. Bow and call me father, then give me a grandchild. That's all it takes, quite easy. Unfortunately, I won't be entertaining this. Li Qi leisurely shook his head and was unmoved. Brat, you're just like me. If you won't agree, I won't help you either. The old man laughed. Li Qi replied. You can reconsider because I can prolong your life. The old man said. Prolong my life? It's not possible. I know my condition more than you. The truth is that living longer is meaningless now. At the very least, I have groomed someone like you, someone that can take the fight against the villainous heaven. Brat, if you want to win, you better have the longevity grass. I know. That's why you should change your conditions. I can help you with your other unfinished wishes. I don't want anything else besides these two things. Then I can't help you. Li Qi shook his head. You stubborn brat, my only regret is not having a son like you, otherwise. I. The hand pointing at Li Qi fell down quietly. Old geezer. Old geezer. The anxious Li Qi hurriedly shook the old man's body while pouring in more energy, but it was useless. The old man was truly dead this time. A once untouchable existence that had ruled the upper realm and worshipped by the gods died a quiet death today. No one else knew about it. Li Qi gently sighed while hugging the old man. He couldn't escape death even with the longevity grass. Nevertheless, he hid it in the last second at a location only he knew. Of course, it was definitely not inside the grotto. It must have been a perilous situation, and the old man was on his last leg. Not wanting the ancient Ming to have it, he let go of the grass and used a special method to send it away. Li Qi buried him and reshaped the throne into a divine memorial tablet. He stood before the grave and eventually started carving on the tablet with his finger. Grave of everlasting Shao Shi. He said, Old geezer, rest well. Our past feuds and grievances have disappeared with your death. I will return one day after destroying the high heaven. Like you have said, if hell exists in this world, you shall be smiling down there. With that, he bowed deeply towards the grave and took one last look around at this broken grotto. The world he knew so well no longer existed. When he made it outside near the entrance, he glanced back again with all kind of emotions. Everything began at the immortal demon grotto, but this place was still destroyed. The geezer had fallen and the grass had disappeared. He was now the ruler of the 9 worlds, no longer a young shepherd. Chapter 1706. The entire 9 worlds were excited with a sensational development while Li Qi was inside the grotto. Rumble! The heaven's will that had appeared suddenly turned into a maelstrom that could be seen anywhere in the 9 worlds. In the past, it had taken the shape of dragon, phoenix, deity and other various images. Now, it finally took a unified form in the shape of this maelstrom. Its final form finally appeared with this maelstrom hanging in the sky. Everyone was shocked and wanted to see the finale of the process with their own eyes. You can never get bored of this scene. It's a life worth living just to watch this formation in each generation. An old man stared at the maelstrom in the sky and sentimentally commented. This was the first time for many young cultivators, so they became quite excited. The final form is finished. This is when they need to gain its acceptance and be qualified for the competition to become immortal emperor. A member from the last generation murmured. At this stage, the young geniuses needed to be recognized by this entity. Of course, not all of them could do so. For example, the path of the Grand Era disqualified certain powerful geniuses. The moment they chose the other path, they were no longer connected by fate to the heaven's will. As for the path of the heaven users, not all were recognized either without the right conditions. The 2 disqualifying factors were weak cultivation and imperfect Grand Tao. The first was understandable. After all, what was the point of competing if one wasn't strong enough? Same for the second, creating an imperfect Grand Tao was a sign of incompetence. They wouldn't be able to shoulder the power of the heaven's will. Thus, how could such a Grand Tao be recognized? The heavens will encompass the power of the myriad Tao in the 9 worlds. It was tyrannical and not just anyone could shoulder it. A perfect self-created Grand Tao was necessary. Otherwise, even if someone used the most heaven-defying mean to seize the will, their own imperfect Tao would collapse along with their body and true fate. Thus, after the final form, one needed to be recognized by the heavens will after reaching an acceptable power level and creating a perfect Tao. This didn't mean that they could become an emperor. They still needed to work and defeat the other geniuses before winning ascension. Boom! The maelstrom continued to rotate in the sky without making any sound. It was a soft rotation, nearly imperceptible to spectators. Inside the maelstrom were flowing Tao laws with a unified rhythm. People couldn't tell whether the heavens will itself was moving, or just the laws inside moving. Each strand of law was newly formed, engulfed by a primordial aura and brimming with power. These laws came from the absolute beginning and carried the strength of this phenomenon. These were the laws of the heavens' will, the laws of the beginning of the world, the most tempting part about the heavens' will. After reaching a certain level, anyone could grasp laws. Emperors could create imperial laws. This type of law was infinitely close to being at the heavens' will level. They were extremely powerful. However, it was only close at best and wasn't at the same level. The most precious thing about a new heaven's will was that these laws have never been used before. This meant that its strength has never been weakened. Many descendants could exert the awesome power of an emperor after cultivating imperial merit laws. The ones cultivating heaven's will secret laws could even show off a power similar to the heaven's will. However, it ended at being similar and couldn't truly compare to the new laws inside the maelstrom. These laws were at the apex of their strength from having never been used before. This was the reason why immortal emperors were so untouchable. They had a force unavailable to the rest of the world, one that was pristine. People were salivating and felt their heart beating faster while looking at the heaven's will. It symbolized invincibility within the 9 worlds. Baz! Within this night, certain geniuses were recognized by the entity. One youth was sleeping on a tiny bed. Suddenly, a tiny maelstrom emerged on his forehead. This was the mark of recognition. Damn! I got recognized. The sleeping youth woke up and looked at the tiny maelstrom above his forehead. He was ecstatic and immediately rushed out to tell his seniors. Meanwhile, a goddess and her seniors were staring at the heaven's will. With the same buzzing noise, the mark appeared on her forehead as well. The heaven's will has recognized you. The seniors next to her were jubilated and nearly jumped up and down in celebration. In a short time, good news traveled all around the 9 worlds with qualified youths being granted recognition. The monk from Vajra, Western Bull's Sacred Supreme, and other geniuses were recognized by the heaven's will. The 9 worlds quickly drowned in a furor of excitement. Long Jingxian, Ming Yeshue, Mei Su Yao were recognized as well for the female crowd. For someone like Long Jingxian to not get recognized, all logic would need to be thrown out of the window. The girls were calm after receiving the recognition since they knew that no one could defeat Li Qia. Only Long Jingxian was readying her fists and sharpening her snow-white teeth. She aggressively said, "Humph, I wonder if that ugly Qia got accepted yet. I shall take down his arrogant face." She burst out in laughter while imagining the scene. Meanwhile, the geniuses from the great powers were ecstatic. This was a happy event for them regardless of whether they could become immortal emperor or not. It meant that they didn't waste up to 100 years of cultivation. Their effort has finally paid off. Thus, many parties began. Sects gathered together and tried to win some allies for their own candidates as preparation for the competition. After all, the competition wasn't only about the candidates but also their backing. Having more allies would boost their strength. Of course, others were sad too. Some of their prodigies worked hard and were quite powerful, yet the heavens will didn't recognize them. This group became dejected by the result. Their years of effort were completely wasted. It was too much of a blow to take. Chapter 1707. After stepping out of the grotto, a buzzing noise came about and sure enough, a tiny maelstrom emerged on his forehead as well, signifying him being recognized by the heaven's will. It wasn't surprising at all. If his 13 palaces couldn't get this recognition, no one else in the world would. Li Qia had no reaction outside of a chuckle. It's finally here. Time for me to start. Having said that, his forehead lit up with lights consisting of 3 different colors: gold, silver, and iron. They twisted together and time seemed to stop because of their continuous flow. The 3 lights became increasingly dazzling before 3 maelstrom emerged. They looked as if they could refine the entire world. Buzz! In a jiffy, the 3 maelstroms seized the tiny one from the heaven's will. It was the scene of a spider having its way with its prey stuck in the net. Even though the heaven's will maelstrom struggled, it was nothing before the other 3. It didn't take long before it was refined into a strand of light. Remember that the heavens will contain the power of a generation, and all the Tao of the 9 worlds. Yet, it was refined so quickly by these 3 maelstrom, making their might apparent. The maelstrom disappeared, only leaving the flowing lights. Meanwhile, the strand of light that used to be the tiny maelstrom followed right behind the other 3 flowing lights in the back. Clank, clank, clank. The 3 lights shot out 3 laws aiming straight for the vortex in the sky. Rumble. The heavens will quaked along with the sky. Next, the same combination of lights infiltrated the circulating laws. It seemed to have left a mark on the heavens' will. Lichia chuckled at this sight. Everything was in the palm of his hands. Meanwhile, something has happened in the 9 worlds to the horror of everyone. Their soul flew away and scattered. Ah! A miserable scream resounded in a certain sect within the 9 worlds. It was their divine prince who was recognized by the heavens' will yesterday. The entire sect was shocked to hear the scream, so the ancestors immediately rushed to his place. What's going on? One ancestor shouted after coming in. The prince was scared out of his mind. He could barely give an answer. My little maelstrom is gone. What do you mean? This ancestor didn't know what to say at all. The prince erupted with fury. He raised his head and shouted. The recognition of the heavens' will. It's missing now, what the hell? The ancestors in the sect noticed that there was nothing on his forehead. They seemed to be struck by thunder as well and had no response. Just 1 day ago, the tiny maelstrom was a supreme symbol of glory. Its disappearance was too much to take. No, someone has become an immortal emperor after shouldering the heavens' will. The oldest ancestor cried out. Who? The other ancestors were perplexed. The competition had yet to begin, yet someone had ascended already? But the heavens' will is still there. Look up there. A different ancestor screamed and pointed at the sky. His peers looked up. Sure enough, the heavens' will was still floating in the sky while rotating continuously. How strange! The oldest ancestor couldn't believe his own eyes and was completely astounded. Ancestor, what is going on? The prince couldn't accept this reality and hurriedly asked the oldest ancestor. The oldest ancestor's wits returned eventually. He bitterly smiled and said without confidence, I have never seen this situation before. Normally, only when there is a victor would everyone else's mark disappear. But the heavens' will is still there, so no one has become emperor just yet. Thus your mark should still be there. This is usually the case. No way. On this same day, miserable screams came all around the 9 worlds from the geniuses that have previously won the recognition of the will, such as Sacred Supreme and the monk from Vajra. Their mark has also disappeared, so they were terror-stricken. The mark of all the candidates has disappeared. In a short time, this explosive news erupted across the 9 worlds. How can this be? Ancestors shouted after receiving the message. The ones who have witnessed the imperial ascension found this astonishing. One said in a stupor, how can this be? The heavens' will is right there. In the beginning, many people thought that this was only a coincidence. It wasn't until the news spread and people found that this was a widespread phenomenon. Everyone was spooked out of their mind. Their first reaction was to look at the sky, but this only worsened their confusion. Everyone couldn't come up with an answer, not even the most knowledgeable ancestor or old monsters that have seen the ascension of several immortal emperors before. No one could imagine this development. Strange. Is this generation different than all the others? A different ancestor murmured. A new age is coming. A true invincible character has woken up from their sleep. He shuddered and said, the ruler of the 9 worlds is shocking indeed. Something big is happening and people better start praying. The blind ones will die for sure. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he could sense that this had something to do with the Dark Crow, and that the Dark Crow was planning something great. Those who have experienced the Dark Crow firsthand were aware of the incoming change, just like how the ancient Ming was usurped by his plans. They didn't know what was going to happen next, but they warned their disciples to not leave the sects in order to avoid causing trouble. This must be ugly Chia spoiling the fun. Long Jingxian angrily shouted after her mark disappeared and ran around cleansing incense, wanting to fight Li Chia. She was aware that he was the only one capable of this deed. The other girls were smiling wryly. This was indeed a terrible prank on the 9 worlds. He let the geniuses become excited first before taking it away from them. It was the same as pouring cold water over their head. He has controlled the heavens' will. The thing itself is only a type of embellishment on this path. Bu Lianxiang smiled and said. Jingxian was not happy after failing to find Li Chia. She gritted her teeth and claimed, I'll challenge him when he comes back, We'll see if his 13 palaces are better or my 12. Chapter 1708. After Li Qie returned to cleansing incense, Long Jingxian was the first to run out. She furiously hollered, "Ugly Qie, what sinister deed have you done? Stealing other people's qualification to compete. What are you talking about?" Li Qie glanced at her with one eye in response. "This is the heavens will wanting me as its master. What can I do about it?" He shrugged helplessly as if the heavens' will was forcing him to become an emperor. Seeing his infuriating act made her even angrier. She wanted nothing more than to punch his face in. "Humph. Ugly Qie. Just wait until I finish refining the Immortal Emperor Massacre formation. I'll team up with the girls and break all your teeth even if you become an emperor. We'll have an emperor grovel and beg for mercy at that point." She couldn't help but laugh as if she could already see the scene. Li Qie chuckled. "I'll wait for you all to finish the formation then. Ugly Qie, we will. Just wait and pick up your teeth from the ground at that point." She raised her fist to threaten and provoke him. Li Qie only smiled. This girl had boundless potential. As long as she had enough motivation, her future achievements would be unbelievable since her talents were most likely on the same level as the Ionic geniuses. Bu Lianxiang spoke up next. "How was the Immortal Demon Grotto?" She was relieved to see her lover coming back. Despite having great confidence in him, she still worried when his foe was the grotto. "The feuds and grievances are over. I have untied another knot in my mind." He gently sighed and told her of the grotto's situation. "The ancient Ming. They're like leeches that won't let go." She was startled. It's to be expected. The old geezer was still only a chess piece, but no matter what, that's one more business finished. The ancient Ming didn't gain anything, not the longevity grass, and were even majorly wounded by the old man. Their overlords won't appear soon, so this is a good opportunity for the 9 worlds. It's a shame about the longevity grass though. If you had obtained it, it would be so useful in the future, giving you a chance to rise again even after a defeat at the final battle. She said with regrets. "It's fine. No need to mull over it. It's really not that useful in the final battle since it won't help me win. It'll just be a way out at best. I hope to either win or lose completely. No need to talk about trying again. Let it all end in this generation." He explained his thoughts. She leaned in closer face to face and tenderly spoke. "I see. Immortality is painful, a kind of torture for you. Watching those close to you leave one by one, lovers and all. Those years must have been hard." She was also from an ancient era and had experienced goodbyes before, so she could understand the pain experienced by the ruler of the 9 worlds. He embraced her and became a bit sentimental. "I just don't want to be an ant, but this has brought so much pain to those close to me. Everyone has to make a choice. Being a warrior is still a happier choice than being an ant." She said with a serious tone. "The world needs warriors or it will be full of ants or a breeding ground for livestock." "I know." He hugged her tighter without speaking. Magu came to visit shortly after his return. She also planned on leaving the 9 worlds with him, so she had finished with her tasks at the academy. "The realm god hopes that you can do him a favor before leaving, teacher," she said after seeing Li Qie. "It wants to leave?" Li Qie made a prediction. She nodded. "He wants to return to his home since its mission can be considered finished at the academy." The realm god was from the world tree. After being brought back to the academy, it had never left before. Alas, after the long years, death was approaching, so it wanted to return to its roots. The old geezers at the academy are willing to let it leave? Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. For the academy, the realm god was their divine protector, allowing them to be freed from stress and fear of any powerful enemy. It was their most powerful defensive line and the final one. It would be a great loss for the academy to be without their realm god. However, it still agreed for their god to leave. The academy wished to change itself by making this difficult choice. The realm god wants to return to its roots, so the ancestors gave it their full blessing while hoping that it could spend its remaining years in peace and bliss. Magu spoke softly. The academy chose to respect the realm god's choice over its own benefits. "Your old geezers are still flexible enough, much better than the war god temple back then. That's not hard though. When I open the void gate, it can return to the world tree." Li Qie chuckled. Bu Lianxiang was shocked to hear this. "The void gate? One of the 9? You actually know how to open it?" Legend has it that no one was able to do so in the past. The best achiever was a mortal emperor How High who managed to climb the world tree. Yes, no one has been able to open the gate in history, including me. But that's only because the time wasn't ripe. Until now, that is. I know how to open it now and am eager to see what awaits after. Li Qie nodded. Just what kind of world is behind the Void Gate? She murmured after hearing about its many legends. I'm not sure of the exact details, but in my opinion, it is definitely an independent world. Each of the 9 treasures is unique and has their own magical properties. They're not just simple treasures like other artifacts. No rush though, I am confident. Just wait and see after I open it. Li Qie said with a smile. Teacher, can you actually bring it with you? It was Magu's turn to ask. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. No, the 9 aren't exactly treasures, and the Void Gate is even more special. The Longevity Grass, Myriad Thoughts Pot, and the Corporeal Zone, you can take these ones with you but not the Void Gate. What can it do? Bu Lianxiang asked. What's the point if you can't bring it with you? I can control it at least. He answered. Perhaps it will be a haven in the future, but I would need to open it before making any further statement. Is there enough time since you're about to leave? She became worried. Yes. The Void Gate is under my control right now and I will open it before leaving. It shall be my final legacy for the 9 worlds. If they still fail to fight the enemies with this gift, then it would be too disappointing, truly helpless. I will be completely speechless at that point. Li Qie said slowly. Mind your words, legacy is the wrong choice. Plus, you have left many things behind already. Lianxiang quickly covered his mouth and gently scolded. She didn't want to hear such unlucky comments. In the future, she hoped for him to live on regardless if she was still alive or not. Teacher shall be eternal. Magu said. Your existence gives my life meaning. Without you, everything will be bleak and my eternal physique will lose its purpose. Li Qie's heart turned soft while looking at Magu's sincere expression. He stroked her hair and said, Right, I will be eternal. His mind didn't share the same optimism as his words. Chapter 1709. Cleansing incense received many guests during the last several days. Old Xian and ancestors from the War God Temple, Blood Bull God Fiend, and masters from the Blood Race all came to say goodbye. After this trip, they wouldn't be able to see their forefathers again. Both Old Xian and the God Fiend were leaving with Li Qie. The God Fiend wasn't alone since the 4 primal Skymatrons came with him to come to the 10th world as well. There was a reason for them to come, relating to the origin of their blood race and who their progenitor was. As time passed, more guests arrived at the sect. Visual phenomena continued to appear as if all the experts in the world were visiting. Such a scene left many great powers envious. In the past, only an emperor would enjoy this grand treatment, but now, Fiercest was experiencing it even though he wasn't an emperor just yet. Of course, in Mortal Emperor, the 2 entities were virtually the same in everyone's eyes already. Madame Ziyan and Yuan Saiha have arrived. Saiha brought a plethora of spirit herbs and grasses. Of course, Li Qie returned the favor by giving her some of his own while imparting his lifelong alchemy skill to her. In the future, the war in the 10th world will be rough and they would need an alchemy emperor. Of course, she wasn't one just yet, but this was inevitable. Li Qie began a meeting with the God Fiend, Old Xian, and South Emperor. I will require your assistance this trip since I will be going on a different path. Li Qie told the group after sitting down. Your Excellency, you wish to go alone? The God Fiend was surprised. Li Qie nodded. Right, I have too many enemies up there. If you all follow me, you will be caught up in the crossfire and be hunted by a large group. If we split up instead, I can draw the majority of the enemies away. The juniors will need your protection. Your path won't be easy either, but I trust in your power. The Ascension participants will be subjected to the suppression of the heaven and earth. We don't have the heaven's will, so this suppression might be even stronger. Old Xian expressed his concern. Li Qie agreed. That's true, since not just anyone could come to the 10th. Don't worry about this, I will force a path open and the suppression won't be anything. I'll flatten the way for your group. Just worry about the hunt up there. That will be your biggest obstacle. The older 2 became tense, but South Emperor laughed instead. Fine, let us witness the might of the emperors and gods up there then. It'll come either way. He was young and vigorous compared to the other 2. Of course, his exceptional talents were not something old Xian and the God Fiend could match. You three will be supporting the main combatants at the vanguard. Li Qie said. Someone else will do it because you will be facing existences at the Emperor level. The risk of dying is too high for you three. Li Qie was going to let the Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger under Hidden Dragon Mountains lead the way. Only characters like them could truly face the enemies who had the power of the heaven's will. The three had no objection and weren't offended. After all, they couldn't be arrogant against foes wielding the heaven's will and could only try their best. However, your responsibilities are still heavy, everyone's safety. Li Qie emphasized. Your Excellency, we will do our best to not let you down. The group solemnly said. I know that you can do so. Li Qie nodded. Old Xian, your high heaven manual has unfathomable power. After cultivating for so long, you should be one with it and should be able to fight against them without losing too badly. Just not a particularly powerful one. I hope so. Old Xian nodded. The manual mentioned here was the thing Li Qie wanted to borrow from their war god temple. Blood Bull's weapon might be a bit inferior, but not by much. It has been in your possession for so long. I'm sure you can exert its power. Li Qie told the God Fiend. It's nothing compared to our progenitor's mastery. The God Fiend humbly answered. There is only one blood progenitor in this world. He can take on anyone up there. It's understandable that you're not on his level right now. Li Qie smiled. He took another glance at the group and said, outside of this, I have another request. Sacred Teacher, what would you like us to do? Just say the words. South Emperor smiled. Li Qie spoke. Very simple, but it won't be easy to carry out. I need all of you to work together to kill me. Actually kill me. Kill you. The three were shocked and glanced at each other in confusion. They thought they have misheard him. Your Excellency, you want us to kill you? Even the experienced God Fiend had a strange expression on his face. Yes, kill me. Li Qie confirmed. It's not easy, Sacred Teacher. South Emperor smiled wryly while shaking his head. Not to mention that you're unkillable under your 13 palaces. We might be crushed before your 4 physiques. That's why I created a painless way to die without hurting my Tao foundation. It is very suitable for this situation. Li Qie smirked. The three exchanged glance again. In history, Li Qie might be the only one who had created a method to die. No one would really believe the story if it was to spread out. On the next days, Li Qie was quite busy. They needed meticulous preparation before going to the 10th world. Li Qie didn't only create a huge ship but also let experts like the God Fiend, Old Xian, and Alpine Tree Father fight each other. This was so that they could get used to each other and foster better teamwork. This would, in turn, give them a higher chance of survival up there. Of course, he also began the process of killing himself. He didn't only want to go to the 10th world but also used this opportunity to deliver a great blow to those up there. He was aware that when he caused a big stir while going up, the emperors and gods up there would know that the Dark Crow was about to come again and not alone this time. So many people hated him up there and wanted nothing more than to flay him. Thus, the moment they found out about his ascension, they would crazily hunt him in a relentless manner. This was a rare opportunity for him since it wasn't easy to have so many emperors and gods gather together. If Li Qie didn't dig a hole for them, he would feel sorry that all of them have come such a long way to see him. Thus, he was planning to let them pay a great price and wishing to bathe in their blood. This was a way for him to establish his prestige once more, and using them to tell the other overlords in the 10th world that the Dark Crow has returned. He wanted to make his intention and determination of sweeping everything in his path as clear as possible to the lords above, to let them know of the terrible end awaiting those who stood in his way. He certainly knew that these overlords wouldn't compromise so easily, especially someone like the old geezer with the last name Qian. This old man would definitely want to take him on to the death. Of course, this didn't really matter to him. This trip was his triumphant return and his victory was assured, even if he must make mountains of bones and rivers of blood. No one could stop his million years of planning. In short, he must be successful in this generation. He wouldn't show mercy to old Qian and would even massacre the guy's clan. He wouldn't show mercy just because of Qian Suyun. It was either success or die trying for him in this generation. He would never let that event in the future happen. Chapter 17:10. While Li Qie was working hard preparing for the trip to the 10th world, an immortal light suddenly erupted at the Heavenly Tao Academy. It aimed straight for the Big Dipper and Altair before illuminating the entire night sky. Buzz! A clear noise echoed across Mortal Emperor. The light multiplied and stretched out across the realms in all 8 directions. A dazzling portal appeared in space, surrounded by both primordial energy and ancient runes. This portal had galaxies flowing through it and the birth of the Grand Tao. There seemed to be an eternal world coming into being within. What is that? What's happening? Many downtrodden cultivators suddenly rushed forward after seeing a glimmer of hope. After being robbed of their qualification for the throne, these candidates were going crazy. Eventually, they calmed down and became depressed with alliances shattered. The 9 worlds fell into a hush. However, this event today attracted many eyes. The candidates and their great powers all stared at the portal. Is this a change for the better? Many people speculated that this might have something to do with the heaven's will. However, the truly knowledgeable monsters were aware. One old Undying's eyes widened as he sat up and blurted out, "The Void Gate, one of the 9 legendary treasures. Are they really coming out in this generation?" No walls can block all winds. This news relating to the 9 treasures quickly traveled across the 9 worlds to the astonishment of everyone. A second wave of excitement flooded the world. In a short time, countless cultivators and even imperial ancestors rushed towards Mortal Emperor. They were even more eager to take the Void Gate than the Heaven's Will. One of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, its master will be able to sweep uncontested through the 9 worlds. One imperial ancestor claimed with excitement, "It's fine to get this instead of the Heaven's Will. Do they really exist?" Another was skeptical about the legends of the 9 treasures. For millions of years, no one had seen a real one before. Such skepticism was understandable. After all, these treasures were much rarer than the Heaven's Will. The sudden appearance of one right now was shrouded with doubts. Regardless of their authenticity, people rather believed it than not. In a short time, everyone crazily rushed for the portal, wishing to break it open. Who wouldn't want one of the 9 mythical items? Thus, the area of the portal was completely packed by layers of people. Even a drop of water couldn't get through. Some came riding gigantic beasts while others preferred ships. One great power even came with their divine mountain and took over an entire region. Rumble! Cultivators began to attack the portal in order to steal the treasure within. Alas, it was not budging regardless of their assault. In the end, an emperor assailant personally took action and still failed. The Void Gate remained close. People glanced at each other after the failure. If an emperor assailant couldn't open it, they wondered if someone else was capable. Meanwhile, Lichia stood up inside cleansing incense and glanced at the sky. The ancient void rune inside his palace spun like crazy. "It's time. My final business here before leaving and the last thing I shall leave to the 9 worlds," he said with a smile. He ordered some disciples to call for South Emperor's group. The group came after along with Magu and Bu Lianxiang. He smiled at them and said, "Come, I will show you the world behind the Void Gate. It will surely broaden your horizon after taking a look at the profundity of a heavenly treasure." The group, amazing they might be, was still shocked. They have never seen a mythical artifact of this level before. When Li Qie and the others came to the Void Gate, they found that it was completely packed. It was difficult for latecomers to even get close. "Fiercest is here," someone shouted after seeing him. The entire crowd gasped and everyone looked back at him. With loud noises, experts on the left and right receded like a tide to make a path for his group. The experts from Mortal Emperor were especially respectful towards Fiercest. In their eyes, he was already above an immortal emperor. No one in this world could handle a single attack from him. The great powers from Stone Medicine, Sacred Nether, and Heaven Spirit were staring at him with apprehension. Fiercest was already famous in these worlds and his shadow remained in their mind despite being gone for many years. Is that Fiercest? The experts from other worlds found it strange due to Li Qie's normal appearance. The disciples from these imperial lineages couldn't believe that this was the person who had destroyed Soaring Immortal. Is he really that strong? The young prodigies were unconvinced. One of them said, "He alone killed 4 imperial princes and the queen? Sounds like a lie." Some agreed with this statement and began to think that Mortal Emperor cultivators were purposely exaggerating Fiercest's strength. Meanwhile, people from Mortal Emperor were too lazy to defend. In their eyes, words couldn't describe Fiercest's power. These guys were simply courting death. Thus, as many made a path for Li Qie, some chose to linger behind. Leave, don't block the path. There was no need for Li Qie to do anything. Alpine Tree Father took action with his coiling dragon banner. Boom! The cultivators in the way were instantly blown away without a chance to fight back. After seeing such an expert personally leading the way for Li Qie, others quickly retreated and didn't dare to comment any longer regardless of their thoughts. Nevertheless, the Void Gate was still very tempting. A few invincible ancestors stepped up after seeing Li Qie standing in front of the portal and released their powerful auras and avatar forms, resembling Great Mountain. Praise the Supreme. Fellow Taoist, I am the Eagle God from Lingwu Mountain. I heard you are the strongest right now. May I request a spar? One particular ancestor had a golden pair of eyes and spoke with his hands placed together. This ancestor was confident and careless. Of course, he had the power to be careless since he was a god king with a thin bloodline of a heavenly eagle. He was quite respected back in his own world. Eagle god? Only a pheasant. South Emperor laughed. You're not qualified to spar with the sacred teacher. I'll take care of you within 5 moves. The ancestor's expression turned unsightly after being mocked as a pheasant by a junior. He has grown used to being famous as a god king and feared by others. Chapter 1711. The ancestor's expression turned cold with a mocking tone. May I ask for your name? I'm sure I would have heard of an amazing character such as yourself before. South Emperor. Gugwa leisurely said. You have no reason to be so haughty just because of your Lingwu Mountain. Only a pheasant, not qualified to boast before the sacred teacher. If your missing were to come out, he might be able to fight against me. As for you? Too weak. You. The ancestor became livid. Li Qie didn't care for these ancestors. He glanced at the sky and said, I'll go back. The Void Gate is indeed one of the 9, but it belongs to me now. Wait until I establish the rules for entry. With that, the initially quiet sky was invaded with more than 10 shadows. They came with no fanfare at all, but their unfathomable aura was still frightening enough. The shuddering crowd immediately knew that these were all Emperor assailants. We shall listen to you, Your Excellency. These were the few Emperor assailants at the moment, real ones. Alas, they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect and bowed. They were aware of Li Qie's identity, so how could they not listen? Opposing the Lord of the Worlds would result in being trampled like ants. Thus, after a single command from him, they immediately left. Prior to this, they were coveting this treasure, but the matter was finished the moment Li Qie came. It meant that the Void Gate already has a master. Skybearing, take your juniors back with you. Li Qie ordered as the shadows were leaving. The moment his words fell, one of the shadows stopped. He flashed before Li Qie and prostrated. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. My fault for not being stricter with the juniors. This old man had gray hair and seemed to be at the twilight of his life. His vitality was restrained and his eyes were dark. Nevertheless, he was still an immovable mountain. Forefather. The ancestor called Eagle God shouted in disbelief after clearly seeing the old man. The old man was their sect's strongest being that had been missing for a long time. He had never seen the forefather in person before, only a portrait. Even the ancestors that stepped up in the beginning took a deep breath and became quite nervous. This demon god was once famous for barely winning against a mortal emperor how high when they were both young. Even after the emperor has obtained the heaven's will, he still tenaciously took the emperor on for 3 days and 3 nights. Despite losing, he proved his capabilities to the 9 worlds. Slap yourself and apologize to His Excellency. The demon god coldly uttered. He hasn't returned to Mount Lingwu for many generations and didn't care for his junior's well-being. Forefather. Eagle God stood there helplessly. Do it. The demon god sternly repeated before slapping the guy. Bang. The eagle god's teeth fell off and blood gushed out from his mouth. His forefather then suppressed him down to his knees. I admit my mistake, forefather. The ancestor didn't dare to resist and slapped himself more than 10 times. Even their strongest forefather was obediently kneeling there. A junior like him naturally didn't dare to do anything. He realized that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Forget it, I don't mind. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve and said flatly. Show your gratitude towards His Excellency's mercifulness. The demon god shouted again while heaving a sigh of relief. This statement has spared their sect because Xueqi didn't even need to do anything. A single word from him would end with so many people in the world willing to destroy their sect to please him. Thank you, Your Excellency. Eagle God's soul was scared out of his body at this point and quickly kowtowed repeatedly. Scram back and reflect on your actions. Stop embarrassing yourself and the sect. The demon god swung his sleeve and blew the eagle god flying into the horizon. The guy disappeared from sight completely. After chasing away his junior, the demon god bowed again. Your Excellency, if you ever need my service, just say the words. I shall jump into the boiling water and raging fire. Yes, go now. Xueqi slightly nodded. The demon god bowed again and didn't dare to linger around. In his mind, being able to work for the Dark Crow was the glory of his sect. So many people were willing to do so. This scene made the crowd shudder, especially the ancestors who knew about the demon god's identity. Such a monster was so respectful in front of fiercest. This was a treatment enjoyed only by immortal emperors. People from the other worlds finally realized that it was no coincidence that Xueqi was able to destroy Soaring Immortal. The whole event might have been premeditated since a sect with 5 emperors should have been aware of the guy's background like the other emperor assailants here. The ancestors who wanted to side with the eagle god trembled. They bowed and immediately fled with tail tucked between their legs. Xueqi didn't say anything. He wasn't interested in fighting against characters of that level. After reaching grand completion with his physiques, only emperor rivals would be worthy of his time. He stared sentimentally at the primordial chaos surrounding the Void Gate. One of the 9. Yearned by all. Each of the 9 was unique, including the Void Gate. Even though he hadn't opened it in the past, he could faintly guess its profundity after completely understanding the ancient Void rune. He could imagine the world waiting ahead. The spectators held their breath while their eyes were fixated on him. They wondered if he could open this legendary portal. Fiercest himself is a miracle. Nothing can trouble him. A cultivator from Mortal Emperor had absolute confidence in Fiercest. Some disagreed with this. After all, this was a grand heavenly treasure. It shouldn't be so easy to open. With a buzzing sound, Xueqi opened all 13 palaces and the ancient void rune flew out. 13 palaces. Everyone paid attention to the palaces instead of the rune. That's really a legend. Just one person has achieved it in history. The people from the other worlds were astonished and became tongue-tied as well. For many geniuses, just having 10 alone was enough for them to brag for a lifetime. 12 palaces would guarantee them the throne. But now, Fiercest actually had 13. He was the only one who had accomplished this task. Only our Mortal Emperor world has 13 palaces. A human from Mortal Emperor felt a sense of pride. They found glory in the fact that Xueqi was a human and a member of their world. Zzz. While everyone was focusing on the 13 palaces, Xueqi opened the Void Gate. It's opening, it's opening. Someone screamed. Chapter 17:12. After opening the portal, Xueqi turned back and looked through the entire crowd before speaking calmly. The rules are determined by me. No one shall move an inch or die. In a short time, no one dared to open their mouth. All the experts and imperial lineages from the 9 worlds were silent. Even the unhappy ones and those that coveted the Void Gate didn't dare to show their intent and could only swallow their anger. Xueqi didn't care for them since he had grasped the laws of the Void Gate. No one could disobey his rules. Whoosh! He entered the Void Gate along with his group. Once they disappeared, the portal closed again with a buzzing noise. Without the ancient Void rune, no one could open the portal still surrounded by primordial chaos and floating runes. A new world appeared before Xueqi's group. They took a deep breath to take in the air here. It was a majestic place with long rivers spanning like a sleeping dragon. It was quite vast with rolling hills and mountain ranges. This looked like a great paradise, full of energy and a touch of primordial chaos energy. The power of the origin was within. This belonged to the early formation of the world. Grasping this power would grant one some incredible abilities. One could see planets above in the sky. They seemed to be inches away as if one could easily climb up and reach them. Larger galaxies were above. They resembled long strips of jade that make this world even more beautiful and grand. Feel anything special? Xueqi smiled at the group and asked. The worldly energy here is beyond the ancestral ground of many imperial lineages back in the 9 worlds. It also contains the power of the origin, a bit different from the power of our Grand Tao. The God Fiend took another deep breath and became surprised. Correct and incorrect. Li Qie shook his head. Yes, the worldly energy here is too thick because the Void Gate has derived an entirely new and pristine world. It has untouched earth veins and locations. That's why the energy here is still so pure and seemingly endless. How strange for a heavenly treasure to turn into an independent world. South Emperor was astonished as well. Many people imagined the 9 treasures to be artifacts. However, the Void Gate has turned into its own world, one that couldn't be brought along by anyone. In a sense, no one could truly seize the treasure. Each of the 9 has its own profundity, impossible to be controlled by people or the heaven and earth. What it will turn into and what it will create, only the treasure itself knows. Li Qie smiled. With that, he continued the previous topic. Blood Bool's second half is wrong. That's right, this world has the power of the origin, one that is a bit different from our own world. But the mistaken part is that our power also has the power of the origin. What's the distinguishing factor? The God Fiend humbly inquired. Li Qie slowly explained. What is the origin power? It is the power before the formation of the world. Well, this is the common explanation. To be more exact, it is when everything starts over again, the power of a completely new epoch being derived from the chaos, the purest force in the world. Because of this, the origin power is within the primordial chaos. Thus, with an expansive chaos, there will be a type of origin power. However, this doesn't mean that our own strength contains this affinity. Li Qie smiled and said, the energy we absorb still has primordial chaos. If we refine it to the purest level, then it will have the origin power. The only difference is the relative discernibility. The majority of refined power still has some origin power mixed within. Please elaborate. The God Fiend politely requested. Our 9 worlds are boundless with trillions of beings. There are more than just cultivators that absorb worldly energy. Regular animals and mortals also do it, to a much lesser extent. All of this thinned out the energy in the 9 worlds. At the same time, our 7 emotions and 6 desires also filled the world with their powers. But don't forget, we originated from the heaven and earth, so we shall return to the source after death, regardless of how much energy we absorb and how strong we are. The thing is that we absorb too many things, like a multicolored ocean. Therefore, the purest seawater, or origin power, is drowned out by all the other colors. However, once you reach a particular level, for example, Immortal Emperor, you will be able to refine the worldly energy in your body to the purest level while removing imperfections. Then it can become primordial chaos, and within this chaos is the origin. Of course, you can also change your merit law at the very beginning and start by refining worldly energy, so that the only thing you absorb is primordial chaos. This is the better method, but the cultivation speed will be very, very slow. This is the cultivation method of the 10th world, primordial energy. South Emperor immediately understood because after being taught by Li Qie, he had changed his method. One of the topics was refining worldly energy into primordial energy, so he was aware of the current discussion. Yes. Li Qie nodded. The cultivation method of the 10th world is different, but it is still similar. That world is still full of worldly energy, but better, they just take it one step higher with the refinement. Using the origin power is purer and has more room for growth. Won't our emperors from the 9 worlds be restrained when they go up there? Alpine had to ask. Just temporarily. Li Qie shook his head. The powers of the worlds are different, but all Tao are ultimately the same in terms of beginning and end. Most importantly, it doesn't change the fact that they're emperors with the heaven's will. This is also the most basic power in the heaven and earth, the force of an era, very similar to an origin power. Furthermore, just imagine how powerful these beings are. It is very easy for them to refine their own worldly energy and absorb more due to the power of their heaven's will. In the eyes of the emperors, going to the 10th world is a new starting point for them. However, for the inhabitants and masters up there, immortal emperors are still untouchable. If they wish to defeat our emperors, their own emperors and gods must come out. Randoms up there are still no match. Remember, in each era, our 9 worlds only produce 1 emperor and 1 heaven's will. That's no joke, even in the world above. South Emperor's group felt their blood boiling. They wanted nothing more than to rush up there and bask in the new magnificent world. I wonder what it will look like. Even old Xian interjected. In terms of energy, very similar to this one, just more primordial energy with a touch of origination inside. That's the 10th world, Their powers are purer and their world is vaster. Li Qie answered with a smile. Chapter 17:13. Ma Gu couldn't stay quiet as well. Outside of that, what else is different between the worlds? Li Qie smiled and pointed at the sky. The biggest difference? How should I put this? The biggest difference is that they are a little closer to the villainous heaven. For us, it might be separated by a world, but for them, it could be looming right above their head. He continued. This is both good and bad. Why is it a bad thing? Old Xian asked. There are writings stating that the divine and heaven races are the heaven's favorites. He was the strongest and oldest ancestor from the war god temple, so he knew a few rumors unavailable to the rest of the world. That's true. Li Qie nodded. They are indeed the favorites, at least in their own opinion. They claim to be exceptional with an extremely noble bloodline. In that world, humans, golems, charming spirits, and bloods are indeed flawed compared to them. However, after generations of work from our emperors and wise sages, we still have our own home and sky, despite being so close to the heaven. So what if they are the favorites? We just need to put in the effort before stomping down on the beautiful faces of these races, to let them know the power of ants like us. He chuckled at this point. South Emperor's blood was boiling. He was sure that Li Qie has stomped on these geniuses before, and he also had the will to do so, defeating all the geniuses in the 10th world. What is bad about being close to the high heaven? The god fiend asked. Do you think the high heaven has eyes? Li Qie pointed up at the sky and smiled. The group was a bit perplexed by this question. They wouldn't make this statement since it was more of a phrase belonging to the mortals. When they experienced injustice or bullied by others, they would utter this phrase, hoping that the high heaven would become the arbiter. This phrase has nothing to do with equality and fairness. Li Qie explained. Being close to the high heaven is not good at all. The stronger you are, the closer and the more dangerous. When you reach a power capable of crossing through the myriad worlds, this danger grows even more. Once it reaches a particular level, a tribulation will come down. Who knows if you will be able to bear it or not? The emperors and gods up there will incite tribulations after reaching this level. South Emperor understood and became startled. That's right. Li Qie nodded. If you can't handle it, you will turn to ashes. All of your effort and strength will have been wasted. A lifetime of cultivation. For nothing. Then what do the emperors and gods do? Old Xian asked. Hide from this power so that the villainous heaven can't spot you. Li Qie chuckled and told South Emperor. In the future, you might have to face this situation and you must hide from the world as well. Is there no other choice? South Emperor asked for clarification since he was about to become an immortal monarch. Yes. Li Qie smiled. Fight to the very end. This was a choice many people have chosen as well. Alas, all became corpses. It didn't matter how powerful and amazing they were. Death was the only result, at least till now. South Emperor became quiet. He had heard about the final battle before. His Excellency, the Dark Crow, has chosen this path. Old Xian and the God Fiend were silent as well. The mercilessness of the 10th world exceeded their imagination. One still needed to hide after reaching the imperial power level. Just how cruel was this? If these powerful beings didn't have any other choice, weaker existences were lesser than ants. Alright, no more talking about the 10th world. You will learn much better after arriving there. What you will face won't just be the divine and heaven races. Li Qie shook his head. Let us continue with the task at hand. Li Qie walked forward and the group followed right behind. They found this world to be extremely vast and suitable for cultivation due to the rich worldly energy. There were treasures everywhere as well. Ores and minerals were all over the place. One could randomly crouch down and pick up a gemstone. This was definitely a paradise to the cultivators in the 9 worlds. If this place were to be open, they would soar inside and begin the excavation. Cultivators won't leave a single stone unturned after coming in. The God Fiend spoke in awe. That's why I come in first. This is an entirely new world, so a set of new rules is necessary. Those who do not obey will be banished or killed. Li Qie said flatly. How will you make the rules? Old Xian wondered. This beautiful world would incite countless greed. Many imperial lineages would want it for themselves. They had the same thought as well if they weren't going to the 10th world right now. We'll use the power of this world to establish and enforce the rules. Li Qie elaborated. This will be a new world for the myriad races on top of being a sanctuary in the future if the ancient Ming were to return. The new rules and laws won't only limit the myriad races but also the ancient Ming. It won't be that easy. After all, this requires generations of work. Old Xian believed. Indeed. Li Qie chuckled. However, the ancient void rune is in my hand. As long as I have it, I can create the rules for this heavenly treasure and make everyone else obey. This is similar to the Buddhist funeral plateau. It doesn't matter how powerful someone may be, they are subjected to these laws. For example, emperors can't break the laws of the myriad thoughts pot and di Shi at Nihility Temple and the plateau. Under these laws and the power of a heavenly treasure, even emperors can't do anything. If one could break these treasures' power, they would no longer be considered heavenly. They possess the true primordial power, existing at the very beginning of the heaven and earth. That's why immortal Emperor Hao Hai never returned to the plateau, even though he left in a cool manner. South Emperor understood. Yes, he couldn't break the laws there either, so he could only flee. That's why he didn't want to return, after losing the bet back then. Li Qie said. Is there a difference between the start of the heaven and earth versus the primordial beginning? A woman was always more meticulous than their counterpart. Bu Lianxiang noticed something in his explanation and asked. Two different concepts and time period. Li Qie said slowly. When we talk about the start of the heaven and earth, we're talking about the beginning of a new epoch. However, the real primordial beginning is so far away from us, back in a time before the concept of an epoch, back in a time before time and space existed. This was the state when the 9 heavenly treasures and 9 scriptures were born. An epoch came later, same with our current era. The truth is that in each epoch, the power and profundity of the heavenly treasures are different. This is related to the origin power of each epoch and the cultivation method. For example, in an epoch before ours, the 12 immortal physiques didn't exist. The crowd had a better understanding between the different time periods after hearing this. Chapter 17:14. The 9 treasures and 9 scriptures are much older than any epoch. Moreover, they have never been destroyed before. Ma Gu quietly added this time. Li Qie chuckled and said, You're right, but not completely. The former statement is true, but we don't know whether they have been destroyed or not. It's too hard to tell because even if they were destroyed, they would appear with another form. He paused for a moment and went on. Say, this void gate right here, it had created a world. Maybe this world will be destroyed later due to many reasons, but the gate will still exist. Maybe in a different form several epochs later. At that point, maybe people will call it the Immortal Gate or something else instead. The absolute beginning creates the 9 words which give birth to the 9 treasures which lead to the 9 scriptures. South Emperor stated, as long as the 9 words exist, so will the treasures and scriptures. Time in the world might change, but the overarching existence won't. Indeed. Li Qie nodded. This is the reason why the 9 treasures and 9 scriptures are so tempting. It is not about their innate power and profundity, granting its master certain achievements, but because it is an eternal part of the heaven and earth. The group gained a deeper understanding regarding these treasures after listening to Li Qie, and became more eager to see them. The 9 scriptures aren't necessarily the strongest merit laws in the world. One can even say that in terms of destructive potential, they are weaker than many other arts, but they have a unique charm. Li Qie finished. Along the way, the group was in awe of the beauty of this place. If one could create a sect in this location, their descendants would surely flourish. Can we establish lineages here? South Emperor wondered. Of course. Li Qie smiled. This is an unexplored world that needs the myriad races from the 9 world to excavate. The riches here are for everyone, but they must follow the rules. As long as it is permitted, anything is possible. Looks like our mysterious bamboo mountain will need a branch here. South Emperor became tempted. The God Fiend and Old Xian shared this sentiment as well. If their sect could start a branch here, it would bring about unlimited potential. Of course, Li Qie allowed for this since the world required the sects to populate it. With the place flourishing, the 9 worlds will have more hope in the future and enough power to fight the ancient Ming. In the end, they made it to the source of this world's power. It was boundless like space. The entire location was being hidden under a great tree. Li Qie couldn't be more familiar with it. It was the World Tree. While looking up at it, everyone felt so tiny. It was blotting out the entire area with its unfathomable height. Not to mention a person, even a star paled in comparison. Just one leaf alone could uphold a star. The stars around it decorated the tree like beautiful diamonds. The existence of the tree shielded the area, not allowing anyone to step inside the source of power. Li Qie smiled and decided to experiment by activating his 4 physiques. His power erupted as he took a step forward, wishing to infiltrate the area. Boom! But even under the state of his 4 physiques in action, he still couldn't get in. An endless power blew him flying for more than 1,000 miles before he could stabilize. The group was astounded by this scene. South Emperor blurted, "The power here is actually this strong?" He wasn't completely convinced. Thus, he roared and channeled his energy. An explosive force aimed straight for the world tree. Boom! The area quaked. He mustered all of his strength but still failed to destroy the barrier created by the world tree. "Looks like it's impossible for me." He smiled wryly while shaking his head. Li Qie commented, "This is still the power of the Void Gate and everything here. Not just you, even emperors can't do it or they would have something above the power of the 9. South Emperor felt better after hearing this. After all, the 9 treasures were unique and to a certain extent, they represented the primordial power since they were born in there. Emperors weren't above the absolute beginning, the source of all. How do we get in then? Bu Lianxiang asked after seeing that brute force was of no use. Others can't. Li Qie smiled and the ancient void rune flew out. With a clank, it fused with the tree, causing the whole thing to be flashing with light. The tree seemed to be waking up like an old friend waving at Li Qie's group. "Let us go," Li Qie told the group. After entering, the others were astonished by what they saw, so they stood there frozen. It was a vast space with the world tree growing in the center. It took roots in the flowing galaxies. The most shocking thing was the primordial energy permeating this entire area. Meanwhile, worldly energy has turned into a great ocean with great waves, slamming into the stars. This looked like the beginning of the world, the shape of the start. The phenomenon was ancient and unreachable in terms of time, yet it was also inches from them. Any existence wouldn't be able to describe their emotion while standing here. They were witnessing the world's initial form. Many imperial lineages had ancestral grounds that were amazing enough to look down on the rest of the world. They had the best earth veins and mines, but those were nothing compared to this world. This was a real treasure ground. Old Xian emotionally blurted, "Whoever can grasp this will have resources beyond imagination. People can't grasp this place, even if they are allowed to stay here. This is the power belonging to this world and the void zone. If you can grasp everything here, it means that you can also grasp the entire treasure." Li Qie shook his head. The group agreed with this statement since they couldn't be above a heavenly treasure, no matter how strong they might be. Just slightly using it alone was amazing enough. One would be invincible if they were allowed to stay here on top of slightly using the void zone's power, at least in this place. Even if an emperor were to come in person, they wouldn't be enough of a threat. This made it clear to the others why emperors wanted these heavenly treasures so much. It was indeed enough to drive someone crazy with greed. What kind of rules should be made? Magu eventually asked after everyone calmed down. Li Qie said, "Our group isn't enough to create these rules, the power here is too much. We need help." Chapter 17:15. In the next several days, the entire 9 worlds were trembling due to the emergence of several incredible characters. Outside of the portal where the experts gathered, a huge foot crossed through space with a loud bang. A majestic figure emerged before the portal. He was large and shrouded by a divine light, so no one could really see his face. However, the aura emanating from his body forced the experts down on their knees. He didn't stop at all and instantly went inside the moment the portal was open. However, these prostrating experts couldn't stand up in time before another buzzing noise resounded. A door appeared before the gate. Someone else used it to teleport across worlds. This was a man spewing and taking in immortal lights. He looked quite ethereal inside this brilliance, as if he was an immortal from the upper world. No one could see this person clearly at all since he immediately entered the portal. People were shocked and wondered about the identity of this transcending man. They didn't have any clues before another loud blast detonated. A golden dragon soared across the sky and roared. A draconic aura surged by and made everyone nearby shudder. This dragon was pulling a carriage. It crushed the space it was traveling on before appearing before the void gate. The carriage was shrouded in a dark smoke. No lights in this world could infiltrate, so people couldn't see the rider either. It followed the other two into the portal. Within several days, ancient existences emerged and crossed through space to enter the void zone. Mortal Emperor quaked before their coming. Experts, paragons, and even god-kings felt trepidation after seeing these exceedingly powerful and ancient beings, many of unknown origin. The old members of imperial lineages were shaken after watching the gathering of these incredible beings. Those who recognized them felt an instinctive fear. Is this a second immortal massacre war? All of these reclusive sages are coming out one after another. That's quite something. Only the ancient Ming can oppose this level of force. An undying murmured with fear. The Dark Crow is the only person capable of inviting all of them. No one else. These ancient existences have been reclusive for a long time with no lack of emperor assailants among them. They were invited by Li Qie since he needed them to work together in order to create the rules in the Void Gate. They wished to create a fortress out of this world. No one in the 9 worlds could do it. Not even emperors. However, Li Qie had this privilege since he possessed the laws of the Void Gate in the form of the ancient Void Rune. This was the most basic foundation for him inside this world. The invitees were the strongest people in the 9 worlds. Li Qie had to sell some face to invite them. He relied on the ancient Void Rune and their power in order to create the rules of this world. Anyone else who entered in the future would have to obey them. It wasn't only to avoid cultivators from exhausting the resources within, but also to minimize deaths from struggling for resources. Another seal was made to avoid the ancient Ming, not allowing this race to enter. Unless the rules were to be changed, all ancient Ming would be banished the moment they stepped inside. Just like he had said, this was his final legacy for the 9 worlds. If one day, the myriad races were to lose to the ancient Ming, this world could become their last bastion. Of course, the 9 worlds needed to rely on themselves to stop the ancient Ming. Just the Void Gate and its rules alone were insufficient. Alas, this was all he could do. He had never asked anyone for a favor before in the past, but now, he had to do so in order to invite these ancient beings for the rules creation. On the next days, the group finally finished creating the rules using the key that is the ancient Void Rune. After doing so, he announced the opening of the Void Gate. Many imperial lineages and ancient clans immediately entered. They all signed an agreement, stating their intent on following the rules. Moreover, this was in the form of a blood oath. The first group of imperial lineages included the mysterious Bamboo Mountain, Heaven Guard, Cleansing Incense, Stone Medicine Kingdom, Jianlong Clan, Myriad Bones Throne, Thousand Carp River, Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom, Gu Chun's 4 branches. The ancient clans included the Heavenly Tao Academy, War God Temple, the Bujan, the Gu, and many others. Some ancient clans were completely unknown, yet they were extremely mighty. These powers instantly made a blood oath and swore to always obey the rules of the Void Gate. Some of them chose to create a large branch inside, but a few were even more direct. Their ancestors used an amazing method to bring their ancestral ground inside. The Void Gate instantly became their new home. After this first wave came, the Void Gate was truly open for any cultivator and sect in the 9 worlds, allowing them to prosper within. Is this an immortal ground? Many cultivators were shocked to see this amazing world. Look at all those gems and ores. After calming down, they became excited and jumped around, wishing to excavate everything. This is a mine containing Violet Cloud Gem, let's work together to get them all. An ancestor from a great power wanted to gather several god kings to move the entire mine back to his sect. The rules of this world do not allow for an excessive extraction of the resources here. A junior warned. So what? These things are up for grab. If we don't do it now, we'll lose the chance to others. Go. The ancestor refused to listen and continued to pull the mine out with the other god kings. Boom! A pond of lightning gathered overhead and instantly unleashed a lightning tribulation. Ah! The disciples from this great power were annihilated. Even the powerful god kings couldn't withstand this tribulation and became ashes. The experts nearby were horrified by the result of violating the rules of this world. In the beginning, they didn't really care about Li Qie's so-called rules. They thought that he was only using his personal prestige as a deterrence. However, they came to realize at this moment that this was not an empty threat. It was the power of tribulation punishing all violators. Several more days passed. Some people still hoped to be lucky and secretly went against the rules. However, they didn't expect for Li Qie to have embedded the rules in the very source of this world. No violations could ever escape the tribulation here. Thus, the lightning ponds still formed and killed all of them. This ironclad punishment reminded everyone that if they wanted to stay in this world and gather resources, they must obey the rules. No one was strong enough to be an exception. The tribulation came from the Void Gate itself. Not even the most powerful God King could resist the power of one of the 9 heavenly treasures. Chapter 17:16. After creating the rules of the world, Xueqi immediately helped plant the realm god in front of the world tree. Even though the process wasn't easy, it was worth it for the realm god even though it didn't have many years left. It was, in a way, returning to its roots. It had no regrets. It had experienced enough time as the divine protector of the academy. The future belonged to it alone now. After preparing everything, it was time for Xueqi to leave the 9 worlds. He especially called for Xueqi beforehand. After so many years, Xueqi has grown more vigorous. Though he still had the appearance of a withered old man, his aura was completely different than before. It was overwhelming, especially the shell on his back. It looked just like a mobile yet impregnable fortress. Even though Xueqi's stature wasn't too intimidating, he still looked quite powerful and gave the feeling that if the sky were to fall, he could still shoulder it. The guy had become strong after cultivating the complete 18 solutions and had signs of atavism. As a heavenly ancestral snail, he had a bloodline on the same level as a true god. If he could cultivate the 18 solutions to the apex, he would have the chance to catch up to his ancestor, the snail god. I'm very happy to see your success today, Xueqi said after seeing Xueqi. The old man quickly prostrated in response. This lowly one's achievements today are all because of you, young noble. I will never forget your grace. You deserve it, Xueqi said. You don't owe me anything. It's just that there are certain things in this world that I can't let go. Xueqi shuddered after hearing this. He had heard the rumor of Xueqi wanting to leave. Same with Nan Huiran's group. The disciples here all wanted for their first brother to stay. However, they knew that he was a dragon among men and couldn't stay at cleansing incense forever. This world was too small for him, and one day, he would soar towards the 9 firmaments. He still felt sad despite being ready beforehand. He asked, Young noble, you're about to leave? Xueqi had no need to hide. Yes, that's why I need to delegate a few tasks. You shall never hear the word no from me, Xueqi hurriedly said. Xueqi chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing that serious. Cleansing incense is still young with many flaws. Thus, I want you to stay here and work together with Tu Buyu to advance the sect so that it can rise again. It needs seniors like you to protect and educate. He also wanted to do something for cleansing incense. The sect right now had no lack of resources, especially when it was moved into the Void Gate. Right now, it was missing the guidance of the old generation. Even though Nan Huiran's group was not bad and the young disciples had great potential, they required the help of Tu Buyu and Xueqi. The older two were much more experienced and could stay calm in times of trouble. This was the reason why Xueqi wanted Xueqi to stay. The guy had great potential and could become a second snail god, a second divine protector for the sect. Gu Taizhou and Old Devil's group was still around, but they were too old. Xueqi would most likely outlive them. Young noble, if you wish for me to stay, I will devote my entire life to cleansing incense. From now on, I shall live as its member and die to become its ghost. Xueqi solemnly swore while kowtowing. Even though he was staying at the sect and had a pivotal position, strictly speaking, he wasn't part of the sect. He could only stay because of Xueqi, but now, after the solemn oath, he had become a real member. Very well. Xueqi gently nodded. Since you are contributing your entire life to the sect, I will not mistreat you and shall allow for you to pass the 18 solutions to your clan. You deserve this much. Thank you, young noble. Our race will never forget your kindness and will forever pray for you. The old man was ecstatic. This news was too much for him. If the 18 solutions could come back to their clan, the effect was paramount. Even though they were few in members, the significance was still great enough. Xueqi pondered for a moment before taking out the shell of the snail god. He gave it to Xueqi. This is the corpse of the snail god. I pass it down to you now. This is the pride of cleansing incense and your race. Let it be remembered forever. Xueqi respectfully got on his knees and accepted the shell. Go, I leave the future of the sect to you. Lichia waved his sleeve and said. Niofan carefully stared at Lichia before asking. I wonder if I will be able to see your godly self again in the future? Though Niofan appeared much older, Lichia acted as his teacher during the cultivation process. Thus, he was very respectful towards Lichia. Lichia softly answered. No one can predict the future. Consider this our final goodbye. This prompted Niofan to emotionally kowtow 3 times and said, I wish for you to find nothing but victory, to be invincible regardless of the location, to be eternal as time itself. Lichia nodded and accepted his grand gesture. In the end, Niofan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and left. Lichia then called for Little Autumn, the space-crossing worm. It was much different from before. Its body was dazzling with a golden glow and had a draconic aura. The worm seemed to be transforming into a true dragon. You're about to leave? Little Autumn knew a way since it had spent some time with Lichia in the past. Lichia confirmed. Yes, time to leave. I have agreed to take you up there, so I'm asking now. Do you want to leave as planned or do something else? The worm became quiet. It had a very strange origin and was aware of many secrets. In the past, it wanted to go to the 10th world with Lichia. That place was vast with numerous challenges. However, it was hesitating at this moment. Your mind is not made up. Lichia could clearly tell while looking at the worm. It sat down next to him and seemed to be quite down. The 9 worlds are vast and beautiful. Perhaps the 10th world is superior, but it is not the same. Yes, the 9 worlds are worth remembering, stopping others from wanting to leave. The mundane realm has flaws and undesirable things, but it gave birth to us. It has places that can bring out the true you. Lichia seemed to be speaking to both Little Autumn and himself. It wiggled around for a bit before making up its mind. Young noble, I'll be staying behind. Master will be lonely here, plus, I haven't beaten up the brats here enough just yet. I'll feel bad if I don't hit them for another generation or 2. I'll stay here to keep the master company, and when I have time, I'll beat the disobedient brats. I'll keep busy enough with this. The master he was talking about was the myriad images true god that had passed away. Of course, the brats were Nan Huiran and the others. The truth was that these young men could take care of business, but Little Autumn still called them brats. Chapter 17:17. It's not a bad idea. Lichia approved after hearing the worm's decision. He continued, the 9 worlds are still very interesting and beautiful. As long as you are sincere about staying, it will give you a new perspective in life. Yes, the 9 worlds are still quite vast. If I get bored one day, there's nothing holding me back. I can go wherever I want. Its mood became before after a choice was made. It said, maybe I'll follow behind an immortal emperor one day to the 9 worlds. Others can't do it, but I might be able to. It's possible. Lichia laughed. Technically, only emperors can make it up there, but since you have control over space, you can sneak right behind one. Heh, I still have more time. Wait until I get to the 10th world. I'll evolve into a true dragon and just do whatever I want then. I'm a dragon among men, and as the adage goes, gold will shine regardless of the location. It started boasting. It had a different bloodline than everyone else, with a chance of evolving into a true dragon. This was the reason why it was golden at the moment, on top of possessing unique characteristics of the dragon race. You still have a chance in the 9 worlds, but it will be much harder compared to the 10th. Lichia said. The possibility of evolution was much lower in the 9 worlds, given the worm's current state. That's fine, no need to force it. The worm laughed. Plus, if I were to accidentally become a true dragon, how can the future immortal emperor live through the days? They would have to take the long way around me. Thus, I don't want to be one so early. No need to bully an emperor later on. I'm too nice for that. I'll leave some room for the juniors to grow. It continued to brag. Lichia shook his head after hearing this. But in his opinion, it was a good thing that the worm took this so well. Little Autumn suddenly elbowed Lichia and laughed. Young noble, you shouldn't shame our 9 worlds too. I know that you aren't into lust and women aren't important. But, you can't just think for yourself, you need to keep the entire 9 worlds and the human race in mind. Therefore, spread your seeds in the 10th world. Let your amazing bloodline pass on up there. For this noble goal, after you get up there, start sleeping with all the arrogant goddesses from the divine and heaven races. Let them submit beneath you. Quite a wretched smile appeared on the worm's face. Few people would dare to joke around with Li Chia like this, but Little Autumn had followed him for some time now. Li Chia knocked on the worm's head and said, "Stop having such perverted thoughts. What kind of crappy nonsense is this?" But Little Autumn disagreed. It glared and said, "How is it a bad idea? It's the truth. Have you forgotten that you told me some stories? Some immortal emperors have done these deeds before in the 10th world. I clearly remember you saying that an emperor seduced someone else's wife. Another would steal the daughters from the divine and heaven races and take them as their wives. Heh, even emperors had such immoral behaviors. It's fine if you do it too." Anyone else would be astounded after hearing this. In the 9 worlds, morality was a difficult topic. Thus, people had a hard time determining whether an emperor was good or bad. There are conflicting opinions about each emperor. But regardless of this, emperors were frank and direct with their conducts. They would never sneak around since they were strong enough to suppress everything. Plus, at their level, they had no need to worry about how the world viewed them. Because of this, seducing wives and stealing daughters weren't something emperors would do. Any listener would automatically assume that the statements were slanderous. An emperor could annihilate a clan or an entire race but never say that they would steal someone's wife. It's impossible because they just needed to say the words and countless women would come running for them. That's all in the past. Stuff like that was only done by emperors during the desolate era. He smiled and shook his head. But it had happened before. Little Autumn laughed. The emperors and gods up there are so damn cocky, right? That's why our own emperors stole their women in order to take them down a notch. Hee hee, with your charm, I'm sure so many girls will want to warm your bed after you go up there. Just think about it. Their fathers are your enemies, so if you just marry their daughters, that's enough to drive them crazy without doing anything else. How devious. Li Chia gifted him another slap and scolded. Even if we are enemies, do I need to resort to such wretched behavior? My power alone will be enough to sweep through them eventually. Little Autumn quickly retorted. Young noble, you can't put it like that. Even if you don't like those goddesses and fairies, you need to think of the 9 worlds and the human race. Spread your excellent bloodline everywhere so that humans can become stronger and prosper up there. Li Chia shook his head. It's a different time now. Even though the human race up there is not a match for the heavens' favorites, it isn't as weak as before. The race is populous, so no need to propagate the bloodline like before. This is the fruit of the human emperors and wise sages' effort after many generations. The emperors that go up there right now do not need to worry about this bloodline problem. Li Chia said with a tinge of emotion. They have bigger objectives in mind. Plus, humans don't need their protection anymore. But young noble, it can't be wrong for you to have some children. Little Autumn continued. Given the nature of your bloodline, your children will definitely change the 10th world. Fine, don't do it for the human race or the 9 worlds. Do it for you. Little Autumn was quite earnest at this moment. It truly wanted for Li Chia to have some offsprings. At this moment, only Bu Lianxiang was capable of having his children in the 9 worlds. The other girls were following him to the 10th world and Li Chia had no plan of having them bear his children either. Little Autumn knew that Li Chia was very picky about women, especially regarding his bloodline. Even though the 9 worlds might not have his kid, Little Autumn still wanted him to leave some legacies behind in the 10th world. This was the reason why it brought up this topic. Li Chia fell into a hush. He was aware that his followers all hoped that he would do so. World Keeper, Matriarch Yu, and Little Autumn all shared this sentiment. In the end, he spoke softly. The world is full of suffering. I will leave one day on a path of no return, never turning back or stopping for anyone. I can become the absolute god in the 9 worlds or an unstoppable force in the 10th, but I won't be a good father, not a responsible one. My gaze halts for no one and my heart softens for none. Little Autumn eventually said, Young noble, if a woman is willing to have a child for you, she is even tougher than your imagination. She can understand you and doesn't need you to stay behind. Princess Bu is such an amazing woman. She is willing to pay the price for you so you don't need to worry. Li Chia quietly stood there and eventually sighed without answering. The worm hugged him and said, Goodbye, young noble. You are forever invincible and eternal in my heart. Even when the seas run dry and the stones go soft, your spirit will last on. Goodbye. Li Chia replied. Little Autumn left without looking back. It didn't wish to do so at all. Chapter 17-18. Li Qie left cleansing incense before the start of the trip and took his time traveling to various locations in the 9 worlds. He entered certain perilous places just to watch the sunset, burial grounds just to see the blooming and withering of flowers, darkness just to see the fluttering of the leaves. He was retracing his steps and made it to many different places. In one, he struggled with his friends. In another, he faced near death with his followers. The next was when he taught the Tao to a student. In a particular desert in the 9 worlds, he took his time walking to an oasis just to taste a handful of water. After drinking, he stared at the rippling waves, and the fire camp of that year seemed to still be jumping. The girl with the veil was still dancing with so many wonderful poses. Next was on top of a mountain pass situated on a vast plain. He sat down on the soft grass to look at the white clouds in the sky. A scene of stallions galloping by, led by a gallant woman. Her happy, bell-like laughter echoed across the plains. Rain fell during the night, but he didn't seem to care about becoming wet. This was an ominous ground with creaking skeletons and night demons lying in ambush. The rain painted an old picture for him of a little girl continuously walking forward in such a stubborn and fearless fashion despite the tears in her eyes. It was raining that night too, with a crow circling overhead to watch the unyielding girl. Each place was so familiar yet different. The scenery was still there, but the people have come and gone. Mulberry fields replaced the blue seas. Everything has disappeared along the river of time. These locations were once visited by a crow, laughter, and suffering. They were blessed with the appearance of great characters who couldn't be forgotten. In sacred Nether, he stood on top of a peak to stare at the lonely city on the horizon and the towering peak standing proudly across the world. "Goodbye," he whispered intimately before leaving. A woman opened her eyes inside the city to watch Li Qie's departing figure. Her heart shuddered and her fists clenched. For them, it was better not to meet. So many words, yet expressing them was the difficult part. They didn't want to show weakness before each other. Next stop was Stone Medicine. It was a quiet journey, not letting anyone know. He leaned on a giant bamboo tree and seemed to be asleep. After a long time, he patted the tree and said before leaving, "Goodbye, my friend. May you be eternal and everlasting." The leaves and branches rustled as if they were waving goodbye to him. So many words expressed in such a simple manner between two parties who understood each other. He stepped on a high mound with an old tablet on top. A prosperous city used to be below, but only broken tiles remained. He stood in front of the tablet and stared at the broken place in silence. Eventually, he grabbed a handful of soil and let it sprinkle through the gap of his fingers. "We once stayed in this prosperous citadel where the great sects used to be. People prostrated before us. Now only ruins are present." Li Qie spoke softly. He grabbed another handful and threw it at the sky so that the grains would flutter far away into the ruins. An ancient battlefield emerged. The place was full of corpse energy and bones. Li Qie lit a bundle of incense and slowly drank old wine by himself, gulp by gulp. "Goodbye, my brothers and comrades. Perhaps I will meet all of you again one day." He sprayed what's left of the wine on the battlefield so that its fragrance could permeate the place. He stopped and went during this journey. When he was tired, he would stop on a peak to watch the clouds. Another destination was a pub inside an old city to enjoy some cheap wine and people watch. Watching wondrous trees and divine flowers growing inside a valley was next. In the last several days, Li Qie had traveled to many locations. A plethora of memories resurfaced. Joys and sorrows assaulted his numb heart. There were times when he thought that his heart wouldn't beat again. He had lost feelings after experiencing so much. However, it was moments of departure that reminded him that his heart was still living. He still felt happiness, sadness, and unwillingness due to pain. In the end, he returned to Mortal Emperor. There was a surging river here. He sat down and leaned on his knees to watch the green water flow. The current was especially quiet and gentle lest it disturb someone's sweet dream. At the bottom was the grave of a generational goddess with a thunderous fame. Li Qie had a hard time speaking despite the words forming in his mind. He eventually smiled wryly and said, "You once asked me, if I always stay as an immortal and live till the world grows old, what will I do? The truth is I don't know the answer either. For millions of years, so many people pursued immortality. In each epoch, amazing characters and a mortal emperor searched for it. But I'm afraid that real immortality isn't as beautiful as their imagination. How many people can preserve their original mind? They will either go crazy as a devil or become unreachable like a saint." He gently sighed. If I could choose again, I wouldn't want immortality. The burden of responsibility is too heavy. It's better to go all out just once. Living and victory are fine. Same with dying and defeat. He paused for a moment and elaborated. That's why I don't truly want to grasp the longevity grass. As long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the ancient Ming, I'll be just fine as I head towards the final battle in this generation. After a brief lull, he laughed and said, No, don't get me wrong. I'm not fighting to die. Your young master has never been that pessimistic. Though I do not wish for eternal life and am ready to fight without turning back, I will go there with an unstoppable momentum to trample the emperors and gods as well as the villainous heaven. Your master was invincible in the past, is untouchable now, and will still be unbeatable in the future. Just watch, my brilliance shall paint the worlds above. My legends shall be imperishable. His boisterous laughter drifted with the winds. Finally, he left the river and floated to the sky. His profound and aggressive glare saw all the lands before focusing into the horizon. The glare then pierced through the worlds all the way to the 10th. The gods and emperors up there would be stricken with fear if they were to see this. 10th world, the dark crow is coming again. He said slowly, Emperors and gods, are you ready? Inhabitants of the 13 continents, are you aware that a new era is coming? Old Qian, have you thought it through? Continue to stand in my way or side with me. I will show no mercy this time around. His eyes became austere and emotionless, seemingly capable of freezing the 10th world. If anyone were to see this terrible pair of eyes would become their nightmare. In the end, he became gentler and looked deeply at the 9 worlds. Goodbye, 9 worlds. You will need to rely on yourself in the future. The Guardian will no longer be here. He returned to cleansing incense and told the group, Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to go to the 10th world. Go say your goodbyes and calm your emotions before facing a new challenge. A more brilliant era and vaster world are waiting for you all. The group took a deep breath. This day has finally come. Chapter 17-19. Boom. Right when the cultivators and experts were busy moving to the world inside the void gate, a loud bang resounded in the sky. Everyone noticed the heavens were spinning even more rapidly than before. The rotation was very natural and in the same rhythm as the grand Tao of the heaven and earth. In the beginning, people got used to the heavens while spinning above. However, it was completely different this time. It was wild like a storm with lightning flashing inside. A life seemingly wanted to rush out. Boom! Suddenly, the entire maelstrom disappeared and was replaced by a dazzling supreme grand Tao. Archaic runes were flashing inside the grand Tao and wove together to form a chapter containing boundless power. It included the power of the primordial chaos, the power of the source, the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the power of the heaven and earth. This was a brand new grand Tao like at the start of the world. No one has ever used it before, so it was at its highest level, not missing a sliver of power. All cultivators in the 9 worlds felt a resonation with their own Tao. All of these Tao became joyous and appeared next to them like a peacock stretching its tail. It didn't matter whether the cultivators agreed or not. The laws from their grand Tao couldn't wait to show off for others to watch their most beautiful feathers. What's going on? Many cultivators were startled to see this resonation, especially the younger ones since they have never experienced this before. The supreme grand Tao hovering in the sky began to disappear. Initially, there was an image of a heavens wheel hovering in each world, but now, only the one in Mortal Emperor was left. All of the powers scattering across the 9 worlds gathered in Mortal Emperor and the heavens will here. It emitted an unstoppable aura that permeated every corner of Mortal Emperor. Even though it was hanging on top of Mortal Emperor, the entire 9 worlds could feel this force. All existences prostrated to worship. Buzz. It stretched and released an imperial aura. The heavens will has finally turned into an imperial grand Tao. The birth of a new immortal emperor was coming. People could hear a clear sound everywhere. The experts' grand Tao suddenly faded as if they have lost their power. In a short time, laws appeared around the experts and dropped to the ground while the terrible aura continued to ravage the 9 worlds. These experts were helpless and dropped to their knees, ready to greet the new emperor. They were completely astounded since they lost control of their body and couldn't stand up at all. What is going on? The inexperienced ones were stunned. The new emperor is coming. The heavens will has a master now. A big shot from the last generation murmured in astonishment.
There's no way.
An expert became slack-jawed and said, "The competition hasn't even begun, the talents in the 9 worlds haven't fought yet. Isn't the Emperor usually the final victor? Maybe this generation is completely different. The Emperor of our time is peerless. No need for a fight, the heavens will has already been taken." It clearly shows that this is the most unique Emperor of all times. A big shot speculated, "How can this be?" A young genius that has been robbed of his qualifications screamed, "How can there be no competition? What is going on with this illogical generation? Where is the cruel and merciless war?" A different candidate felt indignation and shouted. Of course, the talents would find it difficult to accept this development. They didn't understand why they were robbed of the chance for competition, and now, a new emperor was already appearing. The new emperor will be from Mortal Emperor, a unique one in all of history since the heavens' will is theirs even before a competition. A great character could read the situation from the clues. Mortal Emperor. Let us go, I want to see just who has become emperor. A young genius said while being unconvinced. In a short time, everyone soared towards Mortal Emperor. They wanted to watch the birth of the emperor. It would be the biggest conversational topic of their life to personally watch the coming of the new ruler. Of course, the young geniuses were coming to challenge the emperor as well. One genius claimed, "Humph, I don't care who the heavens will has picked, but I'm not convinced without a battle. I will challenge the new emperor." That's right, we have to fight. Without blood, how can we be so sure the new emperor is worthy? A different emperor candidate repeated. The geniuses at the emperor candidate level were especially eager to challenge the new emperor. In their eyes, no one was worthy before a real battle. This alliance grew increasingly stronger and finally, it was grand enough to shake the 9 worlds. Nearly all emperor candidates joined. If the 9 worlds were to have 195 was part of this alliance. When this alliance made its way to Mortal Emperor, imperial lineages made way for them. Such a force was simply too powerful. Not to mention the powerful candidates, they even had invincible god kings acting as their Tao protector. A few emperor assailants were present as well. They gave themselves the name 9 Worlds Candidates Alliance, or Alliance Against the Immortal Emperor. Such a grand tone left others clicking their tongue. In history, how many people actually dared to form an alliance with this type of name? What an unreasonable era. In the past, only a few candidates would team up, but this is an unprecedented alliance. This might be the first time. An old undying spoke with a tinge of emotion after seeing the great alliance of candidates. The heavens will has a master before a competition. I think only fiercest immortal emperor can do something like this. Someone speculated. No one really refuted this idea since they have all seen the power of fiercest. Indeed. For grand completion immortal physiques, 13 palaces. Such achievements do not require a competition any longer. Plus, he had destroyed soaring immortal. That's more than enough to prove everything. Even those who hated him had to admit his invincibility. Chapter 1720. The majority of the crowd could tell that fiercest was about to be emperor. The moment they found out that the emperor was from Mortal Emperor, they immediately thought about him. In this particular world, everyone thought that only fiercest was qualified to win the throne. Who in this world can stop fiercest? His enemies were completely convinced of his feats as well. Fiercest is about to become the prime emperor of our human race. A human proudly said, his achievements in the future will be above immortal Emperor Jiao Hang and Empress Hung Tian. No one is more qualified to be called prime than him. The prime emperor. Many people pondered quietly. There had been more than 100 emperors in history, but who would dare to grab this title? If we were really to pick the best of them all, fiercest is indeed qualified to be in the conversation. Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang was undefeated throughout his life. Empress Hong Tian could suppress the heavens. But, just the 13 palaces and 4 grand completion immortal physiques alone should edge the other 2 out. An older cultivator eventually commented. This was a very serious topic. There have been many emperors in history, some extremely brilliant. For example, Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang, Empress Hong Tian, Immortal Emperor Fei, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, and even Immortal Emperor Tian Tu from the ancient Ming. Thus, people always disagreed about the best among them. In an ancient location, an eternal existence also heard about this title. He was aware that Lichia was actually the Dark Crow, so he remarked, "Prime Emperor. Not to mention the 13 palaces and 4 physiques. Just His Excellency's lifelong accomplishments alone are enough to give him this title, not just because he became an immortal emperor either. Who has been protecting the 9 worlds and fighting the ancient Ming? Who was the one stopping their dark reign? Without His Excellency, the 9 worlds might still be drowned in darkness right now. Even in the 10th world, he rallied the emperors together to fight the divine, heaven, and devil races for the sake of the myriad races. Traveling between the 9th and 10th world was painful, but he still did it for the 9 worlds and the myriad races. This was an indelible contribution, but people only remember about how majestic the emperors were, not the one protecting them in the shadow. Thus, only His Excellency is qualified for the title of Prime. This eternal existence had worked for the Dark Crow before. He felt his blood boiling after stating this because he had always remembered the contributions. Some people were very unhappy about this discussion. They were the candidates that have currently formed the alliance to fight against the new emperor. Who cares about his achievements? One just can't be strong and become an emperor without a fight. Without the final battle, there is no emperor. One genius claimed. Everyone was aware of just how terrible and powerful Lichia was. However, for these candidates who were robbed of their eligibility, they were in a bad mood. No matter what happened, Fiercest has become everyone's enemy and target. Hence the formation of the alliance. Boom! During the heated debates, a loud blast exploded in Mortal Emperor. The sky seemed to be splitting apart. A series of rumbles came next, causing the entire world to quake. A visual phenomenon occurred as if a world was descending. What's going on now? After the descent of Soaring Emperor, many great powers in the 9 worlds were completely afraid. Thus, the appearance of another world in Mortal Emperor shocked many people. Boom! 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 Finally, this world hovered in the sky right below the heaven's will. It seemed to be waiting for something. It emitted the aura of primal beasts, as if a great monster was coming out. The Bayan Beast World. Someone recognized this world and immediately shouted. One of the 6 ancestral Earths. Shouldn't it be in stone medicine? Why is it here now? People were perplexed at this sudden appearance. The great powers in Mortal Emperor became increasingly vigilant. This might be bad. Another invasion? A sect master became worried. After the Soaring Immortals invasion, many great powers were still in anxiety. Some even planned for the worst and became prepared to fight against the Beast World. Fortunately, the Beast World didn't show any aggression after appearing. Everyone became relieved. In the faraway immortal mine, the skinny crystal fowl woke up. It stood by the entrance and looked out at the direction of the Beast World and murmured, "The 10th world. Only emperors can go up there all along, but now, the Dark Crow is bringing so many people. What is he going to do about the spatio-temporal barrier? Only an epic wheel is capable of doing this, but does such a thing still exist? Not even the heavenly corpse burial ground has one, so what will the Dark Crow do?" Even the crystal fowl couldn't predict what Lichia will do to break the world barrier. However, he must be confident if he dared to bring so many people to the 10th world. Because of this, the fowl said with a tinge of emotion, "This damned crow has too many unbelievable methods. So heaven-defying, after generations of planning and accumulation, no one can stop him outside of the high heaven. No wonder why even the corpse burial ground conceded. That's some determination, daring to destroy that burial ground if it dared to oppose him. It's a good thing we didn't try to fight him, or our mine would have been flipped over too. Both the chicken and the egg would have been broken at that point." It continued lamenting. Being free must be nice. The Beast World has finally waited till this moment to settle the scores. It's a shame that we're still stuck here in the darkness. I guess we can only hope for the crow's victory, since the villainous heaven won't spare us. Who didn't want freedom in this world? However, their mine didn't have any choice. It was either to hide in the immortal mine or face extinction. In the past, when the young 9 Sea Kings snuck out, it naturally knew but turned a blind eye. It could understand the young one's desire to see the outside world. He was also aware of their struggle. Even if they were to sever their bloodline, the villainous heaven still wouldn't spare them. The mark left by the heaven was impossible to be destroyed. Even a blood severing could only hide them temporarily. Only by destroying the villainous heaven would the seal be destroyed as well. Of course, they didn't have this opportunity. Thus, the fowl placed all hope on Lichia. He was the only one who had a chance for victory. The fowl was truly envious of the beast world. Though both of them were ancestral Earths, they were different in nature and this had decided their fate. The beast world could see the sunlight again while the mine couldn't. The beast world didn't suffer the same seal from the villainous heaven. Thus, as long as the villainous heaven continued to exist, the mine wouldn't have their freedom. Damned crow, you were a blood-sucking vermin but you need to stay alive. Do it. The fowl spoke. You are shouldering the hope of so many to break the eternal chains. Their freedom depends on you. If you fail, how many more cycles and epochs will it take? Few people could make it to that step and even fewer had any chance of victory. In this epoch, you're the only one. Don't disappoint me since I have gambled everything on you. The fowl became absent-minded. After a while, it shook its head and was between laughters and tears. How strange, an old geezer like me still gets so sentimental. Chapter 1721. Boom! Another loud explosion broke the peace at Mortal Emperor after the appearance of the Bayan Beast World. A great ship ascended from cleansing incense with a size large enough to blot out the sky. When it revealed its full scope, the spectators were in awe and shock. It looked just like a flying continent. Each inch of the ship made from divine metal has been empowered and polished. This was indeed a mobile continent. It poured down laws like the waterfalls on top of having layers of defensive barriers. It was an unbreakable fortress. This was the Sea Conch. After stealing it, he recrafted and polished it into this new form. It would be a great help for him during this trip to the 10th world. With this fortress, the group could still withstand the barrages from the masters up there, even if the emperors and gods themselves attacked. This would be Li Chie's base as well in the future, to be used by the group. The ship was shocking enough, but people were even more shaken by the existence standing on it. This was a gigantic golden dragon. It absorbed and spewed out an immense amount of draconic energy. This energy engulfed the entire world like a great flood. It looked as if it could annihilate Mortal Emperor with one claw. At the back of the ship was a tiger the size of a mountain range. When it opened its eyes, they looked like suns. Just its glare alone could disintegrate a god king. Everyone shuddered at the sight of these two creatures. Unless it was an emperor, no one else in this world would be a match for them. They were the two beasts below Hidden Dragon Mountain. Of course, they had a name as well. The dragon was called Golden while the tiger had the name Tyrant. Golden and Tyrant were perpetual enemies up above due to the animosity between their races. They would often fight upon seeing each other. Moreover, they were evenly powerful so a victor couldn't be decided at all. Their battles could last for several hundreds or even more than 1,000 years. Later in the future, due to all kind of coincidences and reasons, the duo fell into the 9 worlds. This was an impossible matter but the two met an exceedingly rare occurrence. Both were crushed under the mountain range and couldn't come into being. There were also South Emperor, Old Xian, Blood Bull God Fiend, Alpine Tree Father. These unstoppable beings were standing on deck without hiding their aura at all. The 9 worlds trembled before their appearance. There was nothing else to say after seeing this lineup. It was more than enough to show Fiercest's true power. Perhaps he was the only one who could rally such a force in the 9 worlds. An eternal existence felt dread and blurted. Is this putting it all on the line? In the past, it was virtually impossible for an emperor to bring up 1 or 2 people. But now, His Excellency wants to bring such a force? That's the dark hand for you, capable of doing what the emperors can't. No wonder why he was the ruler for so long. People were kneeling down, even the god kings and other exceptional masters. They were coming to say goodbye. Among them were ancestors from the Blood Race and War God Temple. Many experts from mysterious Bamboo Mountain came as well. Their seniors were leaving so the descendants were coming out in droves. The girls also had their sex ancestors and peers coming. Heavenly Tao Academy, Eternal River School, Heaven Suppression. This send-off party was monstrous and included the strongest lineages in modern time. Thus, all experts in Mortal Emperor were retreating to make a path after the ship came out. Some people in the party didn't wish for their friends to leave. Some were even crying. The older members of the group were much better. They were from the last generation and had seen through life after living for so many years. There weren't much that they would miss in the 9 worlds. Plus, they wanted to go all out before dying from old age. As for the young ladies, some sadness couldn't be helped. After all, they might not be able to return to the 9 worlds later on. Moreover, their seniors, family members, and even parents were here, so some of them were crying as well. Nevertheless, they still chose to leave. This was their pursuit in life. Chen Baojiao's parents' eyes were red from tears. However, they didn't interfere with their daughter's business and boundless potential in the future. The most nonchalant one among them was Ma Gu. She only needed Li Qie, so the location didn't matter. As long as he was there, she would have everything that she needed. Thus, she was neither sad nor excited. She stood there like a transcending fairy, as free as the clouds and winds. The ship was waiting at the moment for Li Qie to destroy the world barrier. Baz! A great path emerged from cleansing incense and headed straight for the heaven's will. One could hear the cries of the mystical beasts everywhere. There were deities singing along the path, filled with immortal springs and divine flowers. The primordial aura was plentiful as well. At this time, Li Qie finally stepped out of cleansing incense with his 13 palaces floating above. When he stepped on the path, he triggered a loud detonation and activated his 4 physiques. An endless flame surged straight up and swept through the celestials in the sky. He was letting his immortal emperor aura out in full swing. All of the 9 worlds had to shoulder his power. He was omnipresent, and his majestic figure made everyone prostrate on the ground. Your Majesty! The inhabitants of the 9 worlds felt a sense of respect before this aura. Even those who didn't want to bow had to do so due to an instinctive fear. Their knees grew weak and they dropped loudly on the ground. Li Qie took his time walking. Even without the heaven's will, he was already an untouchable immortal emperor. The laws of the world screamed before his coming. All beings had to submit to his might. He was holding Bu Lianxiang's hand. The two of them walked very slowly, painting an eternal scene. She was beautiful enough to shame the stars. Even if she wasn't an official imperial queen just yet, she was above all the previous queens. Many girls were lost in admiration and envy. Only Bu Lianxiang could enjoy this honor in the entire world. In their eyes, nothing was more prestigious than becoming an imperial queen. Though parting was inevitable, she was still as nonchalant and elegant as always. She was never one to wear her emotions on her sleeve. Though she knew that this could be their final moment together, she wanted to stay to help her man. She didn't want to be his shackles and supported him the entire way. She already had the style, temperament, and vision of an imperial queen. Her position in Li Qie's heart was unique as well. Mei Suyao and the other girls had no objection. They didn't become jealous either, since they thought that she deserved such honor and the position of queen. They were aware that she had paid more than the rest. Plus, she was staying back in the 9 worlds because she needs to keep his bloodline going. Not wanting to extend her life for another generation was another minor reason. Regardless of the destruction in the future, she carried hope and legacy. She would become the guardian of the 9 worlds and the protector of Li Qie's line. Chapter 1722. Eventually, Li Qie finally came right below the heaven's will. He looked up and a bright seal emerged on his forehead. The heavens will seal. A hawk-eyed fella could see and murmur. There was a copious amount of experts gathering in Mortal Emperor, especially in this area. Even the unhappy candidates alliance was here. The geniuses that were robbed of their eligibility were annoyed. One could even say that they were furious, so some snorted. Even though Li Qie already grasped the invincible might of an immortal emperor, some geniuses were still not willing to accept this. In their mind, they had been chosen by the heavens will before, but the sudden and confusing loss left them unsatisfied. Watching Li Qie with his seal exasperated them even more. The candidates all lost their qualification for some reason. Even if he were to seize the heavens will right now, it'll be a questionable ascension. Someone mumbled, but many heard him clearly. The guy was purposely trying to put Li Qie down. People glanced at each other, especially members of the alliance. These geniuses completely agreed with this sentiment. However, Li Qie was too powerful at this moment, so no one dared to speak up. Under his current state, even an emperor contender would be taken down. Step up if you're going to say something. Don't make me drag you out. Li Qie chuckled in response. Buzz. 2 people appeared out of nowhere, one old and one young, shrouded in a divine aura. Their vitality was quite holy and gave off a supreme feeling to all spectators, as if they came from a divine race. I said it. The old man lowered his tone. It doesn't matter how strong you are. Without a competition, people will talk. Li Qie glanced at the old man, then the youth. He smiled. And here I thought it was someone else. So it's Uni Dao, true God. Your bloodline is quite rare in the 9 worlds. When your father was alive, he still could only kneel before me. You are far inferior compared to him. You. The old man's face turned red. Fine, since everyone is here, I won't be so polite. Li Qie's gaze swept through the experts, especially the Alliance members and their Dao protectors. In fact, the Alliance wanted to go all out and challenge the new emperor's authority, so they were quite eager at the moment. Li Qie said, I initially wanted to be merciful, leaving more talents behind for the 9 worlds, but if all of you are so blind, don't blame me for what I'm about to do next. Your Alliance must be unhappy and feel indignation about losing your eligibility. A battle has always been part of the ascension to the throne. Only by experiencing this would one be qualified to become emperor. One candidate stated. That's right. A different genius parroted. It's not an official ascension without a battle. The quiet ones, especially the imperial lineages, were wanting to leave this mess. They had seen enough of Fiercest's abilities. It couldn't end well for those who oppose him. The best example was Soaring Immortal. Nevertheless, the Alliance remained unconvinced and refused to swallow this indignation, despite knowing Fiercest's strength. Fine, you want a merciless battle for the heaven's will, right? So be it. All come together with your Dao protector and sections. I'll take care of you all with just one move. Li Qie chuckled. The geniuses from the Alliance were furious after hearing this. They were the top talents from all over the 9 worlds with amazing achievements and personal abilities. Though they knew Li Qie was untouchable, his declaration of taking them all down with one move was simply humiliating. Such a big tone. One genius from a different world scowled. Li Qie replied, I've always been like this. If you want to make a move, go for it. Don't waste my time. Are you sure? Another asked. That's right. Li Qie said, anyone who is unhappy with me can come with whatever techniques and methods. I will need just one move. Fine, we'll just see how invincible you are. The young was always impetuous. One of them instantly said after losing their patience. At this time, the Alliance got ready for battle. Their Dao protectors and seniors stepped up as well. In a short time, Li Qie was completely surrounded. Each genius took the most advantageous position in order to deliver the fatal blow. Anyone else? Let's go then, the more the better, so I can finish it all right away. Li Qie looked around and asked. Humph. Some geniuses were hesitating at first, but they couldn't handle his arrogance. They snorted and stood out as well along with their seniors. Meanwhile, the spectators and virtually everyone who was from Mortal Emperor retreated far away from the battlefield. Those from Mortal Emperor could already see the incoming destruction. There was nothing Fiercest couldn't do in their mind, no miracle he couldn't perform. In fact, even miracles seemed so commonplace when he was involved. If he said that he could destroy the Alliance with one move, then he was definitely going to do so. In the end, the Alliance was in position for this final chance. There was no other choice but to test the might of Fiercest. They all walked on the path of the heavens, and Immortal Emperor was their goal. If they didn't risk everything at this last second, then their several dozen years or even several hundred years of cultivation would be wasted. Even though testing the beast was an unwise move, since Li Qie was unstoppable with his 13 palaces and 4 physiques. Rationality didn't exist before the heaven's will. What was the point of all the hard training and spilled blood? They all paid the price and toiled just for this competition. This last effort gave meaning to their lifelong pursuit. Furthermore, they had the number advantage at this moment. If they could take Fiercest down, there was still a chance of reaching for the throne. He was their biggest obstacle and there was no way around it. They must kill him or everything would only be empty talks. Chapter 1723. The world fell into a hush. All eyes were fixated on this scene. The experts who were strong enough to watch all held their breath. Moreover, many great powers and imperial lineages opened their heavenly mirrors to watch the area. The ancestors who didn't personally come to the field could still see the battle. For the 9 worlds, people didn't only want to see how Li Qie would destroy the Alliance with one move. They also watched how he would shoulder the heaven's will and become emperor. They wanted to see the process with their own eyes. Becoming emperor was everyone's goal, but right now, if they couldn't become one, Being able to witness Li Qia's ascension was still the topic of a lifetime. Their life wouldn't have been wasted completely. Members of Mortal Emperor were more curious about which technique he would use to take down the alliance. They cared about the process, not the result, since the latter was already written in the stars. The geniuses in the alliance weren't that numerous. However, the addition of their Dao protectors and sect members increased the number to 100,000. They completely surrounded Li Qia with many god kings and some emperor assailants. This was indeed a frightening force. Any lineage in the 9 worlds would tremble in fear. No one would dare to oppose this type of alliance, outside of an immortal emperor. These emperor candidates and their unstoppable Dao protectors no longer held anything back. They instantly released their vitality and auras. These powers swept through the world like a storm to the dismay of its inhabitants. Li Qia simply glanced at the alliance surrounding him without leaving an inch and leisurely said, "You all have chosen this path. Do not blame me for being merciless." The members glanced at each other one last time. Finally, the strongest genius cried out, "Kill him. Then we'll have the chance to shoulder the heaven's will." Kill! All the members roared in unison and took out their weapon together. Everyone attacked without holding back. They wanted to use their strongest attack in order to kill Li Qia with this final attempt. Boom! In the blink of an eye, so many wondrous weapons came killing, including immortal emperor life and true treasures and some other ancient divine weapons. The weapons derived and created myriad laws. Some combatants reversed the yin and yang. Others were able to destroy the 6 Dao or refine everything in their path. The entire mortal emperor world quaked before this onslaught. It was drowned out from so many powerful masters attacking at the same time. The glint of artifacts and brilliance of techniques erupted instantly like the explosion of a million suns. This blinding blast illuminated all of Mortal Emperor. People's legs grew weak before this combined attack. Even god kings were horrified, let alone their pale seniors. Li Qia simply stood there with a smile. In the blink of an eye, his 4 physiques activated. Boom! A boundless immortal light flowed all over and overshadowed the existing brilliance. The lights of the alliance became dimmed. The power of these physiques was unimaginable. No one had cultivated 4 immortal physiques at the same time in history, let alone reaching grand completion in all of them. In the past, the Black Dragon King was invincible and on the same level as emperors just by having 2. Thus, one could extrapolate Li Qia's current power level. The 13 palaces instantly suppressed true immortals and the myriad Dao. Others' Dao became gray and feeble, unable to withstand a single blow. These 2 factors assaulted all of Mortal Emperor. Even space seemed to have been frozen. No one could move before this irresistible suppression. Maybe an emperor wouldn't be able to handle it either. Li Qia in this split second made a fist with his right hand. He had no need for techniques and complicated variations. His fist became resplendent and everything seemed to be within his grasp. It was no exaggeration that the 9 worlds were under his control. All existences felt that they were insignificant, trapped in this incoming move. Bang! Just the mere vibration of this fist shattered time, space, and the grand Dao laws in Mortal Emperor. It could crush everything since it contained the power of the palaces and physiques. The weapons and techniques were instantly destroyed. They weren't spared either. All the candidates, Dao protectors, and ancestors from their sect instantly turned into a mist of blood. This bloody mist filled the sky. Even god kings and emperor assailants didn't have the chance to scream nor an opportunity to resist. If they had awareness down in the 9 springs, they would be lost in disbelief right now with regards to their death. Shocking couldn't describe this scene. The spectators had a shadow forever imprinted in their mind. This would be their terrible memory and nightmare for years to come. Bletch! After a long while, someone regained their sanity and instantly vomited. More followed suit. People turned pale and some experts were paralyzed on the ground before this terrible feat. Just the vibration of his fist alone instantly massacred 100,000 enemies, even the emperor assailants. Who could be stronger than him in this world? Who could actually withstand this fist if it had actually come out? More importantly, Li Qia had yet to officially become an emperor. If he were to ascend in combination with his current state, people would be lost in despair even more. Everyone thought about the topic previously discussed. Who was the prime emperor across the ages? This was when everyone was of the same mind and thoughts. Only Fiercest was eligible for this title, no one else. One pale ancestor murmured, "Prime Emperor." If he isn't qualified for this title, no other emperors were. Other people kept their mouth shut. They didn't dare to comment on this topic since they felt that they were ineligible from participation. They were too insignificant under the invincible might of the Prime Emperor. Prime Emperor became Li Qi's crowning title. The world began to forget about Li Qi and Fiercest. He had left behind only one memory for everyone. That of the Prime Emperor. Chapter 1724. Li Qi gently sighed while looking at the sky filled with bloody mists. He said flatly, "The path towards a mortal emperor has always been merciless, paved with skeletons. An emperor requires their adversaries' bones to pave the way. I was merciful, yet why must all of you force me to ascend this way?" Despite the dull tone from him, it still silenced the experts in the 9 worlds. Everyone was aware of the cruel competition towards the throne. However, without having a personal experience, people didn't hold it in mind. But when they saw Li Qi destroying 100,000 men with just one fist, a realization of its cruel nature began. The popular description was not empty words but reality. Thus, some people shuddered in fear. They swore to never let their descendants walk on the imperial path. One emperor, countless bones. No one would blame him for being merciless. If he didn't kill them, they would still try to kill him. It was that simple and brutal. Though Li Qi wanted to leave some talents and sparks to the 9 worlds, the alliance kept on challenging him. Thus, he had no reason to be merciful. It was not in his nature to do so. Li Qi then stared at the Unidao true god and his junior at his side and said emotionlessly, "Go back. I shall let you go out of consideration for your father." The god was pale despite possessing an amazing bloodline and power. He quivered and couldn't restrain the fear inside his heart. He felt so insignificant before the Prime Emperor. Just one finger alone could pulverize him. His disciple couldn't stand straight at all. He has considered himself a genius all this time, but he didn't have the courage to look at the Emperor. If it wasn't for the true god supporting him, he would be paralyzed on the ground right now. "Thank you for showing mercy, Your Highness." The frightened true god prostrated towards Li Qi before taking his disciple away. His action, without a doubt, meant that he had accepted Li Qi's position and title. "Your Highness." The spectators got on the ground and shouted in unison. Their cries echoed all over Mortal Emperor and triggered more kneeling and praise. In this split second, Li Qi's status has been confirmed even before his official ascension and shouldering of the heaven's will. This was an unprecedented miracle. No one had been accepted so readily by all experts before the official coronation. There was no need for the heaven's will. In the eyes of the people here, the Prime Emperor had proven his invincibility. "Rise." Li Qi took in everything around him and said slowly. His quiet voice permeated all corners in the 9 worlds. His imperial aura filled every inch of the lands. All cultivators were willing to submit to the Prime Emperor's authority. They finally stood up and looked at the Emperor with awe and respect. Li Qi withdrew his gaze and looked at the heaven's will in the sky. He said, "It's time to leave." With that, his forehead lit up. One could see 3 golden, silver, and iron strands of light twisting together. The light of the heaven's will was only one step of a long path compared to them. "The end of the world is waiting to be vanquished by us," he declared. Boom, boom, boom. 3 maelstrom instantly pierced through all space and appeared above Li Qi. Rumble. The 9 worlds quaked in response. All living beings were startled by the explosions. 3 maelstrom were hovering above his head now with their respective color: gold, silver, and iron. They were found by him in the past. The golden maelstrom came from the source of the 3 great veins in stone medicine. The silver one was located in the ancestral domain of sacred nether, and the iron one was lost in the Bone Sea. Few people in history knew about them because they have never appeared at the same time. It was difficult to comprehend them. Even an emperor would need a long period of time. More importantly, luck was essential in doing so. They were related to the greatest mystery of the ages. The master in the immortal demon grotto searched for it back then. In the beginning, he didn't have a great understanding of the maelstrom. He only knew bits and pieces from the lost epics, only about their existence. Later on, his dark crow dug deeper and he understood them more. By the time the dark crow escaped from the grasp of the grotto, Li Qi had greater knowledge than the grotto. It wasn't until he obtained the silver light that he truly understood it. This was the reason why he wanted to go to Stone Medicine and Heaven Spirit. When these three maelstrom were rotating, the entire 9 worlds were shaking as if the three could devour and grind everything to dust. The maelstrom were small relative to the 9 worlds, but they contained a power 100-fold stronger to the horror of all creatures. Everyone was afraid that they would suck the 9 worlds in. From then on, nothing would exist. Buzz! The 3 lights turned into 3 extremely tiny laws after a dazzling process. These hair-like laws were exquisite and looped around each other. Boom! The 3 big maelstrom changed. They turned into 3 grand Tao that have never been seen before. In a short time, the 3 grand Tao imitated the 3 tiny laws and twisted together without stopping. With their rotation, everything in the world became eternal as well. The explosions finally stopped and the world became quiet. These grand Tao were inscrutable. They seemed to have been born in the primordial essence, even older than the heaven and earth. All the laws and Tao of the epochs were derived from them. No one could understand them and felt that in this particular conjoined state, the world was born for their sake. Xueqi smiled satisfyingly after seeing this. If it wasn't for his search under the grotto's command, he wouldn't have figured out their mystery. During his search, he read through countless scrolls in the 9 worlds and even went to the 10th. There was virtually nothing written about them, only a few lines on ancient murals. After the long years, Xueqi had certain guesses and today, he was finally successful. Their origin and usage couldn't be described with words. This was the reason why after losing, the grotto tried hard to find the maelstrom. In the master's eyes, this was his only chance to rise again. Those who truly understood the maelstrom would go crazy, including emperors. Chapter 1725. All spectators saw the 3 grand Tao created from the maelstrom twisting together. They were curious about the nature of these things and why they wielded so much power. It's time for perfection. Xueqi took out a bronze chest that he got from the bottom of God War Mountains. At that time, a huge statue was holding it. He opened it and threw the content at the grand Tao. Clank! A clear metallic noise came about. The items from the chest hung on the 3 grand Tao and became resplendent. They were 12 things that had the appearance of laws but weren't laws, golden but weren't gold, hardened but weren't stones. They looked so natural hanging off the 3 Tao as if this was their complete form. If the 3 grand Tao together looked like a beautiful earring, then the 12 things hanging on them looked like 12 attached string tassels fluttering in the wind. The beauty of this entire thing was beyond imagination. No one in this world was qualified to wear it, and its seemingly natural form only confused the crowd even more. How many emperors have chased after the heaven's will and trod forward courageously? Today, the heaven's will is only a decorative piece. Xueqi said and smiled while looking at the 3 grand Tao and 12 laws. This shocked all the experts nearby. So many considered the heaven's will to be everything. But now, the Prime Emperor said that it would only be a decorative piece. Such a statement was too domineering. He was the only one qualified to do so. His forehead lit up again. With a buzzing noise, one of the 12 laws stretched out as if it was coming back to life. Next, it instantly locked up the heaven's will before penetrating inside. The grand Tao form of the heaven's will was initially flowing like water. Now it was absorbed by the law and became part of it. The fusion made the law bright as if it was infused with life and all the energy in the world. The other 11 laws paled in comparison since they didn't have the same radiance. This astounded the crowd and left them with widened eyes. Even though the Prime Emperor had said it, watching this scene unfolding still bewildered them. The heaven's will was the symbol of invincibility and belonged only to the emperors. But today, it was only a decorative piece. It was truly made the mind waver. Everyone would find this unbelievable in the past, but watching it in person made them think that this was quite natural, normal, even. Nothing the Prime Emperor did could be considered a miracle since he was capable of anything. Many had their breath stolen. If that law required 1 heaven's will to light up, it meant that they needed at least 11 heaven's wills more to be complete. Just thinking about that made everyone nervous. Who could imagine the consequence of possessing 12 heaven's wills? What was the result of someone possessing them? What kind of being could this be? Even ancient existences like Old Xian and the God Fiend became anxious as well. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger understood the significance and the result. However, they didn't know the real origin of the 3 grand Tao and the 12 laws. It's time for the emperors and gods to tremble, as they should. The heavens will gestated by the 9 worlds is very precious. How many heavens wills up there will he need to light the other 11 laws? The golden dragon said. This guy is too heaven-defying. Just this alone will make scalps tingle up there. The tyrant tiger agreed. After he lights up all 12, even if Pure Wood Divine Emperor and Origin Heaven Emperor were to come back to life, they still wouldn't be able to stop his pace. No, you are still underestimating this guy. The dragon shook its head. He came prepared to go big in this generation. Those 2 emperors are not enough to trouble him. If he were to light up all 12 laws, all the emperors and gods combined wouldn't be his match. At that time, he'll really be the one qualified to fight at the end of the world, the only one that might be successful. Final battle, the tiger said slowly. Too many have died on this road. People have hibernated for generations and in the end, they couldn't get on this path in time before being killed by the heavenly execution. The dragon shuddered and said, "It is quite scary." The Flame Emperor with his unparalleled talents and invincibility still couldn't withstand it. These 2 were aware of this particular tribulation. When it came down, even invincible characters like them became dazed. No one could withstand it. Only 2 choices were left, to be annihilated or to run away. So many grand emperors and immortal monarchs are hiding from it. The tiger added, I hope this guy can handle it directly unlike all the others. This would definitely validate his title as prime, even in the 10th world. The beast glanced at Xueqi at this point. The dragon mused after hearing this. Directly withstanding it, No one has been able to do so. Otherwise, Purewood Divine Emperor would not have disappeared without a trace and Origin Heaven Emperor wouldn't embark on the journey early. And of course, Flame Emperor would still be alive. I don't think anyone had a greater accomplishment than these 3 in the 10th world. How many heaven's wills are required to light up all 12? The tiger wondered while looking at the scene above. If each one requires 1 heaven's will, it is hard to calculate in the 10th world. In my opinion, at least 66 heaven's wills. The one in the 9 worlds is too precious in comparison, comparable to 2 to 6 heaven's wills in the 10th world. There might be a lot of them up there, but in order to light up all 11, he might need to take all of them in a single generation. The dragon smiled wryly and shook its head. It's too hard to imagine. Even though several grand emperors and immortal monarchs can appear in each generation, no one has been able to take all the heaven's wills. No, it's frankly impossible since it will make it awkward for everyone. The other emperors and monarchs won't just sit idly by. Chapter 1726. It's definitely not easy. Quite a burden on a long path. The golden dragon said with a tinge of emotion. The emperors and gods won't just watch or let anyone take all of the heaven's wills. Even if they don't interfere, the heavenly execution will definitely come down due to the number of wills. Perhaps even before he could light up the 11th law. I'm not that pessimistic. The tiger laughed. I hope that this guy can do it. It'll be interesting when he takes all 72 wills. At that point, the 10th world will fall into a barren period with his unique miracle. 1 person with 72 wills? The beings up there will be tortured by this fact. Quite an invincible feat. 1 palace can only hold 1 will, so 12 is the limit. The dragon smiled wryly. Even if he has 13 and has broken common sense, I'm afraid his own body won't be able to shoulder all 72 even with the 3 grand Tao and the other 11 laws. This is still a mighty power that might be beyond his control. It's more than enough to overfill and detonate any emperor. The tiger had a different view. He's a miracle creator, moving across the 2 worlds so many times without dying. Don't use logic to gauge him. I'm quite high on the guy and am more than ready to watch the gods and emperors moan after he takes them all. The beast was ready to bask in the misery of others. The dragon was still skeptical. 12 wills were the limit in the 10th world since 1 palace contained 1 will. No emperors and monarch have surpassed 12 palaces in the past. The most mysterious pure wood, the most brilliant origin, and the strongest flame only had 12. They couldn't break through the limit. Pure wood was an emperor full of legends and shrouded in mystery, yet he still followed the common limit. These were all the strongest of the grand emperors and immortal monarchs. The dragon thought that there was still a chance for Xueqi to have 13 wills, in accordance with common sense. But it was skeptical about his ability to light up all 11. Furthermore, in the case of success, Perhaps his body wouldn't be able to handle such a force since no one has done it before. No matter what, this guy has a chance to surpass pure wood divine emperor. The dragon admitted, his 13 palaces will make his future extraordinary. The tiger was very respectful when talking about this emperor. The first grand emperor to have 12 palaces in the 10th world, perhaps even the first of the emperors. Yes, too many tales about him, the role model for many emperors and monarchs. The dragon agreed. The title, Pure Wood, had a fascinating effect once mentioned due to his cryptic nature. Li Jie sighed after the heavens had lit up one of the laws. It was truly time to leave now. He took a deep breath and embraced Bu Lianxiang to whisper, "I'll come back triumphantly. Nothing can stand in my way, whether it be the beings up there or the villainous heaven." "Right, success will be yours." Bu Lianxiang spoke caringly. "Go without worries. Wherever you are, I will be waiting for you to continue forward, my capable warrior." He couldn't stop himself from kissing her while she tightened her embrace. After a long time, their lips finally separated. Despite her unwillingness, she said, "Go, my love. Never look back. Never falter. Goodbye." He intimately muttered before turning to leave. He stopped on a peak without looking back at the crowd. He was afraid of being shaken by this emotional moment. Lianxiang quietly stared at her lover's back. She was praying for him and didn't wish to be his shackles. The apex was merciless. Her man required the utmost courage to tread towards the end of the world. She didn't wish to follow him due to the popular adage, "The sweet scent of a woman is the grave of a hero." She didn't want him to stop because of his wife and children. Thus, she chose to stay behind in order to keep his determination from wavering. Since the start of time, each imperial queen had to make a choice whether to go with their husband or stay behind. The emperors had to continue forward on the long path of the Tao. If they stopped for too long, familial love could become their shackles. Their wife and children would always be on their mind and adding to their worries. More often than not, these queens have chosen to stay in the 9 worlds to protect their sex and raise their children. This was their responsibility and choice. Li Jie looked at the sky before raising and spreading his right palm. At this moment, he suddenly locked the entire sky. Spatio-temporal barriers appeared one by one. Nightfall descended with starry dots appearing to the astonishments of many experts. People finally understood the Prime Emperor's current level. When he closes his eyes, darkness arrives. When he opened them, the dawn cometh. He was free to control the universe and change the days. What is that? People wondered while looking at these starry dots floating in the dark. They looked like spatial coordinates but were different from the ones in the 9 worlds. The world barrier between the 9 worlds and 10th. Only emperors can see these things, but Prime had shown everything with just a wave of his palm. That's too powerful. A top general under an emperor explained to his descendants. The 10th world? What do you mean, is that an immortal world? One child was very curious. They have never heard of a 10th world before. The void world was another one that had just appeared, but it already had a name. It's not something for you to know. Only existences of the imperial level are privy. The general didn't want to tell his descendants. He gazed at the barrier and said, "Emperors usually went alone and didn't want to be disturbed. They would pick a faraway location before opening it. But now, Prime doesn't care about the crowd or any disturbance. Is he about to create another miracle?" The ascension to the 10th world has always been meticulously planned by the emperors. Even someone as invincible as them didn't dare to be careless. Thus, only their most trusted confidants were allowed to know the location and send them off. This was indeed an extremely dangerous endeavor, so they didn't wish to be disturbed during the process. That's why so few in history were aware of the emperor's whereabouts and the existence of the 10th world. That's why it was so shocking for the Prime Emperor to publicly announce his ascension to the 10th world. It meant that he wasn't afraid of anyone interfering or stealing his connecting pathway. A few hidden overlords in the 9 worlds felt their heart beating faster. Maybe this is a good opportunity since Fiercest can bring so many people with him. Some of them immediately made a decision. Chapter 1727. In fact, the overlords weren't the only ones tempted. A few generals or hibernating children of emperors felt the same way. They were aware of the 10th world's existence since they saw their parent going up. They also missed the emperors who might still be living in the 10th world. Thus, they were thinking about seeing them and some legends in the 10th world. Emperors usually went alone not only because of the difficulty in surpassing the barrier, it was also due to the hunt waiting above. They could face people at a higher level and might not necessarily survive the ordeal, let alone protecting others. So now, when the Prime Emperor wanted to bring so many people, it meant everyone could have a chance to go to the 10th world. So that's what he'll use to break the barrier. The crystal fowl back at the mine saw the 3 Grand Tao and 12 laws hovering above and understood Li Qia's method. This is even stronger than an epic wheel, definitely before the primordial period and all the epochs. That's when such a powerful thing would be created and break through the barrier like an epic wheel. The fowl murmured. He also yearned while looking at the starry dots. There were the coordinates of the 10th world. After breaking through the barrier, the 10th world was next. It was a type of homecoming. Unfortunately, their mine wasn't allowed to join. Even when an emperor was doing this, he could only open a single path for himself on this barrier with the heaven's will. After all, this was a separation created by the high heaven and another reason why emperors usually went up alone. Li Qia locked onto his target with a chilling glare and said, "Is everyone ready?" Roar! Both the golden dragon and tyrant tiger roared and became excited with surging battle intent. Their terrible aura engulfed the 9 worlds. They were at the level of emperors, so everyone else shuddered. The Prime Emperor alone was frightening enough, but now, 2 divine beasts were present as well. This magnitude of force was truly unprecedented. It could suppress all the ages since it was virtually 3 emperors existing at the same time. No one could ever touch this group in any era. The beast world became excited by exuding an endless primal aura as well. It was as if countless beasts were coming back to life. The birds, fish, and beasts all over the 9 worlds stopped on their track instantly due to fear. Even the soaring immortal sect at its highest peak couldn't possess this all-crushing power. In fact, Li Qia was full of regrets. He wanted to use the dragon and tiger to deal with the ancient Ming one last time before leaving. Alas, they kept on hiding, so he didn't have the chance for a final massacre. Buzz! His forehead lit up and released loud explosions. The 3 Grand Tao and 12 laws began to spin like a drill bit. The bright entities became dazzling with a suffocating power. Quite terrifying. The crystal fowl was very wary after sensing this power. Even the pair of eyes in the deepest part of the heavenly corpse burial ground opened as well and became serious. The old ghost realized that Li Qia was going all out back at the negotiation day. If the burial ground were to refuse, he would have definitely destroyed them. Rumble! The Tao and laws rotated faster and faster until it just looked like a drill at work. Once it reached maximum speed, it instantly began to head for the world barrier. Bang! The impact made the 9 worlds shake. Tsunamis assaulted the sea while the stars swayed up above. Even the strongest beings tumbled to the ground. One move to break the heaven. A huge hole was penetrated in the world barrier. Crack! More cracks appeared that were increasingly widening. More locations on the world barrier began to collapse, resulting in more holes. The path to the 10th world emerged before the spectators. One could see the strands of immortal lights descending from above. They were brilliant and tempting, baiting others closer with palpitation. One must get through the lightning ponds first. An ancestor looked at the holes in the sky and said. The paths were still very dangerous. The closest area to the 9 worlds was full of lightning tribulations. One could see lightning bolts rampaging that place like dragons, ready to annihilate all trespassers. After crossing through this area, one would reach a vast expanse. That's the buffering zone between the 2 worlds or a battlefield. The hunt would start there with the existences from above trying to stop emperors from the lower worlds from coming. This was due to the 3 clauses agreement back then. Once an emperor made it to the actual 10th world, all hunting must cease. Of course, it was a different scene for those looking down from the 10th world. The buffer zone looked like a bottomless abyss, made out of time and space. Once fallen inside, anyone would be corroded by these 2 affinities, losing up to several 100,000 years. That's the trade-off in lifespan in order to descend. The beings up there couldn't pay this price since they would die of old age within that expanse. Thus, it was much easier to go up from the 9 worlds versus the opposite. In a short time, all cultivators held their breath. Some were quite tempted, but no one dared to rush forward since they didn't know what was waiting above. Chapter 1728. The spectators in the 9 worlds gulped at the broken barrier. The overlords that knew of the 10th world's existence gleamed with anticipation. In a short time, some people were secretly preparing to go up in this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Some god kings thought that this was the mythical world of immortals. Going up there was a fortuitous event. Perhaps they could even obtain immortality. Unlike all the previous generations, the Prime Emperor had shattered the entire barrier, creating cracks and holes everywhere. Anyone who could withstand the upcoming lightning tribulation could have a chance of reaching the 10th world. However, he stood motionlessly in the same spot. Anyone else who wanted to go up still had to wait for him to leave first. Who would dare to compete for the first spot with Prime? We're finally returning. The Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger stared intensely at the holes with fire in their eyes. They were different from South Emperor and the others. One group was returning home while the other consisted of visitors. As two who have left home for so long, how could they not become excited at the repatriation? Nevertheless, the other group was still excited and ready to try. There was an entirely new world waiting for them, allowing them to excel even more. Lichia himself had locked onto a particular coordinate. He then pointed at one of the holes and told the dragon and tiger, "You all go this way. Be careful." "Very well, commence." The two beasts lost their patience long ago. After hearing the command, the two of them eagerly shouted, "Rumble!" They controlled their ship to fly towards the hole directed by Lichia. Magu and the others hurriedly waved goodbye at him. They couldn't go with him, so they had to wait for the meetup in the 10th world. It wasn't that he didn't wish to go with them, but he couldn't due to having too many enemies in the 10th world. He caused a huge commotion this time, so the ones up there were surely aware. Plus, they would try their best to calculate his position in the shortest time. That's why he would definitely face an ambush the moment he got up there, so he must go by himself in order to avoid involving Magu's group. "You go on that path." He pointed at another hole and told Ming Yeshue, who was controlling the beast world. Separating was the best way to avoid being captured altogether. Rumble! When the beast world and the gigantic ship jumped into their respective hole, the lightning tribulation frantically attacked them. One wave of thunderous attacks came after another with an immense destructive power. The thick lightning bolts came striking and would turn anything in their path to ashes. "Come!" The two beasts didn't care at all and roared. In the blink of an eye, their vitality erupted. Same with their divine aura. Draconic runes and tiger symbols appeared to stir the lighting ponds. Boom! Their attack instantly made a path in the currents, allowing the ship to head for the buffer zone. Those who could watch this scene were astonished. These beasts weren't weaker than any emperor. This was too heaven-defying. Who could stop the two of them working together? Rawr! The beast world issued a cry as well that threatened the world. It looked as if the king of beasts was within. Beast runes emerged and came together to form a huge defensive barrier. Rumble! Just like that, it jumped into the lighting pond and suffered the massive onslaught. However, this barrier was quite mighty and was able to withstand the onslaught. It rushed through the tribulation and made it to the buffer zone. The truth was that going through this ocean of tribulation wasn't the hardest part. Two other things were more challenging. First was the pathway that required the heaven's will to break. This would be a lone pathway just for the emperor. Second was the hunt aiming at all newcomers at the buffer zone, the most dangerous obstacle. Meanwhile, the envious crowd was still watching. Certain big shots were waiting to try to go up as well. Maybe they could get lucky. Lichia took a deep breath and couldn't help but turn back to look at Bulianxiang despite not wanting to do so. She waved at him with gentle encouragement. Her eyes, full of determination, sent him off as his biggest and eternal supporter. Lichia became firmer and nodded solemnly at her. It was time for him to tread forward and never stopping. He glanced at the 9 worlds and said, "Goodbye." Having said that, his 4 physiques erupted and became radiant. Boom! He was standing on the peak, but now, it has been uprooted and shot straight at a hole in the sky like an arrow that he was controlling and riding. Bang! He instantly surpassed the ponds of lightning after the hole and made it to the buffer zone. In this whole process, lightning and thunder couldn't touch him at all due to the void imperfection physique. This scene was astounding to everyone. Even tribulations couldn't touch him at all. That's Prime Emperor. No one else was on the same level in history. It's starting. After the ship reached the buffer zone, the dragon on the front and tiger on the back of the ship had a sharp glare, capable of seeing through the entire area. Nothing could hide from their gaze. We'll let them taste our power, no matter who they are. Not coming back after so long. It's fine to teach these juniors a lesson. As long as it is not a 12 Heavens Will's Grand Emperor, anyone else is fine. The tyrant tiger fiercely claimed. Boom! In a wink, a gigantic palm descended from above and sealed the field. Its imperial aura suppressed the myriad laws. This power was not inferior to any emperor from the 9 worlds. Not bad, Junior, state your name. Which race are you from? The tyrant tiger guffawed. That's right, state your name. The dragon laughed as well and unleashed its claws. The tiger showed no reservation and pounced forward with a slash straight at the palm. The Grand Emperor's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Without a doubt, he didn't expect to see 2 powerful adversaries like the dragon and tiger from the 9 worlds. Boom! The power of the heavens will erupted to face the incoming beasts. Without a doubt, the Emperor in the sky resorted to using the will's power. 4 Grand Emperors, they might not necessarily use the heavens will even against Emperor contenders right away. However, this Grand Emperor had no choice or the 2 beasts would end him. How many heavens wills do you have? 4 or 5? The aggressive tiger wasn't afraid at all and bared its fangs to the world. It created a deep gash in space before jumping within. Emperors with 6 and up won't easily come out in order to avoid the tribulations by the villainous heaven. Even if you have 6, you're not our match, being all alone. The dragon had a much more amicable attitude while attacking with its claw. Chapter 1729. Boom! While the dragon and tiger were fighting the Grand Emperor in the sky, a different palm suddenly came out of nowhere from a different direction and aimed for the ship. Imperial laws oozed from the palm with primordial chaos. The ship seemed tiny before the palm as if it could be crushed at any moment. Even though the girls were mentally prepared to fight the emperors, their hearts still sank once the combat began. These emperors were something else with their heavens will power. Finally a fight. The South Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement. But Magu was ahead of him. Her pretty eyes lit up and with a buzzing noise, they poured out an endless light. It looked like the river of time separating the ship from the gigantic palm of an emperor. Zzz. The palm started to decay after touching the river. In a blink, it became bony like a chicken foot. Boom! This emperor didn't let up. The power of the heavens will came over like a flood and the withered palm regained its vitality once more. It crossed the river of time straight for the ship just like before. State your name, Grand Emperor. Do not bully the juniors. Magu couldn't retaliate because the golden dragon jumped in and grabbed the palm with its claws. The 2 beasts were still laughing while fighting against 2 emperors. 5 to 6 Heavens Wills emperors weren't a threat to them. Perhaps one with 9 wills would prove to be a challenge. Of course, if there was a 12 wills emperor here, they might not be able to stop him even when working together. A grand completion eternal physique is quite terrifying. South Emperor was shocked even though Magu was interrupted and stared timidly at her. Even though Magu was not an emperor and rarely took action, everyone was in awe whenever she did. Her physique had the support of time, the thing most cultivators feared the most. It didn't matter what type of existence they might be, they still couldn't stop the power of time. The only grand completion eternal physique in history, completely matchless. Old Xian's expression changed as he murmured. While the dragon was facing the other Grand Emperor's attack, a stately voice resounded in a calm manner. Which fellow Taoists are making it difficult for the juniors from my 9 worlds? If you wish to fight, I'll indulge you. Another imperial aura assaulted the world. Looks like an immortal emperor from your 9 worlds is here. The dragon smiled at the juniors on the ship. Looks like I can't fight then. This fucking immortal emperor, I haven't gotten my fill. Why are they here already? The tiger was clearly unhappy about this newcomer. His battle with the Grand Emperor in the sky came to an abrupt end as a result. He has not fought for a very long time due to being imprisoned under the mountain range. Right now, he finally had a chance to fight against a Grand Emperor, but it looked like this won't be possible anymore. The dragon looked at the sky and shook its head. Unless a 3rd Grand Emperor comes, but that's boring. According to that damned crow's explanation of the old agreement, there can't be a 4th Emperor. South Emperor and the others stared at the sky, curious about which emperor from the 9 worlds was helping them. Bang! After entering the buffer zone, it became dark as if a monstrous beast was blotting out the sky. The statues from the beast world became serious and could faintly guess something. Rawr! A primordial scream came about as if a monster was waiting for the beast world. Our old enemy is here. The city commander could sense this primordial and beastly aura. Rawr! A gigantic bion rushed out from the beast world. It shattered the world and opened its mouth, ready to devour the moon. Growl! A roar came from above along with a huge claw. The peak flew like an arrow and took Xueqi to the buffer zone. The shiny path towards the entrance of the 10th world appeared before him. However, there was someone standing there already. It was a very gallant youth. He wore a heavenly robe with a green dragon embroidery. The style was quite aggressive, as if the dragon wanted to fly out and tear everything apart. He had an imperial crest and postured with both hands behind his back as if he was capable of shouldering the high heaven. Alas, there was no surging vitality or imperial power. He was hiding his power, yet no one could get through. Even god kings would shiver upon seeing him. There was no need for him to become angry. They would already be on the ground. Just his stare alone could suppress the heaven and earth. The slightest gesture could take down a star in the sky. A grand emperor. Even the most undiscerning fellow would realize that this was a heaven's will-possessing being, on the same level as an immortal emperor. The youth's eyes locked onto Xueqi standing on top of the flying peak. He said slowly, "Your Excellency. Crow, I have been waiting." It seemed that his voice forced the heaven and earth into harmonization. The universe was within his grasp. Emperor assailants were clearly not a match for him. Xueqi was not surprised at all. He glanced at the youth and chuckled. A strange face. I don't think there's an emperor or monarch from the 10th world that I do not recognize or haven't seen before. You must be from after immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation. Your Excellency, your knowledge is wondrous. The youth smiled and said, I am the first Grand Emperor of the current generation. My title is Dao Dragon. It is my pleasure to meet you for the first time. Oh, a Heaven Emperor. Xueqi looked at him and said, if that's your title, then it looks like you are related to a true dragon. But there's no sign of a draconic bloodline in your body. That means your cultivation art is draconic. Your insight is impeccable, Your Excellency. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor clapped and smiled. A senior once told me that very few things in this world can hide from your eyes and that I must be careful. This is indeed the case today. No wonder why you were able to organize the Emperor Hunt War in the shadows back then. You're not here to chit-chat with me, right? Xueqi smiled back. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor shook his head and calmly spoke. I also want to chat with you, Your Excellency. Even though you weren't in the 10th world, your legends are still circulating for the new emperors and monarchs. Alas, I am here under orders to take your life. No surprise there. Xueqi smiled. The geezers from the heaven, devil, and divine races don't want me here in order to prevent another emperor hunt. I'm certain that such a thing won't happen again. The emperor's words were mild-mannered, yet they carried such power and sonorous resonation. So confident, but do you have the power to take off my head? Xueqi said. I have 6 heaven's wills and am confident against anyone else from the 10th world and their imperial arts. However, Your Excellency is indeed an exception. The emperor replied. That means you had 2 seizing attempts already, 1 left. Xueqi chuckled. There were 72 heaven's wills for each generation in the 10th world. The grand emperors had 3 chances of shouldering them. The quantity was up to the emperor's own abilities. Even though the 9 worlds only had 1 heaven's will, this one was far stronger than the ones in the 10th world. Thus, there was a particular belief in this world. The majority of 9 worlds' emperors could take on a grand emperor or an immortal monarch with 2 to 6 wills. Of course, each emperor was different in their battle potential, so who they could match up to was different as well. However, people like immortal Emperor Jiao Hang, Empress Hong Tian, and immortal Emperor Gu Chun were exceptions. They instantly established some amazing battle records the moment they got up to the 10th world. Chapter 1730. You are right, Your Excellency. I still have 1 chance left. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor replied. The 10th world was different since it had 72 heaven's wills. A grand emperor or immortal monarch up here could have up to 12 heaven's wills. Of course, few were able to shoulder the maximum number. In the 9 worlds, there was only 1 chance to shoulder the heaven's will. This was not the case up here. In the same generation, an emperor up had a total of 3 chances to seize the heaven's wills, no more. This made the competitions quite long compared to the 9 worlds. able to span for nearly 10,000 years from beginning to end. Looks like you have a big chance of obtaining 9 wills. Li Qie looked at the emperor and smilingly said. Ever since the emperor had created his own Grand Tao, he had experienced 2 attainment periods and had 6 wills. Thus, he had another chance of obtaining another 3. Thank you, Your Excellency. I only have 9 palaces, so 9 wills are enough for me. After all, not too many emperors can have 12 wills. The emperor replied. 9 is enough to be considered exceptional among the emperors. Li Qie nodded approvingly. An emperor ascending from the 9 worlds is considered talented if they were on the same level as a 9 wills emperor. In the 10th world, 1 palace corresponded with 1 will. Of course, certain emperors broke this law, but it was very dangerous to do so. Our emperors envy the ones from the 9 worlds. At the very least, they do not have the same restraint of the 3 attainment periods as we do. Endless potential. The emperor spoke in the same friendly tone. This was the biggest difference between an immortal emperor and a grand emperor or immortal monarch. After ascending, they had 3 chances without any restriction. It meant that they could wait till the next generation to try again. This was indeed their greatest advantage, and the thing grand emperors were envious of the most. What is there to be envious about? Li Qie shook his head. It isn't that easy to continue on that path. There are too many twists and turns, making cultivation harder. Moreover, the heavens' wills from the 2 worlds are different. Just one misstep would end in a conflict, resulting in a destroyed heaven's will and death. Plus, they can only gain 1 or 2 at a time, not as easy as the emperors and monarchs. You gain some, you lose some in this world. The 9 worlds' emperors have their own difficulties, just no time restriction. When an emperor from the 9 worlds ascended, they had 2 choices. The first was to strengthen their 1 will. The second was to simultaneously hold wills from both worlds. Both required changes in their cultivation and could result in death. Those who were capable of taking in a heaven's will from the 10th world would find the process exceedingly difficult. It was quite easy for the immortal monarchs and grand emperors to take in 1 to 3 heaven's wills, at least relative to their peers from the 9 worlds. Those from the lower worlds could only shoulder 1 heaven's will at a time. The most heaven-defying would be able to take 2. Fewer than few could take 3 each time. Thus, their limit was 8 outside of the 1 from the 9 worlds. This limit was created under the first emperor of the ghost race, Immortal Emperor Wan Gu. This was the person who started the path of holding both types of heaven's wills at the same time. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor nodded. You gain some, you lose some. Well put, Your Excellency. However, you are a miracle creator. I'm sure this matter is no problem for you. Perhaps you will be able to create a cultivation art that negates the conflict between the heaven's wills. If there was someone in the world capable of this feat, it is surely you. The other emperors think so as well. The conversation was quite friendly. A passerby would think these 2 were having a Tao discussion without any enmity. So after chatting for half a day, I see now, you all are worried about this problem. Li Qie smiled and said, afraid of a flawless cultivation method appearing, scared of our emperors being able to obtain 12 heaven's wills. An immortal emperor from the 9 worlds was comparable to a grand emperor with 2 to 6 heaven's wills. If fusing the 2 types of wills was difficult, obtaining 8 heaven's wills was virtually impossible. However, this still created immense pressure for the upper world's emperors. If a 9 worlds emperor was able to shoulder 8 more, they would have a chance to be on the same level as a grand emperor with 12 wills. The latter was exceedingly rare as well. The dark crow has been a thorn in the emperor's eyes. There was a certain level of apprehension towards this unkillable roach. If he were to create a perfect art encompassing both the 9 worlds and 10th world's wills, it would add immense pressure to the 3 races. Just imagine, if someone in the 9 worlds could shoulder 12 heaven's wills plus their original, the 3 races wouldn't have anyone capable of stopping them. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor wasn't here to have a Dao discussion. He simply wanted to find some clues by talking. After all, he was a grand emperor, more than capable of reading others. Looks like you already have a rough idea, Your Excellency. Though Li Qie never answered, the emperor had gotten his answer. Their discerning ability was one of the scariest things about emperors. Then you are even more determined to kill me now, Li Qie said. This is indeed a threat to the upper echelons, the existence of an immortal emperor with enough heaven's wills. However, in my opinion, this is an unnecessary worry. As long as our heaven's will from the 9 worlds grows, it won't be weaker than a grand emperor with 12 wills. Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng's conquest against 9 emperors has already shown our boundless potential. One palm against 3,000 emperors. 2 fists sweeping through the 13 continents. Even Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor became emotional when talking about Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. He was the first who dared to challenge our 10th world's 12 wills emperors. However, Your Excellency, he is one and only. There's no replicating someone like him. He was full of respect and awe when talking about Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng despite being from the heaven race. Back then, this emperor fought against 9 others by himself before dueling against the Flame Emperor. This battle record shook all the continents. However, the 10th world wasn't worried about Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng at the moment. A second emperor like Jiao Heng would never appear again. It was the Dark Crow giving them anxiety right now. This was the only person who could move freely between the 9 worlds and the 10th. He was also familiar with the cultivation arts from both worlds. Because of this, he had already created miracles up here before. If he were to come up with a perfect art that makes both types of wills compatible with each other, that future would be too devastating. It would shake the position of the 3 races. This was not something they want to see. Chapter 1731. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor replied, "If you are aware of that future, you shouldn't be surprised of today, Your Excellency. I know you are well prepared for this incoming hard battle." An emperor always maintained a certain grace and proper temperament. Even though he wanted to kill Li Qie, he was still very friendly and called him Your Excellency. Hard battle? I'm afraid you won't do. 6 wills are not enough. Maybe it can be fun with one of your 12 wills emperors. Li Qie shook his head. I know you are peerless, Your Excellency, and surely you have some incredible aces since you dared to come out with your real body. Alas, I still want to try and test my limits. It is great training to fight against a legendary character like you regardless of the outcome. The Emperor sincerely said. Li Qie clapped in response. Not bad. It would be hard not to become an emperor with such an attitude and Dao heart. Fine, as you wish. Having said that, his 4 physiques became resplendent and erupted. Their power pressured the firmaments and deterred the realms. Even without using the heavens' willpower, his physiques alone could threaten the emperors. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor was an exceptional talent with his 6 wills after 2 attainments. However, he became serious after seeing the physiques. Boom! His 6 wills appeared and floated above his 9 rotating palaces. 6 palaces were empowering 6 wills while the other 3 were full of primordial chaos and ready to take in a will. The emperor became majestic as if he has just arrived from the primordial period. He grasped the celestials and ruled the myriad laws. His 6 wills rotated like the 6 Dao. His imperial aura exploded, turning him into a matchless ruler worshipped by all. Show me your grand Dao. Li Qie flashed to his front and attacked. It was a casual punch, but it was destructive enough due to the 4 physiques. Start. The emperor was slightly startled, but he didn't panic. He raised both hands to create a gate sealing the world. There was a carving of a true dragon with other ancient runes. It looked like a portal back to the ancient time when the world of the dragon race existed. When this gate closed, it could seal time and everything else. Everything was denied entry. Boom! The resulting explosion could shake the 3,000 worlds and take down the stars. An emperor assailant wouldn't be able to handle these world-destroying impacts at all. Bang! 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 Even with his defensive gate, the emperor retreated several steps before stabilizing. His internal energy was running amok. He took a deep breath to stop the fluctuation of energy. He has not met such a powerful foe ever since he became an emperor. Your Excellency, you are invincible. I, alone, am not a match you. The emperor took one step back, but this step encompassed an entire realm. In the blink of an eye, he made a great gap between the two. There was no arrogance in this emperor since he frankly admitted that he was not a match for Li Qie. Of course, this was not shameful at all. The Dark Crow had created too many miracles in the 10th world. One figure after another appeared in this vast space. Each of them instantly sealed the area so no one could escape. The most terrible aspect was their imperial aura ravaging this space. Such seemingly materializing aura could take down an expert with haste. Emperor assailants would drop on their knees instantly. It wasn't only Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor waiting for Li Qie at this place. More than 10 emperors were involved in this ambush. Ah, just a trap. You bought time in order to seal the coordinates in this sphere so that I will have no chance of escaping. Li Qie leisurely smiled. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor was only a bait in order to lead Li Qie to this area. The guy would have no chance of escaping unless he were to defeat all the emperors and monarchs here. In fact, running away was common in this situation. Since they were outnumbered, emperors from the 9 worlds would use some incredible means to hide in this space before running to the 10th world. Because these beings were so powerful, it was very hard for a grand emperor at the same level to catch up. Moreover, due to the previous agreement, once an immortal emperor made it to the 10th world, the hunt must stop. This everlasting pact was signed by all the emperors from both worlds back then. The Dark Crow was public enemy number 1 up here, so the 3 races would definitely not let him go this time. Your Excellency, you have supreme methods and flawless calculations. I have no choice but to resort to schemes so that you can't leave. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor spoke while standing in front of Li Qie in the distant. The other 3 directions all had a Grand Emperor each. They worked together with Dao Dragon in order to suppress the area. These were their real selves, evident by the great aura. Moreover, 8 more powerful figures stood in the sky. Each of them had 2 heaven's wills. This meant that they didn't come with their real body, only a Dao avatar with 2 wills. This was a total of 8 avatars and 16 heaven's wills. Having 6 wills is a threshold. Once passed, if they still stay in the world, the heavenly execution will come. That means there are emperors who have more than 6 among the 8 of you. Good. Let's see how many of you are my old friends then. Li Qie glanced at the 8 figures and said. The 8 didn't answer because they knew how terrible the Dark Crow was. Some of them were his old enemies. In the 10th world, after a grand emperor or an immortal monarch shouldered the heaven's will, there was a certain chance of inciting the heavenly execution. Before 6, the chance was quite low. The lower the number, the lower the chance. However, after 6, the execution will surely come. This was only a matter of time. Thus, the ones with 6 wills and more would hide from the world in order to avoid the tribulation. Even those with less than 6 would do so as well despite the lower probability. No one could escape the heavenly execution when it came. This was proven by history. In the past, Flame Emperor had 12 heaven's wills but he still became ashes before the tribulation. Another example was Immortal Emperor Wan Gu who created the fusion method. After taking in 8 more wills from the 10th world, he still died to the tribulation and all of his wills were destroyed. Looks like a great era is ongoing. It's quite rare to see emperors shouldering this number in a single generation. Li Qie looked at the emperors and smirked. Even though each generation would have 72 wills, not all of them would be taken. The leftover ones would return to the world in the form of primordial power so that other cultivators could continue to train. Chapter 1732. 12 Grand Emperors were here with their suppressive 40 heavens wills. It was quite a terrible and awe-inspiring team. Who could actually stop them and their unbridled destruction? Your Excellency, dying here is indicative of your life's achievements. Outside of the ultimate expedition and Emperor Hunt, such a great team hasn't been assembled before. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor said slowly. This was indeed the truth. No one or anything was worth mobilizing so many emperors, not even the ones ascending from the 9 worlds. So I should be honored. Li Qie smiled without fear. But really, I have many enemies in the 10th world but one that can gather so many emperors to kill me? It's not easy, you know? Not too many can organize this. Having said that, he smirked leisurely. Someone among the overlords who has done enough favors or carries enough clout for this feat and definitely wants to kill me. There can only be one person, Geezer Qian. Geezer, I know you're here. Whether it be your avatar or real self, just come out and meet your old friend. Don't be so stingy. Li Qie laughed and called out. Humph. A scowl came about the moment Li Qie finished speaking. A very faint figure appeared in the sky. It was impossible to see his real face. Despite the weak presence, this figure looked like the king of the gods. In this place, all the emperors had impressive auras and temperament. Alas, they were not enough compared to this newcomer. This was someone who could order the 10th world and all emperors within. Crow, you should have played nice and hide in the 9 worlds instead of climbing up here. The figure's voice resounded across the world with an unquestionable and irresistible prestige. After so many years, Geezer, you're still the same. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. The 10th world isn't your house, and plus, even if it belongs to your clan, I can come and go as I please. You think I'm afraid of you? Only a merciless death will await you for crawling up here. I and the fellow emperors will destroy your seed of chaos from the get-go." The world turned cold with his words. A murderous aura emanated that could scare anyone below the imperial level to death. "Is that so?" Li Qie leisurely said. "So noble and stately. Qian Daoxin, you have worked so hard for the 10th world then, opposing me for one generation after another, even risking the heavenly tribulation in order to kill me. The 10th world is really lucky to have someone like you as a grand emperor." Of course, Li Qie was mocking his foe. Alas, it didn't garner much of a reaction. The person's cold eyes continued to glare at him. Not too many were aware of this name. However, his title, World Emperor, threatened the entire realm. It played a major part in many eras. This was a figure with considerable power and influence, respected by the emperors and gods. Li Qie didn't mind the chilling glare at all. "Geezer, no need to use the 10th world as an excuse. You only want to kill me because of your daughter." Li Qie made the world emperor even colder. His terrible eyes would even scare the gods to death. Li Qie then turned towards the other figures. "Our feud is not recent at all. The geezer is truly persistent. Each time I come to the 10th world, he would always try to ruin my business, to no avail, of course." The geezer kept on taking the moral high ground about wanting to do it for the 10th world, but it's just really a personal feud. I abducted his daughter back then and he swore to kill me. He's here again with you all to kill me. Sigh, why is it so difficult being a son-in-law? Li Qie laughed while shrugging. He went on, "Geezer, we really don't need to do this. We should make up again and I'll start calling you father." World Emperor had soared above the 9 firmaments, so he was supreme. There was no fluctuation of emotion at all from the teasing. The other 12 emperors didn't comment. The youngest among them, Dao Dragon, smiled back. "Your Excellency, no need to try and divide us. Our 3 races aren't blind and we trust World Emperor. We know who is our friend and enemy." It was a reasonable stance. The emperors were at the top of the 10th world. Few things could fool them due to their unique and insightful perspective. "Fine." Li Qie clapped and said, "There's nothing I can do if you don't trust me. But it's not easy for we, father and son-in-law, to meet again. Can you give us some time to talk about family stuff?" The other emperors weren't in a hurry to take action. In fact, they felt some apprehension as well, especially about the hidden moves from the Dark Crow. This being was too famous among the emperors due to his role in Emperor Hunt. "We have nothing to talk about. One of us will die today," World Emperor said stoically. "Don't you want to know about your daughter's situation?" Li Qie smiled. This silenced the emperor. Even though he was one of the greatest in history and stood on top of the 10th world, this was still his daughter, his flesh and blood. "Geezer, we both know that our feud didn't start with your daughter. I was only messing with you." Li Qie became quite earnest at this moment. "It doesn't matter whether I abducted her or she followed me willingly. For both of us, we can let this go. A grand emperor like you doesn't care for this type of things. What angered you is that fact that your daughter didn't inherit your legacy. Moreover, she violated your will, so you thought that she didn't only betray you but also the 3 races and the 10th world." His opponents were unresponsive. This was World Emperor's family matters and feud with the Dark Crow. "Geezer, we're all the same, rivers that run into one ocean. You, me, Origin Heaven Emperor, Deep South Divine Emperor. It's the same for your daughter too, but her idea is different from yours and mine's. You can hate me and want to kill me or chop me into 1,000 pieces, that's fine. Plus, it is quite justified when you take the perspective of the 3 races and personal grievances. I do ask you for one thing though. When the Buddhist funeral plateau wants to start their final battle in the future, I hope you, as her father, will try to convince her. They have no chance of winning." He solemnly said, "I know that there is nothing in this world that can change her mind, not even me, but I still hope that you will try at least once. It's not just about wanting her out of the war, it's also because of your relationship. It's true, I had personal agendas for kidnapping her back then, but she deserves her father's love instead of animosity." Chapter 1733. World Emperor eventually answered Li Qie's sincerity. "I will do what I should, but Dark Crow, today is when I take off your head. The 10th world does not allow your existence. He spoke from the heart. The ambush today wasn't only because of his personal feud or the kidnapping. He has been a top Grand Emperor for so many generations. Vengeance wasn't his greatest motivation. He stood on the side of the three races. It wasn't only because Li Qie was powerful. The guy simply had an extraordinary charisma and influence in the 10th world. No other emperors from the 9 worlds could compare to him in this aspect. Perhaps there were some powerful immortal emperors that could sweep through the 13 continents. However, only the Dark Crow could make these beings sit down for a peaceful talk. Only this dark hand behind the curtains could gather these emperors. Such a being was too great of a threat for their 3 races. The Dark Crow had started several wars including Emperor Hunt. Their races suffered heavy losses and had to compromise with the 100 races. Thus, a covenant was signed, stating that all the races were equal, at least on paper. Who knows what will happen when the Dark Crow was up to the 10th world again? But an easy guess would be a great blow to their 3 races, one that could shake their status. Because of this, World Emperor gathered the emperors here in order to kill him before he could reach the 10th world. Li Qie continued on with a smile. Geezer, don't forget the covenant back then. You have 12 people here, no, 13 Grand Emperors with you and at least 40 Heaven's Will since I don't know how many you have brought yourself. This is a violation of the covenant. One of the 3 clauses included that when our emperors come up, no more than 3 Grand Emperors and 12 Heaven's Wills will participate in the ambush. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you this. The Emperor Hunt War was equally devastating for both sides. Thus, they decided to come up with this 3-point covenant. One of them was a restraining requirement, limiting the ambushers' number and power. Of course, this was still a great pressure for the Ascenders. Facing 3 Grand Emperors and 12 Heaven's Wills was definitely a challenge. Defeating them was even harder. However, such a battle didn't require a direct confrontation. The Ascender could run and fight or just choose to escape altogether since the hunt would stop the moment they make it to the 10th world. Thus, the probability of a successful ascension was quite high using the latter method. Ultimately, this was 3 emperors working together, not one having 12 by themselves. This was a great disparity since a single emperor with this number of Heaven's Will would obliterate the other 3. One emperor with 12 wills would render a new ascender helpless. There wouldn't be a chance to escape. Nevertheless, these beings couldn't personally come because they were afraid of the heavenly execution. Unless a monumental event was happening, they would never come out. Flame Emperor was the defining example. No one wanted to die to these tribulations. Since the start of the covenant, only one immortal emperor had died to the ambushes. Because of this, the emperors from the 10th world gradually lost interest in the hunt. Part of this was due to the restrictions dictated by the covenant. Emperors with 6 wills or below had trouble ambushing a running emperor. The investment didn't have a big payoff, so fewer Grand Emperors participated in the future. The ones above wouldn't get involved due to the heavenly execution problem. In the past, many emperors with 2 or 3 wills were very eager to participate in the ambush. For them, successfully killing an emperor from the 9 worlds meant a great harvest. The Heaven's Will and blood were priceless treasures. Because of this, heavy casualties happened during the ambushes, especially if other emperors from the 9 worlds didn't come to help. After the covenant, only one emperor had died while the others managed to escape even without help. Thus, the ambush today was a violation of the covenant. Hence Li Qie's comment. That's right, this was a clear rule in the covenant. No more than 3 Grand Emperors and no more than 12 Heaven's Wills. Plus, the hunt must be stopped at the 10th world. World Emperor spoke coldly. Our 3 races and the 100 races have signed the agreement. We have adhered to the rules, even now. So you have found a loophole? Li Qie smiled. Don't forget how we drafted and wrote this agreement back then. We respect and abide by the rules when ascenders come from the 9 worlds. However, you are the Dark Crow. We don't care if you have shouldered the Heaven's Will or not. You are not an emperor or an illegal ascender since you could travel freely between the worlds. Thus, you weren't part of Covenant. The only identity you have is the Dark Hand behind the curtains or the Dark Crow, and neither are included. Looks like my meticulous self can still be neglectful and got figured out by you. Li Qie didn't mind at all. That's true. I am indeed not part of the covenant just like your explanation. This ambush is not a violation. Li Qie didn't think about himself during the initial draft. After all, the emperors of the 9 worlds fought for it with their blood. Thus, the main focus was for the future generations. Moreover, He was immortal back then, capable of traveling between the worlds without worrying about any ambush despite the Grand Emperor's multiple attempts in the past. It shall end today. World Emperor raised his voice. Don't think immortal emperors will come to save you. The 13 continents have been sealed so they won't be able to locate your coordinates so easily. Once they found it, you would be ashes already, so don't bother delaying for more time, let go of this futile hope. This is my advice as an old friend. These two enemies have always tried to kill each other, but they were very frank and honest with each other on the battlefield. Geezer, why do you think everything is under your control? Don't you think I have planned for this? That the emperors know that I am coming and my coordinates? It's just that I already told them that assistance is not necessary. Li Qie leisurely smiled. This made his opponents slightly bat their eyes. If anyone else postured like this, the group would think that they were lying. This might not be the case when it came from the Dark Crow. World Emperor glared at him and spoke. Then let us see who is the better schemer. Dark Crow, even if you have emperors coming, I'm sure it won't be that many. First, Min Ran had already started the 5th expedition and Qi Zhan with the 6th. There aren't that many left from the ones you have groomed. How many that are still around do you think are willing to sacrifice everything for you? Chapter 1734. Li Qie fell into a brief hush before sighing and said, I respect their choice. The path is quite long and it isn't over after becoming an invincible emperor. If they only aim for invincibility by obtaining the heaven's will, they are no different from ants. Having 12 only makes one a stronger ant that can rampage among their peers. Immortal Emperor is only the beginning. A long journey awaits them. This is their mission and pursuit, in order to not waste their life and Tao. All the emperors became silent. They held the highest reports for the emperors who chose to embark on the ultimate expedition. Even though they were enemies, they wholeheartedly agreed with his comment. For those who have yet to become an emperor, the heaven's will was their goal. After becoming one, they yearned for more wills. However, once they reached the peak with 12 wills, this was when they began the final expedition. Aiming for the throne wasn't only to become invincible but something much more. I have nothing but the highest respect for those who choose the expedition. World Emperor became serious and spoke in the most dignified tone. Li Qie didn't add anything since he felt gloomy inside. He participated in the 5th expedition started by immortal Emperor Min Ren. It was a devastating war. Even though he and the Emperor parted on bad terms in the 9 worlds, the Emperor always firmly chose the Dark Crow side in the 10th. The Emperor Hunt was the best example. When he started the 5th expedition, he was aware of the result. Nevertheless, he still trod on with resolution. This was the path all emperors must take. The Dark Crow was in the 9 worlds when immortal Emperor Qi Zhan began the 6th expedition. Nevertheless, he could still sense the change in the 10th world and understood what was going on. Now, World Emperor has confirmed it for him, so he became a bit downtrodden. If you don't have any last words, start then. After the emperors paid their respect, World Emperor scowled and gave Li Qie the death sentence. Last words. Li Qie smirked. Geezer Qian, if you think I'm really going to die, then so be it. Here are my last words. It is not my wish or anything. I just want to tell you and the emperors of the 10th world, especially if you can find pure wood divine emperor. Tell them that the ancient Ming is not extinct. And I'm sure all of you know that they still have 9 immortal emperors hiding in the 9 worlds using the corporeal zone. World Emperor's eyes became much colder. Same with his group. The Grand Emperors who have experienced the war back then understood the significance. The younglings have heard the tales before from their predecessors. You stay in the 9 worlds for many generations yet you still can't kill them all. World Emperor said. Li Qie smiled and said, I should be honored, being held in such high esteem by my father-in-law. You actually thought that I would be able to end that race in the 9 worlds. Rumor has it that you have found a method to massacre them in the 10th world, and that you have met pure wood divine emperor. World Emperor continued. Looks like you really think highly of me. Li Qie teased. Unfortunately, the world doesn't go easy on people. Back then, pure wood divine emperor issued the must-kill decree against the ancient Ming. Your emperors mustered all of their forces and still couldn't uproot them. All of you could only watch the ancient Ming run to the 9 worlds because of the corporeal zone. In terms of age, Li Qie was much older than World Emperor. He was already in the 10th world before World Emperor was born, not just once either. He only called the emperor a geezer to tease him because he kidnapped his daughter. People in the 10th world actually thought that his daughter had eloped with the Dark Crow. The truth was a bit more complicated than that. Of course, this was not Li Qiye's final message. He only wanted to ask World Emperor to spread this to the upper echelon of the 10th world. World Emperor simply glared at him without replying. No need to look at me like that. Li Qiye chuckled. Maybe while we're chatting like this, the ancient Ming has snuck into the 10th world using the zone. As you can see, I have created so many holes in the barrier, so it isn't that hard if they actually try. You all are focusing on me so much. I'm afraid that you might be missing a spot and they'll sneak in there. The emperors became somber because this was not just a threat. Dark Crow, you still like to scheme after so many years. World Emperor's authoritative tone echoed across the area. You are directing the disaster towards someone else, in this case, the ancient Ming. You caused such a big commotion not only to let the 9 worlds experts come and settle your feuds. Yes, you are right. Li Qiye chuckled. I created so many holes not only to move my people up here and settle the feud with all of you, it is also to give the ancient Ming a chance. If they were to take it, then they will come up to the 10th world. If they give up this chance, who knows how many more long years they will have to wait. Li Qiye had no need to hide and calmly admitted. This was one of Li Qiye's plans by breaking so many holes. He wanted experts from the 9 worlds to have a chance of coming up to the 10th world, and the ancient Ming as well. If the ancient Ming were to use the corporeal zone to sneak up again, the 10th world would become the new battlefield. Of course, Li Qiye didn't know whether it was successful or not. He merely presented the opportunity. The entire group became contemplative. The ancient Ming's return would be quite terrible for the 10th world. They wouldn't be able to find the corporeal zone and the looming threat. Li Qiye was smiling, unlike the long-faced emperors. He said, "Don't look at me like that. This is just payback. When I came to the 10th world to talk about destroying the ancient Ming, the reception wasn't there. Plus, who was the one that banished the ancient Ming to the 9 worlds? This was all you're doing, so I'm returning them back to the 10th world. We're even now. I had splitting headaches trying to kill them. It was quite difficult, so it's your turn to feel the pain if they sneak back. This is your war, not the 9 worlds. Who is winning right now?" He finished with an impish smile. The 10th world was sealed for some reasons, and this gave World Emperor's group the chance to hide Li Qiye's coordinates to delay the reinforcement. It was a deliberate move from them in this chess game. Meanwhile, Li Qiye had attracted their attention, increasing the chance of success for the ancient Ming to sneak up. This was Li Qiye's overarching plan for this game. Both sides have successfully obtained their objective. World Emperor created a chance to kill Li Qiye, while Li Qiye created an opportunity for the ancient Ming to sneak back to the 10th world. Who will be the last man standing? Chapter 1735. Of course, the emperors were annoyed of Li Qiye's scheme of leading the ancient Ming to their 10th world, evident by their unfriendly glares. "We'll deal with the ancient Ming after we send you off," World Emperor uttered coldly with a sharp gaze. The group had weathered many storms, so they wouldn't panic just because of Li Qiye's revelation. In their mind, whether the ancient Ming has come up or not, it was already done and over with. They needed to focus on killing the Dark Crow first. Li Qiye smiled freely in response. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time now. Geezer, I couldn't break all your teeth during the Emperor hunt. This has been a regret for me. Today, I hope your real body is here so I can fulfill this wish." Boom! World Emperor answered directly. His imperial aura ravaged the land and the other emperors followed his lead. The 4 that came with their real body unleashed their 6 heavens' wills. As for the other 8 avatars, their 2 wills erupted. In the blink of an eye, at least 40 wills created a storm in the area. Both time and space were instantly refined by this power. These concepts no longer existed in this newly formed battlefield. After the destruction of the coordinates and the suppression of the Grand Tao, World Emperor and his group could instantly seal this space. It robbed Li Qiye any opportunity of running. Even his Grand Tao was being repressed. Even an emperor rival might have to kneel before this impressive alliance, unable to resist in the slightest. In a twinkling, Li Qiye's grand completion physiques reached their highest state. Both the stagnation and demise domain activated. The sealed space couldn't stop his pace as he instantly emerged above Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor. Bang! 12 fists fused together as his first attack. No words could describe the power of the 4 physiques and 12 fists as one technique. Break! The Emperor became serious, so he channeled all 6 heavens' wills. Their power exploded and created a scene of 3,000 worlds floating. Countless inhabitants were worshipping him. This granted him the primordial power as well as the Grand Tao power. He took out his weapon and unleashed the strongest attack in his arsenal under the empowerment of the wills. Both sides went all out without any hesitation. There was no room for mercy. Both of them wished to kill each other, not giving any room to breathe. Boom! The shockwave from the first exchange destroyed everything nearby. The shiny space shattered and left behind black holes and spatial fragmentations. The Emperor still couldn't withstand the fusion fist despite using his wills. He spat out blood while his body cracked, on the verge of crumbling down. Boom! The other 11 emperors rushed to help by attacking Xueqi with their weapons empowered by their heaven's wills. The force of this assault was unimaginable. It could shatter the 9 worlds instantly, a true calamity if the fight was actually taking place there. Xueqi didn't bother to turn. His left hand created myriad laws while the right hand channeled the myriad world-soaring immortal, as well as the hell suppression godly aegis. Next was another right punch encompassing the 12 fist styles straight for Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor. He intended on taking down the emperors one by one. Each one killed was one less enemy to worry about. Boom! The emperor gathered the power of the Tao and the Celestials. His 3,000 worlds rushed in front of him in order to stop the invincible punch. However, this wasn't enough. Bang! The already collapsing body of the emperor was blown into a bloody mist by the second punch. Boom! Meanwhile, Xueqi's 2 physique breaks were stopping the attack from the other 11 emperors. Alas, the 2 breaks and activated domains weren't enough. His left hand exploded and he had to take several steps back. His clothes were stained with blood and started to crack as well. The time for talks and mercy was over. Hence the fatal attacks. Before Xueqi could finish killing Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor, World Emperor took action and shielded the area. He instantly took what's left of the Emperor in order to save him. The 11 emperors unleashed the second barrages encompassing the power of 34 heavens' wills. Xueqi didn't have time to think. He unleashed another devastating fusion punch with his right hand. Boom! Primordial chaos engulfed the area after the blast. Everything was forced back to their initial form. Xueqi failed to resist the 11 emperors again, but who in this world could actually stop the attack? Perhaps only a Grand Emperor with 12 heavens' wills or an immortal emperor at the apex. The result was his entire body turning into a bloody mist before the catastrophic attack. Boom! The emperors continued to attack in order to end him completely. They were aware that at this level, as long as the heaven's will and the true fate were still intact, they could still reform their body even if they were mere ashes a second ago. There was no way of killing an emperor without destroying the heaven's will and the true fate. The bloody mist suddenly disappeared before their very eyes. They were startled and opened their heavenly gaze to scan the entire area. Alas, no one could find Xueqi right away. This gave them a bad feeling. Being able to run from 11 gazes was quite a heaven-defying method. ZZZ- Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor's 6 heavens' wills lit up. They created the 6 Tao and the Yin and Yang. Thus, the bloody mist turned back into the Emperor. He was completely fine outside of his pale complexion, only expending a great amount of vitality. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Xueqi's bloody mist appeared again. He recreated his body instantly. Cryptic space, a technique from the space scripture. When a god king used this technique, even an immortal emperor would have a hard time finding them. Xueqi was an emperor already. This was why the others failed to find him with their heavenly gaze. Geezer, you're old but still in good health, just as fast as the young ones like me. So mighty, I'm happy for you. Xueqi smiled and teased despite being much older than World Emperor. World Emperor saved Tao Dragon too quickly to Xueqi's chagrin. Next, Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor joined his peers and once again surrounded Xueqi. They sealed space again, hoping to start the next onslaught. However, they were much more worried this time around. Chapter 1736. They weren't worried because of fear. All had a firm Tao heart after reaching this level. Instilling fear in them was no easy task. They were concerned that under their spatial suppression, No one should be able to escape, at least in theory. However, Li Qie clearly turned invisible and hid from their gazes. Cryptic space was too amazing. Once Li Qie used it as an emperor, other emperors at the same level wouldn't be able to find him so easily. It also meant that he could escape right before their eyes to the 10th world. Strange enough, he had no intention of escaping. It looked as if he wanted to fight them. This meant that he was completely confident in fighting against 13 emperors. This made them nervous. World Emperor stared intensely at him. He understood the Dark Crow quite well after contending against him for generations. This guy wouldn't participate in any battle he wasn't certain of victory. Right now, he had no reinforcement coming, but there was a clear path for retreat, yet he still chose to stay here. This was the most terrifying thing. A reason for World Emperor to be perturbed. Perhaps he wasn't lying before about needing assistance from other immortal emperors. Maybe even if they didn't hide the coordinates, no emperors would come either, since Li Qie was confident in going against them alone. I want to see your heaven's wills, World Emperor said. He was the strongest supporting force, so he wouldn't be the first one to take action. Geezer, it looks like you're not confident at all. Who do you think will win this chess game? You still think you're one of the players? Li Qie laughed. World Emperor wanted to see Li Qie's heaven's wills since he hasn't shown it all this time. He was certain that Li Qie had become an emperor with a will, but so far, the guy had only relied on his 4 physiques to stop them. The Dark Crow was one of the few people in this world who could make a 12 wills emperor worried. Still want to fight? Li Qie taunted the emperors. Of course, Grand Emperors never run from a fight. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor still had a smile on his face. His Dao heart remained steady despite being obliterated just now by Li Qie. He didn't look down on himself, and this was not a blind confidence either. The guy remained vigilant, ready to come up with a new plan. These emperors would never run away due to fear. At most, they would resort to a roundabout fighting method, such as switching in and out in order to tire the enemy. Of course, running could be a viable strategy as well. Ordinary cultivators would run away against a stronger opponent due to fear. These emperors would run because it was the best possible plan. Crow, go ahead and use your killing moves. We're ready. World Emperor solemnly declared. Until Li Qie revealed his heaven's wills, World Emperor wouldn't be able to predict Li Qie's real ace cards and overall strength. This was one of his best abilities after reaching this level. The Heaven's Will was an emperor's strongest backing. When it appeared, one would be able to gauge the emperor's strength. But now, Li Qie was already contending against them without resorting to the Heaven's Will. What if he were to release it? My sweet geezer, where's your confidence? Very well, we've been a family for so long. If I don't present a grand gift to you in our meeting today, I would be a useless son-in-law. Behold, my grand gift. I hope you are ready to show something else that can stop me. Li Qie continued his teasing. World Emperor has grown used to Li Qie's style. This was not his first time being teased by the guy throughout the long years. Baz! One palace emerged after another. A total of 13 floated above Li Qie. 13 palaces. The 12 weaker Grand Emperors took a deep breath. Even World Emperor's expression shifted. Nothing could shake their Dao heart or scare them at this level. However, they were still astonished to see the number of Fate palaces because it was completely unprecedented. No one in the 10th world had 13 palaces either. Your Excellency, you have completely surpassed us and created a new path. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor spoke with admiration. The combatants at this level would normally respect their foes. Li Qie's creating 13 palaces has earned their respect. All the other emperors beside Dao Dragon felt the same way. It's a miracle for the ages. No one has done it before. A different emperor spoke with a serious expression. One palace meant one heaven's will. This was the existing concept for the emperors in the 10th world. Even though Li Qie came from the 9 worlds, he had broken the eternal shackles. Who knows what will happen in the future? Perhaps he would be able to shoulder 13 heaven's wills. Such an existence had never appeared in the 10th world. He would surpass all others before him and no successors would ever exceed him. Everything is possible with 13 wills. World Emperor had to admit that Li Qie's future potential was boundless. Li Qie joked, "Old geezer, what do you think about your son-in-law now? Satisfied with my gift?" World Emperor ignored the joke and said, "With 13 palaces, your achievement is at least on the same level as Pure Wood Divine Emperor. regardless of whether Li Qie was powerful or weak. His palaces meant that his achievement was at least on the same level as any other 12 Wills Grand Emperor. One of them was World Emperor. If he gave such a high evaluation of Li Qie, it was indeed true. Li Qie commented after hearing the most mysterious emperor being brought up. Pure Wood Divine Emperor. If my greatest pursuit is the final battle, then another one would be to compete against them. The others here had no objection. If Li Qie could make it to the 10th world alive this time, then he was qualified to challenge Pure Wood Divine Emperor in the future. This was the most mysterious and the first emperor to have 12 heavens wills. The other emperors were all his juniors. This person was an imperishable monument that couldn't be surpassed in the 10th world. Life or death shall be determined with this battle. World Emperor spoke with a murderous glare. He might respect his opponent, but this creator of 13 palaces was still their enemy. Both sides wouldn't yield until one of them fell. Clank! Clank! The emperors took out their treasure again. Some wore armor while others preferred spear and shield among others. One even had a rope. All 12 raised their weapon at the same time. Baz! The weapons empowered by the heavens' wills formed supreme formations. Each emperor had their own formation, but these formations were harmonizing together without any conflict. They were independent yet capable of forming an even greater formation. Li Qie watched and commented, formations made out of imperial arsenals, forming a complete set that should be quite powerful without any compatibility problem. It looks like you all have been planning this for a while. Chapter 1737. You should expect this after opposing us for so long. World Emperor said coldly. For both grand and immortal emperors, imperial massacres and heavenly annihilations weren't their ultimate art. Not even a soul annihilation. The reason was very simple. These techniques only consisted of one move. In an imperial battle, if these attacks couldn't defeat the enemy, repeating them again wouldn't be much of a threat. Using them multiple times while achieving the same amount of destruction was only useful against those below the imperial level. Thus, emperors normally used different methods when fighting against each other. A formation made out of imperial arsenals was one of them. There were many exquisite and interesting formations, but two things were crucial. The first was the heaven's will. The second was an invincible weapon refined by the user. The heaven's wills acted as the main controlling force in the formation. Under normal circumstance, it supported one weapon to create one formation. If an emperor was the one creating the formation, it would be even more powerful. However, not all formations required their presence as long as the heaven's will was there. These formations were even stronger in the 10th world because the emperors up here could refine a full set of arsenals. A complete set could work together and make up for any individual deficiency in order to reach perfection. A formation made out of a full set was exceedingly powerful. The biggest difference between a formation and a heavenly annihilation was the usage period. A formation could even last for a generation. Repeated unleashing of an annihilation couldn't truly boost its power since it was only a single strike. There was another advantage for an arsenal formation. It could trap the enemies. Even if it couldn't kill them right away, being suppressed by one was unbearable to even the most powerful foe. They would eventually be refined into ashes. Li Qie leisurely told World Emperor, I'm not surprised. I'm sure you have worked hard and thought about all different ways to kill me. World Emperor didn't do this alone. He deliberated with many emperors from the 3 races on how to deal with the Dark Crow. Eventually, they created a supreme formation meant to be used against the Dark Crow. It was very flexible and could be controlled by any emperor. The individual formations are still of the imperial level, but once combined, they became the crow-slaying formation. Time to end this. No mercy could be found in World Emperor's eyes. There was no animosity, only a pure murderous intent. The 3 races and World Emperor must kill Li Qie for their people. Li Qie's abduction of his daughter didn't make World Emperor hate him either. His unyielding determination to kill was because Li Qie was a threat to the position of their races in the 10th world. Indeed, Li Qie became serious. His 13 palaces instantly turned into a boundless primordial chaos. Nirvana heaven came out from within. At this moment, both sides were revealing their fatal techniques. There was no need for further posturing. It was time to eliminate the enemy in one move. The formations of the emperors slowly assembled together, and a mirror eventually appeared in place of everything else. There was no color in the mirror, only a bleakness as if it had been abandoned for some time. Suddenly, a withering aura as vast as the ocean emerged from within. It could drown the entire 9 worlds with its monstrous scope. Buzz! It shot out a ray of light, as tiny as a strand of hair. One would be sorely mistaken if they were to underestimate this ray due to its size. It instantly corroded everything, even lifeless entities such as time, space, laws, grand Tao power, and even the primordial power. The force of the heavens wasn't spared either. This ray surely was capable of destroying a heaven's will. This was the most terrible aspect of this attack. This tiny ray was the culmination of the crow-slaying formation. The Dark Crow was immortal, so they wished to use this withering force to end him. Even his invincible crow body would suffer a great destruction. Even if it couldn't kill the crow completely, it would require several dozen million years before it could show up again. Activate! Li Qie roared. His physiques became resplendent while his nirvana heaven suppressed the realms with its boundless vitality. He sealed everything in front of him while creating the most fortified shield made of laws in the world. He didn't bother running because he was already fixated by the withering ray. There was no escaping this time around. Even the strongest shield in the world couldn't stop the ray. With quiet noises, it pierced through his defensive line and body. At someone of his level, being penetrated with a little wound like this was nothing. Exploding into a bloody mist was no big deal either. However, his entire body began to decay from the tiny wound. His vitality, flesh, power, and grand Tao completely lost their vigor. Pieces of flesh began to fall down from his body. Boom! The 3 vessels instantly emerged above his head. The vessel of life poured boundless vitality into his body in order to keep him alive. His dried flesh was recovering. The vessel of Genesis added primordial energy in order to wake up his grand Tao, allowing him to have his power back. Lastly, the vessel of Athanasia made his life and Tao eternal and endless. Their mutual existence allowed him to retaliate against the terrible withering ray. If it was only the vessel of life alone, his flesh and life force could come back, but he wouldn't be able to attack without the grand Tao. With the addition of the vessel of Genesis, his grand Tao power wouldn't be able to last long either. Buzz! The man began to recover under the support of his vessels. He was virtually a corpse earlier, but his life force has returned. Geezer, is this all you got? Li Qie laughed at World Emperor standing in the sky. World Emperor's expression became austere after seeing Li Qie's current state, for he understood the significance of the 3 vessels. Chapter 1738. As the 3 vessels were contending against the withering ray, the energy from the mirror immediately turned into a maelstrom. The twisting energy focused completely into the thin ray and crazily oozed out. Its power was amplified several times due to this new influx emanating from the vast expanse of energy. The size of the ray was still the same, just the density of power was much stronger, causing it to pulse continuously. The 12 emperors didn't care that the ray couldn't kill Li Qie, and pushed their heaven's wills to the limit. They derived the Tao to the maximum potential and channeled everything into the pulsing ray. When this new ray made contact, all of his wounds lit up. This was definitely not a good thing. The damage being done by the ray was several dozen times greater than before. Even with the 3 vessels and their boundless vitality and power of the grand Tao, more of his flesh rotted off his body. This type of decaying was scarier than death. Keep in mind that after reaching a mortal emperor, their flesh would have divinity or corpse energy. Both of these affinities were quite powerful. However, the pulsing ray destroyed everything. Not even the primordial energy was left. Under this attack, his body truly turned into residues of waste. It was an absolute death. My will is eternal, my Tao is everlasting. Li Qie cried out as his body was disintegrating. In the blink of an eye, he crossed through the past and the future to become perpetual in the present. In the blink of an eye, it didn't matter how much the Tao has changed or how much time has passed, he would always exist. Nothing could ever move or change him. He used his 7 nights Tao in this split second, allowing him to derive the myriad ages and 3,000 worlds. He could become a true immortal or the high heaven. In the end, everything disappeared. Only he was left, eternal. His body has entered a state of perpetually. Even though most of his body had rotted away, the withering pulse couldn't continue to spread due to his 7 nights Tao, the 3 vessels, and nirvana heaven. The emperors found that their formation was not able to pierce through this state of eternity, so they would inevitably become the losers. All spectators would be shocked if they had the privilege to see this. 12 Grand Emperors and 40 Heaven's Wills were an unstoppable force, a group capable of slaughtering all opponents. However, Lichia was able to withstand this absolute power. The lone will of an emperor from the 9 worlds was comparable to 2 to 6 Heaven's Wills in the 10th world. Of course, very few emperors could fight against a 6 wills Grand Emperor right away. It was already excellent to take on 4 or 5 wills. The majority were only around the 2 or 3 levels. From this, one could easily imagine just how powerful this force was. It might be the greatest ambush in history. World Emperor joined the fray in the next second. He placed his palm on the mirror while his body became radiant. It looked as if he grasped all the power in the 10th world. Figures of monarchs and emperors of the 3 races appeared behind him. All of them chanted in order to offer their support and boundless power. Even though they didn't personally come, their battle intents have arrived. Boom! The pulsing ray became as large as a pillar. The little strand alone was frightening enough, but now, nothing in this world could exist. Buzz! Li Qi's Dao, 3 vessels, and his body immediately turned to ashes. It was a complete death. His power, will, and Grand Dao ended before this pulsing beam of energy. There was no divinity or strength left in the specks of dust. He no longer existed. This was much more terrible than any type of death. One had a chance for reincarnation through death, but not before this withering beam. This was World Emperor's style, worthy of being at the apex of the 10th world. He was one of the most influential emperors among the 3 races on top of being considered the smartest one. He immediately decided the battle with a single action despite not being part of the action at the start. One didn't want to have this kind of enemies the most. The mirror dissipated and the 12 emperors showed up again. They heaved a sigh of relief while looking at the scattering specks. All 12 were quite experienced ever since their Dao debut all the way till their ascension. They have experienced numerous battles against the rest of the world. However, they still felt a great pressure in this battle. Their enemy wasn't only an immortal emperor. He was a legend spanning across many generations, the dark hand of the 9 worlds, the being that pushed their races to the limit. Even someone like World Emperor couldn't kill him despite their long-running rivalry. Today, they have finally ended this legend, the Dark Crow. This has eliminated a seed of chaos for their 3 races. They felt that they didn't let everyone else down with this victory. They felt a sense of relief and happiness, even more so than when they became a Grand Emperor. Such emotions couldn't be described with words. World Emperor was the only one who was still serious. He continued to scan through this area without missing a single detail. He was different from the other Grand Emperors and knew the Dark Crow too well. He considered his opponent as an unkillable roach that would always strike back with increasing intensity. In the ancient eras, even before the birth of World Emperor, the Dark Crow has failed many times. The Grand Emperors of the 3 races made him run for his life. One time, he even had to escape back to the 9 worlds. However, he would always rear his ugly head again, stronger than before. He trained more immortal emperors and immortal monarchs on top of perfecting his own strategies. Eventually, this culminated in the Emperor Hunt War. The 3 races lost their imperious position in the 10th world after this. Chapter 1739. Before the Emperor Hunt War, the 100 races had no status in the 10th world. Even though the wise sages and immortal emperors did win some territories for them such as the arrogance and pure continents, these races were still under the divine, devil, and heaven races in most places of the 10th world. They didn't have the right to migrate or to aim for the heaven's wills. Certain spots were strict enough to stop them from cultivating altogether. After the war, the 3 arrogant races had to sit down and negotiate before finally signing the 3-point covenant. The 100 races won property rights and were considered on the same level as the 3 races, at least on paper. Everyone knew that during the war, Immortal Emperor Qi Zhan was in charge. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Yan Shi, and other immortal emperors on top of certain immortal monarchs from the 100 races participated. In the end, they won and earned the same status as the 3 races. Because of this, these emperors were considered heroes by future generations. Alas, very few people were aware that there was a dark hand behind the scene, the Dark Crow. It was his idea and plan. When he proposed it, Immortal Emperor Qi Zhan was the first to answer. She stood by his side and supported each of his decisions. Later on, Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Yan Shi, Immortal Emperor Mo Go, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, Immortal Emperor Ba Mie, Immortal Emperor Yu Long and many others joined the Dark Crow's banner. The war finally erupted and these emperors and monarchs from the 100 races began their assault. They fought till the Celestials lost their light and the myriad laws were broken. The 3 races' grand emperors had no choice but to settle for peace. If the war continued on, they wouldn't be able to handle it either due to the heavy price. In the end, both sides signed the peace agreement. This eternal covenant was sworn on the honor of all the races. The Dark Crow was the leader on the 100 races faction, while World Emperor personally presided over the 3 races camp. This wasn't their first bout since they had many skirmishes in the past of their long-lasting rivalry. World Emperor was one of the few with 12 Heaven's Wills, a top member of the 3 races. This was the reason why he fought against the Dark Crow, not because his daughter was kidnapped. The Dark Crow always sided with the humans and the 100 races in the 10th world. Personal feuds didn't matter to these 2. They could even let go of past grievances and sit down to have a nice chat with a cup of tea. However, when it came to these large-scale conflicts, they each picked their own people. This past history made World Emperor very cautious in the present. He understood the Dark Crow and knew that the guy wasn't a risk-taker, not to mention his flawless calculations. They used a roundabout method to convince the emperors and monarchs in the 10th world to agree in the sealing of the 13 continents. This gave them a chance to hide the coordinates in this area as well. Nevertheless, no secrets could be kept forever. People at their level should be able to realize something as time went on. Many monarchs and emperors were on the Dark Crow's side, especially the ones groomed by him. After realizing that something was amiss and finding out about the ambush, these emperors should instantly come to assist the Dark Crow. However, no one was coming, so World Emperor found the whole thing perplexing. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had started the 5th expedition and Immortal Emperor Qi Zhan started the 6th. So many emperors on the Dark Crow side have left, especially the most supportive ones. Nevertheless, the ones who stay behind should still be coming to help. The lack of reinforcement, strangely enough, haunted World Emperor's mind. This made him think that the Dark Crow was conducting another different chessboard while they were hunting him. Who was the player and who was only a pawn? This has yet to be decided. He felt that the Dark Crow's death was a bit surreal and couldn't confirm it. Suddenly, a lotus flower with 18 petals emerged, 8 of which were already sparkling and translucent. In the blink of an eye, the 9th flower became bright as if something had just lighted up. The 12 emperors had an ominous feeling while World Emperor was completely aghast. Retreat! World Emperor shouted and instantly took action. He pushed back the past, present, and the future on top of all laws in the world. However, it was already too late. Boom! Ancient laws descended from the sky, filled with chaos aura and primordial power. Moreover, the essences of these laws were even older compared to the Heaven's Will. If the chaos aura and primordial power of the Heaven's Will were created at the start of the world, then the ones of these laws even predated that. Clank! The laws instantly headed for the Heaven's Wills above the Grand Emperors, wishing to restrain all of them. Hide! The fearless Grand Emperors suddenly had felt a tinge of horror in their mind despite possessing the firmest Tao heart. Nevertheless, they were skilled enough to understand each other and react appropriately. No one tried to directly confront these incoming time-worn laws. All of them used the most heaven-defying methods to hide themselves and their wills. Characters at their level instantly recognized the laws and knew that there was no point in trying to stop it. Hiding was the only option. At the same time, World Emperor sealed all the power and temporal affinities in this area with an astonishing speed. The whole place fell into a hush. There was no Grand Tao, power, or laws. Nothing was left of this area. The emperors working together to hide and World Emperor omni-sealing happened in a split second. Clank! Alas, the time-worn laws still grabbed 6 Heaven's Wills. The 4 Grand Emperors, who came with their real form, each had 1 will seized. 2 of the 8 avatars were slower. Each of them had 1 will restrained as well. The problem was that Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor and the other 3 came in person. This made their presence and laws too powerful and conspicuous. Thus, even though they tried to evade by concealing everything, strands of their auras still leaked out. As for the other 2 avatars, they slightly lost their composure due to fear. Just this tiniest emotional fluctuation in the shortest period was enough. Because of this, the time-worn laws detected and grabbed onto these 6 wills. The emperor's expression changed for the worst. In their mind, the heaven's will was more important than anything. Chapter 1740. 9 Deaths for 1 Life. I shall trade my death earlier for your heaven's wills. The ashes turned back to Liqie. This reconstruction process was different than the automatic recovery conducted by one's own body. It was a reversing process that eventually reconstructed Liqie's body and true fate. He stood there, deathly pale, on the verge of falling down at any moment. The Death Scripture. World Emperor was aware of the artifact. The death record, one of the 4 arts of the scripture. 1 fate accumulated from 3 deaths, 1 item formed from 6 deaths, 1 life changed from 9 deaths, and 18 deaths to reach the high heavens. A while ago, Liqie used a supreme method to assume his strongest form while letting Old Xian, South Emperor, and Blood Bull God Fiend kill him. This was his 8th death. He truly died again for the 9th time during this ambush. He wanted to use his death to trade for their heaven's wills. If he could grab all 40, it would be completely unimaginable. However, the 12 emperors and world were amazing enough. They instantly hid their auras so the time-worn laws could only find 6. Guard. World Emperor began again. His hands became bright as he pushed them down to seal everything. This force could imprison a supreme true immortal and all the devil kings. His title and 12 heavens' wills weren't only for show. The guy was completely extraordinary. Other emperors paled in comparison. The other 12 followed his lead and instantly tried to hold the 6 shackled wills back. There was no point in attacking Liqie any longer in their mind. They were not facing him but an ancient power that originated from the start of the world. It was the power of a heavenly scripture. The oldest of forces in the universe. The 6 wills were sealed and seemed to be disappearing from the world. Though the time-worn laws have latched onto the 6 wills, they couldn't pull the wills back to Liqie because the 13 emperors were suppressing the area. Geezer, you are so amazing, worthy of being my rival. Liqie chuckled, but I have toiled in the 9 worlds for generations. You think this is all I can do, just relying on the death scripture to come here alone? You are still underestimating me. Watch this. Having said that, the twisting golden, silver, and iron lights glowed brilliantly. Boom! The 3 grand Tao and the 12 laws instantly floated above his head. It's time for me to harvest. No one can stop me. Liqie coldly uttered. All along, he didn't utilize the other arts of the death scripture outside of the death record. His whole plan was to wait for this moment. Clank! The record became resplendent with the 9 petals like stars illuminating everything. The time-worn laws that were locking the 6 wills also wrapped around the second of the 12 laws. In the past, he fused the first law with the heaven's will from the 9 worlds. He intended on fusing these 6 wills with the second law. Not good. World Emperor was startled while the other 12 knew that something bad was going to happen. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the second law wished to become one with the 6 wills. The owners of the wills felt the robbing process. Bang! The world shook and quaked with a new arrival. This person was resplendent and presided above the gods. Even emperors with 6 wills here were overshadowed. He could give birth to the yin and yang, master the universe, and end the eternal river of time. World Emperor has finally arrived with his real body since he had no other choice. Rumble! Visual phenomena appeared in the sky as well as the power of the tribulations, capable of judging all living beings. Even an apex 12-will emperor was subjected to this arbitration. Heavenly execution. The Grand Emperors had nothing to fear after their ascension, but there was a chill running down their spine the moment they saw this. Even a 12-will Grand Emperor would turn to ashes. Flame Emperor, Wave Emperor, and even Immortal Emperor Wan Gu from the 9 worlds were prime examples. Run! World Emperor instantly severed karma and the realms. There was no intention of getting the 6 wills back. He crossed the river of time and peeled off from space while carrying the other 12 Grand Emperors. He came and left quickly, leaving behind the 6 wills that were locked. He was quite decisive enough in this endeavor. His real body didn't come to kill Liqie, only to save the 12 emperors even if it meant risking a heavenly execution. This was due to seeing Liqie's death record and understanding that the match was decided. Unless Liqie were to die from old age, his souls were destroyed, or the high heaven. Nothing else could kill him. But the 3 Grand Tao and the 12 Laws gave Lichia a chance to retaliate. The guy wanted all 40 wills, not just 6, and perhaps even aimed to kill him. Because of this, World Emperor took action right away before disappearing from sight. With that, the heavenly execution also dissipated. Lichia flatly muttered. The old man has been hiding for too long, so the moment he came out, an execution came. That was why dangerous. World Emperor had reached the peak long ago with his 12 wills, so he had to hide in the past. An emperor of his level had too great of a chance to bring out an execution upon sight. It was almost a certain thing. In the 10th world, anyone who shouldered the heavens will had a certain probability of inciting a heavenly execution. However, it was much lower for anyone under 6 and especially less for 1 to 2 wills emperors. 6 and above was much greater, needless to say about the 12 will ones. Thus, most emperors would start to hide at the end of their generation. Some even did so much earlier. Buzz. The second law fused together completely with the 6 wills. It became resplendent as if it was full of life. What a shame, the geezer is too careful with unbelievable skills, or I would be triumphant, harvesting 40 wills in one go. Then no need to trap more grand emperors in the future. Lichia shook his head with a tinge of regrets. He was preparing for today long ago. Knowing that the upper echelon wouldn't let him go and the Ascension was their best chance to kill him, he waited for the ambush. His 3 Grand Tao and 12 Laws required the heaven's wills for gestation. He even wanted to light up all 12 at the same time. This would give him enough resources for the final battle. Alas, World Emperor was too careful and mighty, so he only got 6 wills in the process. Chapter 1741. Buzz. The death seal lit up and raised Lichia like a lotus flower. He disappeared into the vast expanse. Bang! It eventually broke through the sky vault and made entry into the 10th world. Thump! Lichia fell into the ground after the seal disappeared. He laughed and patted the dirt and mud off his clothes. He looked up and saw a barren land with no end in sight. It spanned more than 10 million miles. A scorching air assaulted his face as if there were countless volcanoes underground. This place seemed to have been set on fire by an unbelievable flame. While stepping on the pebbles, people would feel as if they were stepping on burning coal. It was truly a test of perseverance. Burning rampart, pure continent, not a bad place. A home for the 100 races. Lichia licked his lips and smiled while breathing in the burnt air. This was one of the 13 continents. It had countless inhabitants from the 100 races. No one knows how vast this place was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the size of any of the 9 worlds. It was a prosperous location. Even though it wasn't as highly viewed as arrogance in the mind of the 100 races, it was another safe haven for them along with arrogance before the Emperor Hunt. Only in these 2 places were the 100 races treated on the same level as the 3 races. Thus, arrogance and pure were considered their territories. Arrogance was the first among the 13 continents where the 100 races gained equality, while pure was the second. Before Emperor Hunt, all members of the 100 races were willing to stay at these 2 continents because they considered them the safest. Of course, this was due to the continuous effort of the wise sages in the past. The greatest contributions came from 2 immortal emperors, Zhao Heng and Gu Chun. Just the name of arrogance should be indicative of immortal Emperor Zhao Heng's majestic accomplishment. Its name was white in the past, but the emperor came and defeated 9 grand emperors. This battle achievement threatened all the 10th world. His domination lasted for several generations. Eventually, he even challenged Flame Emperor, who possessed 12 heaven's wills. The result of this fight was unknown. After Flame Emperor died to a heavenly execution, it became even harder to find out. Nevertheless, immortal Emperor Zhao Heng changed the name of the continent to Arrogance. Moreover, the citizens from the 100 races were no longer under the jurisdiction of the 3 races. Flame Emperor at the time gave implicit agreement. No one from the 3 races objected this change either. Just like that, Arrogance became home for the 3 races. A verse came from his achievement: 1 palm against 3,000 emperors, 2 fists sweeping through the 13 continents. This ode echoed the entire realm, giving pride to the humans that were as weak as ants. Pure came much later after Arrogance. The biggest contributor was immortal Emperor Gu Chun. He was the first emperor of the 9 worlds, so he ascended much earlier than immortal Emperor Zhao Heng. However, He didn't challenge and defeat all the Grand Emperors like immortal Emperor Zhao Heng at first. He lacked amazing battle records but gained a very high position after arriving. He was acknowledged by many Grand Emperors from the 3 races. Even the second person with 12 Heaven's Wills, Origin Heaven Emperor, thought very highly of him. He maintained a low profile especially after Origin Heaven Emperor started the second ultimate expedition. He rarely asked about worldly matters and only focused on cultivation. Several more generations later, after the failed expedition of Deep South Divine Emperor and Immortal Emperor Fei, the Quiet Emperor finally appeared. He commenced a meeting with the Grand Emperors, Immortal Monarchs, and Immortal Emperors from all races with the intention of starting the 4th expedition. The result was the 3 races agreeing to remit pure continent. The 100 races from then on had the same status as the 3 races in this particular continent. With the negotiation completed, Immortal Emperor Gu Chun and the other embarked on their way. Even though he wasn't as supreme as Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng who defeated many emperors to establish arrogance, his inconspicuous effort and achievements still won him the respect in all the 13 continents. The children of the 100 races felt that he was worthy of being the first emperor from the 9 worlds. Perhaps people from arrogance would think that Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng was above him. The citizens from Pure considered him to be at the highest position. Burning Rampart was a desolate desert in Pure. Despite spanning for millions of miles, it was tiny compared to Pure as a whole. Immortal emperors from the 9 worlds could sense a unique aura here beyond the scorching temperature, one that couldn't really be detected in the 9 worlds. It was the aura of chaos containing primordial power from the origin. This was the main difference between the 9 worlds and the 10th. Cultivators from the 9 worlds absorbed worldly energy to control the Grand Tao. Meanwhile, cultivators from the 10th were even more direct. They absorbed chaos energy in order to control primordial power. Even though the worldly energy in the 9 worlds could be refined into chaos and primordial power, it was much more difficult to do so if one wasn't an immortal emperor. When an emperor reached the 9 worlds and wanted to grow, they would also refine their worldly energy and Tao power into the next level. Li Qie smiled while sensing the aura that wasn't as readily available in the 9 worlds. He began his tread after determining a direction. He was quite slow just like a mortal. In fact, he was indeed a feeble mortal right now. The withering ray from World Emperor's group was too powerful. It destroyed everything from Li Qie, including his Tao foundation. Only the 13 palaces and 4 inner physiques were left behind. Alas, they were dimmed and devoid of power. It wasn't strange for him to be reduced to this level. Think about it, how many people would be able to survive an attack from World Emperor and 12 more Grand Emperors? His rebirth was already a miracle. Without his 13 palaces, he would never be able to cultivate again since this type of injury would haunt him forever. The 13 palaces have escaped all shackles. They protected his inner physiques and these 2 entities removed the injuries from the withering ray. With his Tao foundation destroyed, all of his previous cultivation was gone with the wind. However, he considered this to be an acceptable result. He didn't become depressed at all. It wasn't a big deal to him. All of this could be rebuilt again without difficulty. He had already achieved his goal for the ambush. At the very least, he was able to steal 6 wills to light up his second law. More importantly, World Emperor escaped because of the heavenly tribulation. These emperors from the 3 races shouldn't bother him for a while. At the same time, the threat of the ancient Ming ascending should be pressuring them as well. The question was whether to focus on destroying the Dark Crow, their lifelong enemy, or the ancient Ming shrouded in darkness first. They required time to deliberate regardless of the final decision. Thus, the next period of time was peaceful for Li Qie after taking the first successful step in the 10th world. Chapter 1742. Burning Rampart has been incinerated into a land of death with no sign of life here to speak of. Many inhabitants in Pure believed that this place had been burned by a heavenly flame. The stones and rocks have melted. Some places even had signs of porcelainization. This was the proof of the unbelievably high temperature that was present in the past. Only a heavenly inferno would reach this raging level. Hence the prediction. Cultivators didn't have any trouble navigating through Burning Rampart. They were free to travel using the sky or the earth and capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. This was not the case for mortals. They would either die from thirst or starvation from being lost or just go crazy from the blazing heat here. At this particular juncture, Li Qie was even weaker than a mortal scholar. Nevertheless, he still strolled through the scorching ground with such ease. This insanity-inducing heat cracked his lips and with smoke coming out of his mouth, yet it didn't affect him. He had experienced pain 1,000 times worse than this. This level of pain was as light as the wind to him and completely trivial. This wasn't his first time here either, so he continued on after picking a direction. He was in no hurry to leave this place, or Pure for that matter. At the same time, he wasn't worried for Ming Yeshue and the others. There was no point because the Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger were paving the way for them. Outside of 12 will emperors, even 2 grand emperors at 10 wills wouldn't be able to kill them together. Moreover, the coordinates of the ship were very well known. Even if 3 grand emperors were to attack them, certain emperors from the 9 worlds would come to help right away. There were people along the way during his journey. Of course, they weren't residents, only cultivators. After reaching a particular area, cultivators would show up. They were here to look for or mines or Dao materials. Others were here to try and polish their Dao comprehension. The majority of them were flying in the sky or riding their treasures and weapons. Of course, a few were dashing through the sand as well. However, there wasn't a mortal like Xueqi walking through this place. This attracted the cultivators' attention. In their eyes, a mortal was simply an ant. Thus, Xueqi was not worth a second glance. They quickly got on with their business. Of course, 1 or 2 kind ones would occasionally stop and ask, "Hey mortal, are you lost here? Do you want me to lend you a hand?" "Thank you, I am here to improve myself. Just let me be." Xueqi smiled and answered them. "Be careful, don't die here. Burning Rampart isn't a place for mortals." The kind cultivator shook their head and left without forcing the issue. Xueqi ignored others' stare and continued on his way. If cultivators were thinking about training at Burning Rampart, there was one place where they must go, the Sky Pit. This was a very strange area to the west of the rampart. There were many large pits here, not just one. These pits had varying temperatures, unlike the rampart. Some were as cold as an ice storage. Others were hot enough to boil the unlucky ones that fell down. Some had springs running through it just like an oasis. The most magical aspect of this place was the numerous mysterious marks. The pits came in all shape and form with varying depth. The only similarity was the many marks within. One mark was only in the form of a long crease along the wall, a resulting mark of being burned. Another one consisted of many random runes, some of which were very occult. These seals weren't carved or branded. They seemed to form in a natural manner. No one knew how they came to be. Some believed that a supreme existence has left them behind. Perhaps these were also the remnant marks after a heavenly execution. Another common belief was that the high heavens sent them down as enlightenment marks. Later generations were very interested in these markings. The thing that interested them the most was the visit from many immortal monarchs and grand emperors. Even the top ones such as Flame Emperor, Origin Heaven Emperor, and Deep South Divine Emperor came to take a look. Rumor has it that even Pure Wood Divine Emperor was here as well. Of course, this particular visit couldn't be verified due to the mysterious nature of this particular emperor. He was the first to obtain 12 Heaven's Wills and was considered the longest living Grand Emperor. People only knew that they came to visit the place before, not their purpose. However, Dao comprehension was the most popular theory. Because of this, people always visited the place to follow in the footsteps of the emperors. They all desired to learn something from the mysterious marks here. Perhaps one day, they could even become an amazing emperor or monarch. However, a pitiful amount managed to ever learn something. The majority left empty-handed. Burning Rampart might be a desolate area, but the Sky Pit was always lively. There were always several hundred or even more than 1,000 cultivators present. The lowest number was around several dozens. At this time, a fair number of people were meditating here. Some hovered above in order to feel the power of primordial chaos. Others were pondering about how to understand the profundity of these marks. One flew above to get a panoramic view over the entire Sky Pit. Because Pure was one of the largest lands for the 100 races, many humans, golems, and charming spirits were here. Of course, cultivators from the 3 races were present as well. When Xueqi got here, the person looking down at the entire pit had a scepter symbol on his forehead. This youth came from the Heaven race and the scepter was their unique symbol. Not all members of this race would have this scepter marking. Mortals didn't. Only after reaching a particular cultivation level or a certain thickness in their bloodline would this scepter appear. Also, some of the noblest members would have the scepter at birth. Li Qie saw marks everywhere in these pits. He looked at the sky vault, wishing to pierce through its deepest location. His gaze was able to surpass everything. Damned heaven. He licked his parched lips and murmured. He found a pit and directly got inside to stare at the sky. He didn't bat an eye as if there was something beautiful up there. This continued on for several days with him lying motionlessly. Some cultivators thought he was dead until they saw that his eyes are still open. Hey, don't play dead here, mortal. You're in people's way. An expert reprimanded Li Qie. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.